Yeah, it's rewind time.
You know how a cartoon will have a beautiful intro with super fluid, lively animation, getting you pumped for the next 11 to 30 minutes of your life? But eventually, that theme song gets updated and the animation doesn't look nearly as good as before. Some might even say, mid? Maybe the show switched to HD, and they had to remake the theme in 16:9 instead of 4:3. Maybe they updated the theme because so much has changed in the status quo that the old intro no longer reflects what the show is. Or maybe there was a shift in the art direction. The style changed, so they gotta update everything for the sake of consistency. No matter what the reason may be, there's a new opening on our screens, and it looks so much worse. Like on its own, it's not bad at all. But when you put it side by side with the original, you can see how stiff and lifeless it is in the grand scheme. Not SpongeBob though. Somehow they captured the energy of the original theme and its HD counterpart flawlessly. Also not Steven Universe. Those intros just kept looking better and better for reasons we'll touch on later. Still, it's depressing when you notice these downgrades because animation is such an incredible medium for not just storytelling, but depicting movement. Shit is practically magic. The worst kind of downgrade is when an entire show loses its sauce, instead of just the theme song. Something that's sadly becoming more common. So what gives? Why do some cartoons start to look lifeless? So the idea of this video actually came from a viral thread over on everyone's favorite hellscape, Twitter. Animator Dan Root shared a side-by-side comparison of the Simpsons theme song, showcasing the steep downgrade in animation. The new one simply feels underanimated. Marge's hair went from having a life of its own as she whips it around to being as stiff as a Lego. You don't get that dopamine from seeing her slowly turning, only to quickly snap into place and slow back down as her hand lowers. Now both of her hands are on the cart the entire time, and the act of her turning to Maggie is only a few frames. She's not moving for very long. Hell, even the hands of the cashier throwing the bag into the cart hits different in the original. He went from really throwing that shit with some strength to kinda just dropping it in, and the bag itself is more angular and realistic as it drops into the cart. There's still some squash and stretch to help sell the bounce, but between the bag and the original having a rounder lower half, and the persistent factor of there being less frames, it just doesn't look as good. But I think more people are going to be focused on Marge as opposed to the paper bag Maggie's in. So apologies if that reads as nitpicking. I actually don't think Maggie herself popping out of the bag is worse than the original though. Like yeah, there's less frames, it moves a lot faster, but I think the way she snaps into place still looks pretty great. You get the idea though. What gives? Well, this quote tweet to Dan Root's comparison seems to have the answer to our question. I mean, 79,000 likes? Over 1 million views? Clearly some valuable wisdom is being bestowed upon us. This effect is happening across 2D animation generally because of computers. Hand-drawn animation is inherently less precise, so animators compensate it with bigger motions and stronger poses. Digital allows for much more precision, so bosses got myopically nitpicky. The end result is that, although the old analog animation is full of flaws or errors, especially on HD screens it wasn't intended for, the weakness of the digital process is that it's boring.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Yeah, despite the 70,000 likes, this actually isn't why things look the way they are now. Which makes sense when you take like 2 seconds to think about all the moments of Sakuga that digital has provided us. The idea that drawing on paper is inherently less precise just doesn't make any sense. Animating on paper can be, and generally is, just as precise as animating digitally. I feel like the sentiment also just dismisses the skill of animators because they're trained to do this with precision. Also, a lot of cartoons are still animated on paper, even if they're inked and colored digitally, and I'm pretty sure The Simpsons is one of them. This theme song definitely is. So, yeah, this statement doesn't really track. In fact, when it comes to the remade theme song in particular, here's what the animator of the sequence had to say all the way back in 2009 in response to the criticism of it feeling lifeless. Believe me, I couldn't agree with you more. I've been trying to interject basic animation principles into the show since I got there, i.e. squash and stretch. But the truth is, that's not what the showrunners want. I did that scene of Marge in the supermarket, and I had originally animated her with the hair wobble and such, but the response I got was, it's too fancy for the Simpsons world. No joke. I actually get it all the time. They say for the TV series it can't do those kinds of things, but for the movie it's fine. I also animated Sideshow Bob swinging the machete, and my first pass looked great, nice and fluid. But again, the response was, it's too fancy, so I had to dumb it down. Maggie popping out of the bag they liked though, and that has Squatch and Stretch in it, as well as her being scanned. I know a lot of fans like you would like the show to return to the nice wackiness of the first seasons, and I would too, but there is nothing we can do as animators. If Groaning and Algene say they want less wacky, more tacky, then we don't have a choice. We work for them. It's their project. Luckily, I think they've changed their tune in the 15 years since this post was made, since recent seasons have had plenty of robust character acting. Although you could argue a lot of these moments may not feel as cartoony, at least in comparison to the earlier seasons, they're certainly still fluid. I think it looks pretty cool. Yes, sometimes the animation can be sanitized simply because of direction. That delectable squash and stretch movement isn't always what the people in charge are looking for. I know, it's crazy, and I don't think it really works when the show has had fancy animation before. But also, some shows really do benefit when they rein it in on the animation. You think Gumball would be as funny if it was always moving like a James Baxter scene? Oh no. However, there's still some truth to this thread, in the sense that corporate greed can lead to worse animation, just in a different way. It's not that studios are myopically nitpicky, it's that they're cheap as hell! Matt Brawley, resident GOAT and creator of Amphibia, chimed in with his own truth bomb. And I mean, he and his team created 3 seasons of television on top of everything else he worked on. The guy knows what he's talking about. This is not because of computers. This is because of the contentious relationship US studios have with overseas studios, who always play it safe, so they aren't charged for a retake. Some of the wildest shit is done 100% digital these days. This is a procedure issue, not medium. And I mean, yeah, again, it's like Scavenger's Reign, hello? What are you talking about that computers are the problem? For those who are out of the loop or need a refresher, for the longest time, a Boga production for animated series takes place in the US at studios like Disney, Nick, and Warner Bros. Animation, but the animation itself is almost always outsourced to a vendor studio. Because money. A lot of them exist in different countries, which means they don't have to be paid US wages or union wages. When the first take of finished animation comes back from overseas, there's a chance that the vendor studio didn't interpret the storyboards properly, and it looks kinda jank. Or it's just not what they asked for, even if it's good. This is where the studio commissioning the vendor can request retakes. Thankfully, a chunk of a production's budget is specifically meant for retakes, but from my understanding, and well, Matt's tweet, the vendor studio can also be charged for retakes depending on the circumstances. So for the sake of time and money, a lot of vendor studios will just stick to the storyboards as closely as possible and deliver something serviceable in order to avoid retakes. It's riskier to be ambitious, because there's a very real chance that you'll have to redo it anyways and be penalized for it. Yeah, not fun. Back to Twitter though, Adam Tierney was able to glean a bit more insight from Matt. From making ofs on DVDs, I recall a lot of wilder animation sequences in The Simpsons being done by the US animation leads. And I know you use folks like Small Boo for some of the crazier Amphibia sequences, right? Is that related to this? To ensure more ambitious animation? Matt responded, it is and it isn't. If you want to go off model and break from the usual style of the show, like you have a very specific vision, then it makes more sense to do it yourselves or with a boutique animator. Matt's of course referring to scenes that are either handled in-house or enlist a guest animator. Either way, the vendor studios aren't the ones handling it because they'd play it safe and undermine whatever grand moment is being brought to life. That isn't shade to the vendor studios at all, by the way. They are overworked and underpaid. I don't fault them for playing it safe. I'm just making it clear that if you really want a moment to pop off, you're either keeping it in the crew or bringing someone in for help. For example, let's look at Gravity Falls. 2 major moments in the series, Ford's big debut and Bill Cipher's defeat, were both animated in-house by Dana Terrace. Over on the Owl House, you had artists like Spencer Wan and Tom Barkle handle big action set pieces alongside Dana herself. You also have animation duos like Small Boo guest animating on shows like Adventure Time, Amphibia, Owl House, and Smiling Friends, giving scenes a distinct fluid look that stand out from the rest of the series. Steven Universe also had a handful of moments handled by Takafumi Hori, namely musical moments such as Here Comes a Thought, Other Friends, and Change. A big piece of misinformation is that Hori animated all of Mindful Education when it was just a song, and I think maybe this party sequence was Stevani, but the reason why this episode looks so good is because it was done by the best studio and storyboard team. Let me reiterate, all of this doesn't mean the vendor studios are incapable of delivering amazing work. Let me read one more tweet from Matt to y'all. Some of the the best animated episodes of Batman the Animated Series came from trusting the overseas team and empowering them to do their thing. If you are afraid of being penalized, you aren't going to do this. Lots of studios have been browbeaten into this mentality. This is where I think the vendor studio hired to work on a series is vital to the final product. And the team within the studio, as two shows could have the same studio, but if one goes to the A team and one goes to like the D team, there's probably going to be a gap in quality. The studio's best is already tackling something else, but if you want to air this when you want to air it, you're just gonna have to roll the punches and go with a team whose work just isn't as good. If you want a better idea of how vendor studios can impact the final product, look at Star vs. the Forces of Evil. To this day, people still praise Season 1's animation as it was handled by Mercury Filmworks, whereas the rest of the series was handled by Rough Draft Korea and Sugar Cube. I mean, half of Season 1 was also done by Toon City, who didn't look nearly as good as Mercury, and is arguably the weakest studio that worked on the show, but most people don't realize that when glazing Season 1's animation. Mercury gave the series a lot of energy, utilizing the animation principles to their fullest. That studio is a great example of what rigged animation is capable of. Sugar Cube, on the other hand, is an example of why a lot of casual animation fans tend to be apprehensive of rigged animation. The art's consistent, but it's a lot more stiff. The movement almost feels robotic, and it's a bit off-putting. Rough Draft episodes actually look pretty good for Star. They're hand-drawn on paper, which is what I prefer, and they were my favorite studio when the series was airing. I feel like they knew how to follow the storyboards while elevating them at the same time, especially when there was action. I also appreciated their work on the Owl House, although it wasn't as strong as Star, especially towards the end, which I think hammers in that the team working on your project within the vendor studio is just as imperative as the vendor itself. Another great example of all of this is Cartoon Network. The animation for a lot of shows were split between Rough Draft and Summon, and where I have a lot of praise for Rough Draft's work on Disney shows, I'm not a fan of their work on Cartoon Network shows. The best example of this is without a doubt Steven Universe. All those examples of the show being inconsistent and off-model, pretty much all those screen caps come from Rough Draft episodes. Usually the Sunman episodes looked amazing. They had great line weight, smooth movements, and understood the vision behind following the storyboards. They perfectly captured all the expressions and incorporated the different styles of each artist, while still maintaining a sense of consistency between the characters and their proportions. You could count on them to deliver a quality product. Rough Draft, on the other hand, well, you see the name. Thin line art, inconsistent proportions, messy expressions, stiff movement unless the storyboard artist practically animated it for them.
This sucks, man.
They definitely didn't have their best working on Steven, and they didn't seem to fully understand what the show was going for visually. It's baffling because their work on other Cartoon Network shows didn't look as bad. It's jarring. Like, look at Say Uncle, an episode handled by Rough Draft. Uncle Grandpa is so faithful to his show's art direction that it blows my mind that they have the Steven Universe characters look the way they do. I really don't get it, especially because the model sheets, which do exist, don't get me started, have line art that Sunman can perfectly emulate. Again, it's not like the studio is always bad. They've produced plenty of animation that look great. Why do you think they're still getting work? But I do think a lot of their work suffers from the unwillingness to get penalized and pay for a retake. They want to get it right the first go around, so they try to follow the storyboards as closely as possible. But then that goes to another issue, which is that storyboards aren't supposed to be what they've become, which are essentially keyframes. Storyboards are meant to convey the basic idea of a scene, not necessarily meant to be on model or capture all the details of a character. It's just meant to be a guide. As long as it's readable, a vendor studio should be able to fill in the blanks. Go look at an animatic from the 90s and 2000s and compare it to an animatic from a show in the 2010s or 2020s. It will blow your mind how much more demanding things have gotten as technology advances and corporations get greedier. Between job creep and cost-cutting measures like small retake budgets, storyboard artists and revisionists kinda have their hand forced to make their boards a few degrees away from keyframes. Hell, sometimes these boards even have the in-betweens, giving the vendor studio little room to fumble the bag. But there you have it, mystery solved. Those are all the reasons why animations can get downgrades. And of course stuff like budget cuts or overlapping schedules. And no disrespect to the person who did go viral off of a misinformed take. I want to have faith that they probably got the idea from someone else, and they probably didn't expect their take to blow up. But it was a good launching pad to talk about something I've always found fascinating with animation, and clearing up misinformation is always a net positive. Wait, did they block Matt? It says post unavailable. That only happens when a tweet is deleted or whoever's quoting got blocked. Aw, dude, come on, take the L. Don't be like that. Cartoons always refine their art style the longer they go on. For example, Gumball went through some adjustments in the first 3 seasons before finally locking in, as they continued to experiment and land on a look that made production easier while keeping the characters as expressive as possible. The Fairly Odd Parents also comes to mind when I think of a show that evolved from a looser style to something more consistent and iconic. But sometimes, when you least expect it, a cartoon will switch things up completely, finding a new style that makes things a little easier on the artist, while reminding the audience that their trust can be shattered and betrayed at any moment. Kinda like this. A few weeks ago, I broke down when the animation in a show can change for better or worse, and all the reasons why, which y'all seem to really like. So today, I want to take a look at the other thing that can make or break a cartoon. Its art style. Taking a gander at some of the most infamous changes, some changes throughout franchises, good or bad, the reasons why they can happen, and the impact they can have on future projects. Why can characters get a drastic makeover late in the game? Why do some cartoons look so different between the pilot and the series? And why'd they put that dragon on Ozempic? All these questions and more will be answered today. The most infamous example of an art style change is without a doubt Disney's American Dragon Jake Long.
People are asking me, what's new about American Dragon this year? Hello, new body.
Looking back, it's crazy how Disney tried to ease us into the new style by gaslighting? Prior to season 2's premiere, I vividly remember hitting up Disney Channel's website, only to discover that they updated all of American Dragon's promotional art to reflect the updated designs. As if the show always looked like this. Hey buddy, I might be 7 and stupid, but I'm not dumb. This was a change that was really hard to miss. While the original had its own flair, it still fit right in with its peers. It's hard to convey, but there was a look to it that screamed Disney. It's all in the line weight, the shapes of their heads and eyes, the expressions they make, and the overall design philosophy. Fu looks like a Disney dog. The Dark Dragon seems like he'd be kicking it with the likes of Chernobog or Dragon Maleficent. I guess what I'm trying to say is, none of the characters would look out of place in a House of Mouse episode. Season 1's look was like 80% Disney, 20% anime, while Season 2 pretty much looks nothing like a Disney cartoon, as its anime influence is a lot more prominent. The designs were simplified, more angular with lots of sharp edges. Heads blend into necks, clothes are more form-fitting, leaving little room for details like creases. And practically every character now has a little glimmer in their eyes, leaning more into that anime influence. But the change that soured a lot of people on this new look is of course Jake's dragon form, shifting from tall and jacked to relatively small and slender. He went from fitness goals to how I was built on Adderall. What gives? Well, we have a play-by-play of what went down from executive producer Steve Loader, who made this change in the first place. Unearthed from the lost civilization, known as the American Dragon message boards. Way back when Jeff Good created American Dragon and brought it to Disney, he was paired with 2 artists, the ultra nice guy Dave Filoni, and me. I was going to produce and direct the pilot, so Jeff and I worked on creating Jake's world. It was a little different then. We came up with the original designs and look of the show, and much of that look still exists in the first season. Time passed, things happened, and another ultra nice guy was brought in to direct the show, Chris Roman. Chris took my designs and made it his own, like any talented artist would. Time passed again, and I was asked to direct and produce the new season of Amdrag. I had a difficult task ahead of me. The ratings for Drag were good, but they could be better. It's a great show, but it needed a fresh new outlook to bring in people that may not tune in to a second season of a running show. I wanted to pull the show in a different direction. We needed a new look to suit the new style of storytelling we wanted to tell. The show was to become more cinematic, more designed, and I wanted to apply new rules to the world of Jake. So I pulled out the original designs from way back and I looked at the fine work that Chris Roman had done and I analyzed it. I wanted to make the show that Jeff and I envisioned at the very beginning. I hired a brilliant character designer, Eric White, whose previous claim to fame was the terrific designs for the as yet unseen Buffy the Vampire Slayer animated series and the comic book illustrations for the OC. I also wanted to create a new logic. The Jake Dragon design was a big concern. Jake is a 14 to 16-year-old boy. He is short and kinda scrawny. When he transforms into a dragon, he would transform into a 14 to 16-year-old short and scrawny dragon. Dragon muscles would not pop up from nowhere. He still needs to grow into an adult dragon. I would love the show to last forever, and you would watch Jake grow and mature into the big bad dragon that he is. If I started as the fully buff and ripped dragon, we would have nowhere to evolve to. That was logic that makes sense to me. Changing these designs took a lot of thought and care. So in essence, the style of the show has somewhat evolved into the original idea that Jeff and I had in the first place. And he's spittin'. If you look at concept art, it does align a bit more with the angular designs found in the second season. I know it's unusual that a show has a running change in style, but it has been done before. Bruce Timm's Batman is a perfect example of how a style shifted into the definitive version of how we now remember a TV series. Definitive? Calm down, my guy. We also took great care in how the animation actually moves. The acting is more expressive, and the creatures are more fantastical. This is an exciting new world that is inspired by Cowboy Bebop, Batman, Buffy, Samurai Champloo, and other most definitive sci-fi fantasy TV. Series creator Jeff Good mentioned another huge advantage to this redesign in an interview with Slash Film. The show got to level up in the action department. The new design meant cooler fight scenes. The thinner look meant the animators were allowed to give Jake more dynamic movements and slicker fights, which was more expensive and took longer to animate. While I really respect the vision he had for Jake's evolution, I do think it's strange that he essentially wanted to reboot Jake's visual progress while committing to the lore and continuity established in season 1. And that's how I feel about a lot of the redesigns. They aren't bad, but they're odd choices to make in a second season. I know Loader brought up Batman, but at least they rebranded it into a new show when they changed the bulk of the designs, and there was a 2-year gap between those shows. It's a lot more jarring when it's still considered the same series, and there are barely 5 months between seasons. Jake's dragon form was a change that stuck with everyone, but all the Hunts clan got redesigned, with their uniforms composed of a purple, maroon, and red color scheme instead of green, brown, and gray. They now all wear masks that expose their eyes, whereas before their eyes were shrouded in darkness with a red glow for the cool factor. While I vibe more with the season 2 Hunts clan, the Huntsman himself got done dirty. He's just kind of a dork now. Why did he have to lose the glowing eyes? He's the big bad. He deserves to keep them. I straight up hate the new look for the Oracle twins though. I get they wanted to lean more into their differences, but they don't even look like sisters anymore. They can have different hair colors and everything, but at least retain some sort of resemblance. Overall though, unlike most people, I prefer this art style and everything it does aesthetically. I get that Jake's dragon form might be a downgrade, but I love how he and the other dragons have color-coded aura when transforming. Blue for Jake and Gramps, pink for Haley, which matches her new dragon form. It adds a lot more personality. In general, season 2 runs circles around the first in the color department. I also think a lot of designs got improved, like Rose and Brad. Although the new looks for the students make it hard to buy that this is in middle school and not high school. That was definitely executive meddling. And then you have some that are just kind of whatever, like Rotwood or the Dark Dragon. The season 2 art style feels a lot more distinct, even if you could make an easy argument for why the OG's better. I honestly think if they just kept Dragon Jake buff, people would be kinder to the redesigns, but it is what it is. Before Jake Long, the Cape Crusader held the title of having a cartoon of controversial redesigns. But unlike American Dragon, there's an argument to be made that these redesigns had an insane domino effect as it informed the look of an entire animated universe. And it all started with Bruce Timm's Batman the Animated Series. According to the book Batman Animated, published in '98, the look of the early seasons was something that came together quickly thanks to the talented Eric Radomski. Bruce and Eric tried to develop a style that looked timeless, and they absolutely succeeded. When most people think about Batman, this is the first iteration that comes to mind. This is the definitive look for Batman. So why'd they screw with it? After existing solely through reruns for a couple of years, Batman returned in '97, now on Kids WB, rebranded as The New Batman Adventures. And everyone got a makeover. Some big, some small, some what the fuck. Was this some weird mandate from Kids WB? Nah, they just kinda wanted to. The pickup by the network was good news for the Bat Crew because we loved the show. Unfortunately, we'd be without producer Eric Radomski, who had left Warner a few years before to go to HBO Animation. A number of other key talents had left the studio for other high-profile projects as well. They were all missed when production began on Warner's new animated adventure show, Superman. While Superman boasted a number of visual similarities to Batman, the characters were even more streamlined than their Gotham City cousins. Bruce Timm had simplified his animation design to bring a sleeker, more futuristic look to Superman's world, and he was pleased with the results. Now turning his attention to Batman once again, Bruce wasn't content with simply repeating the old look of the series, and he began experimenting with the character designs, starting first with the Dark Knight himself. Figuring the years between the series had made Batman much darker emotionally, Bruce dropped all color from his costume, keeping him in gray and black, with an unadorned bat chest emblem strikingly reminiscent of the character's first comic book costume. Once Bruce was happy with Batman, he moved on to Bruce Wayne, slicking back his hair, putting him in a sharp black suit, and removing all excess wrinkles and bulges.
Where's my dick at?
Batman's notorious Rogues Gallery was next on Bruce and art director Glenn Murakami's list for redesign. They proceeded to slim the villains down, change colors, eliminate details, and in some cases, rethink them from the ground up, garbing the Joker only in green and purple. Bruce narrowed his eyes to twin evil dots, giving him the likeness of a grinning skull. Although more limited in his design, the new look Joker retains every bit of his manic personality, though his trademark red lips would be omitted in the final model. I'm really conflicted on these redesigns, as although I do think a lot of them are inferior to their counterparts in the first 3 seasons, they also introduce a lot of elements found in Justice League's art style. Although the proportions are less realistic than before, I do think that purely from a design perspective, it has much more of an identity. For example, Baby Doll doesn't look like she walked right out of Animaniacs anymore. Now you can take one look at her and tell she's from the DCAU. But I do think the finer details in the OG art style gives it the edge when it comes to what people prefer. While these redesigns were absolutely more animation friendly, as just about everyone has a lot less going on, it fell into the same trap that Jake Long did, where while a lot of these redesigns were good or kinda whatever, there were a handful that stood out as dog shit. My main beef is with Joker and Catwoman. They look so inhuman now. I get the logic in giving Selina Batman eyes, but why does her costume turn her into Android 19? When she's out of costume though. Need I say more? Joker's also not cutting it for me. Giving him black eyes with white pupils and spacing apart his eyebrows just took away so much emotion from the character, which sucks because Joker's expressiveness was the best part about seeing this character in animated form. How much thought was given to continuity during the transition of Batman the Animated Series to the new Batman Adventures? Were the creators interested in, say, explaining the Penguin's radical makeover, or were these issues you felt best unexplained? No, I think that was all from the desires of Bruce Timm and the other artists and directors to vary the look of the characters somewhat between iterations. Partially, it was to make it a little more like the new look of the Superman animated series, but also to just experiment and refine a few things. That tradition of visual reinvention has always been a part of Warner Bros. Animation. No one ever asked about Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck getting visually redesigned over the years. It was just something the directors did over time. Deanie, my guy, you cannot compare Bugs getting a bit more stylized to Riddler becoming a Dan Henschel character. A lot of these designs are drastic departures. Just own it instead of going, well, Burger King changed their logo. Still, these redesigns laid the foundation for the look of the entire DCAU. Justice League, Static Shock, Batman Beyond, all of them have their own quirks, but it's clear that they used the new Batman Adventures as a starting point. You take one look at them and know exactly what you're in for. Hell, while Teen Titans has more of an anime influence than other DC tunes, and isn't a part of the animated universe, it's still obvious that they drew a lot from Tim's later style. And speaking of mixing elements from the East and West, let's talk about Baby's first power fantasy, Ben 10. Ben 10 is a franchise that's known for switching up its art style. Nearly every show has its own distinct look, and I think that's for a very simple reason. Each series has a style that matches its tone. It's no secret that Ben 10 is heavily influenced by comics. The show itself makes that abundantly clear. And you know, the original idea had Ben turn to superheroes instead of aliens, but people often say Ben 10 looks a lot like anime, or more so, faux anime. You know, those French and American cartoons that imitate the look of anime. And it's easy to see why Ben 10 fell into that category. A lot of the characters have spiky hair. A lot of the head shapes, eye shapes, and the glimmer within the eyes were all something you'd find more in anime than cartoons. At least back then. But honestly, that's where the anime influence ends. Everything else feels like something that was a bit more inspired by other superhero cartoons. I see more of the DCAU or 90s Spider-Man in this cartoon than something like Dragon Ball or any of the bangers airing on Toonami back then. That said, I could totally see Ben 10 having that faux anime look because, yeah, anime was poppin' at that time. They saw the numbers for DBZ and would start to see the numbers for Naruto. It just makes sense they would want a show that would be appealing to anime kids without isolating their target demographic. Though Dave Johnson, who designed Ben, Gwen, the first 12 aliens, and so many others, never gave a straight answer on if he was truly influenced by anime or not. That art style really fits the original series though. That thing was a kid magnet, and you could tell it was refined to be as badass yet toyetic as possible. Ben has aura.
I will now drain my mother's life-saving soul and everything with his name on it.
But then there's Ben 10 Alien Force and Ultimate Alien, which saw the story get a bit more serious with a time skip to boot, so the art style matured alongside Ben, leaning harder into its superhero influence as the characters look a lot closer to the likes of Justice League, while retaining a few elements that were unique to Ben 10. And it makes sense, as its executive producer was none other than Glenn Murakami, who worked on a handful of DCAU shows after Batman. But then you get to Omniverse, a show that wasn't as serious as Alien Force or Ultimate Alien, instead seeking out a stronger balance of action and comedy. Now, just like American Dragon and the new Batman adventures, Omniverse's art style was too hard of a pivot from what came before, and it drove off a lot of longtime fans. But this is one of my favorite looks for the series. I think the best way to describe it would be Ben 10 if it was made at Warner Bros. Instead of Cartoon Network. Although now there's no difference. And that's because this style reminds me a lot of shows that are being made over at WB, such as Teen Titans and Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated. Shows that art director and co-showrunner, the late but great Derek J. Wyatt, worked on prior. I'm not gonna waste time convincing you that Omniverse looks good if you don't like it, but if you enjoy the look of the two aforementioned shows, then hopefully you can appreciate what Omniverse has to offer. Though again, these style changes always have some redesigns that feel like they only exist to piss people off. Not as pissed as the reboot makes them though. Ben 10 2016, a show that definitely exists. Word through the grapevine is that the crew behind the reboot really wanted the show style to return to a stronger anime influence, maybe a bit more chibi, and the producers wanted Family Guy.
So, what's your superpower?
Kicking.
Oh, right, because none of us can kick.
The end result is a compromise that kinda just has it looking like a generic cartoon from the time. I made a whole video about this years ago, but thin lines, round eyes are the opposite of what I tend to vibe with. And that's the show's look to a T. I can't say much about the quality of the reboot writing-wise, but from art direction alone, it's hard to look at this and see anything more than a true downgrade. They literally drained all the edge from it. It just looks like a preschool show. It's way too cute to take seriously, which sucks when it's an action comedy, which was the curse for a lot of reboots at the time. Powerpuff Girls 2016 also butchered the unique UPA art style and reduced it to something infantilizing. Everyone who was copy and pasted from the original series looks fine, just rounder, but all the original characters? They're just lame. These girls used to jump Mojo Jojo for a quick fix. Why do I feel like they're about to teach me the ABCs? It kinda made everything out of pocket in this reboot feel that much more appalling. Teen Titans Go obviously looks kiddier than the original series, as everyone got chibified, but I actually dig the show's art style. It's just a simplified, more colorful version of the original series, but that allows it to still feel unique. The thick outlines definitely help it stand out. For kids, I think this is a good art style that lets you know this is a comedy, while still trying to maintain a bit of a cool factor. Thundercats is a series that was lucky enough to get 2 controversial makeovers. The 2011 series, which definitely had that faux anime look, and Thundercats Roar, which, what happened to Shame? They do some neat stuff with the animation thanks to the simple designs, but I just don't think it looks good. But I am one of the weirdos who prefer the 2011 style over the original by a long shot. But that's probably because I'm not big on how a lot of these 80s cartoons look. Like, why are these cats so anatomically correct? And the 2011 ones just have way more personality to me. I'm sure all the old heads just clicked off this video, but I gotta speak my truth. And then there's franchises like Scooby-Doo, which have a lot of iterations that tend to refine the original style with minor changes here and there, but it also has plenty of iterations that tend to do something crazy with its art direction. While What's New Scooby-Doo and the plethora of direct-to-DVD movies aren't that far off from how Scooby-Doo Where Are You looked, series like A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, Mystery Incorporated, and Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue all do their own thing with these characters. A Pup Named Scooby-Doo makes them look like Schoolhouse Rock characters, while Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue kinda reminds me of a lot of 2000s adult animation. Like, does anyone else see a little bit of Clerks in this? It's a little hard to explain, but I don't think I'd be fazed by seeing an Adult Swim logo slapped onto the bottom of a clip. There's Family Guy Scooby-Doo. There's the one you're not allowed to say anything nice about. You even got the upcoming Go-Go Mystery Machine, which has a heavy anime influence. I'm reserving judgment for when we see something other than this key visual, though.
Might I inquire, what happened to your noses?
Actually,
These sausage-looking dealies, right here.
we get it!
The style of Steven Universe's pilot is the closest thing we've gotten to seeing Rebecca Sugar's comics come to life. I'm obsessed with her art style. I love how her designs and expressions manage to be cool, creepy, and goofy all at the same time. The biggest difference between the pilot and the main series is that the pilot maintains more realistic proportions and the designs have a lot more detail. I know I haven't drawn much attention to backgrounds in this video, but since Steven sticks out more than most cartoons, I couldn't help but notice that that the backgrounds in the pilot kinda look like they were ripped straight out of a comic. It's worth pointing out because comics were Sugar's first love, and it's obvious that she really wanted to replicate the look of her own comics into an animated series, much like how Jonan Vasquez did with Invader Zim, which was a huge inspiration for Sugar. Of course, animating a full season of television in this art style at broke-ass Cartoon Network wasn't going to be sustainable.
$7?
So they simplified the designs and formed an art style that still pulls from Sugar's signature look while making the most of an animated medium, when it's not animated by Rough Draft. While I know a lot of people prefer the pilot style, and I absolutely adore it, I wouldn't trade the final look of the show for anything when it's not animated by Rough Draft. Revising the designs allowed the characters to stick out a lot more from each other. For example, in the pilot, all the characters have the same two slit nostril noses as Steven, and just about everyone shares those two Link-esque cat eyes, whereas those features are a lot more varied in the series, giving us Pearl's iconic dagger of a nose. And as much as I love long hair Garnet, the afro just can't be beat. It's so satisfying to look at and draw. Amethyst might be the one design where I truly prefer the pilot over the series, but she also had the smallest changes compared to the other two gems. Then there's shows like OKKO, where the style shifted with the times. The pilot, Lakewood Plaza Turbo, fits right in with a lot of cartoon-era comedies from the early 2010s, while still standing on its own. It almost looks a little Newgroundsy, which makes sense given Ian's origins with both webcomics and web animations. But the main series falls in line with that simplified cutesy art style a lot of shows in the later half of the decade featured, yet it works a lot better for KO than its peers. This style fits KO's innocent worldview, and it enables the characters to be even more expressive than they were before. It can be wholesome, it can be silly, it can be cool, it can be grotesque. To quote creator Ian JQ, the show is based on the idea of a world of notebook doodles and amateur fan art come to life, which is why we chose to draw it this way. Not to mention the final look has a lot more sauce than the original series, as the line art has a pencil texture, and by the third season, there's a beautiful grain that makes everything look so good. Finally, there's Gravity Falls, which has some pretty drastic differences between the pilot and main series. My gut reaction to the pilot style is, wow, this looks Canadian! Because it was produced in Canada. Shout out to House of Cool. But seriously, looking at this pilot still kind of blows my mind after watching the series 100 times over. What do you mean they used to look like this? The characters have more detail than in the final product. Things like the blush in their cheeks or the details in Dipper's hat. Dipper and Mabel also look older, more like teenagers, which is probably because they have slightly longer necks and Dipper's wing-like hair just changes the vibe. Stan looks awesome in this pilot. I definitely prefer how he looks in season 2 above any other look, but this original design feels a lot more personal. More Alex Hirsch than Alex Hirsch streamlining his style so it's easier to animate. For as charming as this pilot style is though, it's hard to deny that the final series absolutely mogs it. The line weight, the detailed close-ups, and the backgrounds that make you want to overanalyze every frame, it's simplified, but not simple. The look of the pilot will always pique my curiosity, as I can't help but wonder what characters like Gideon, Ford, or even Bill would have looked like, but it's something I can never dwell on for too long. And there you have it. I didn't get to touch on every show I wanted to, as a lot of the changes came down to the same reason, streamlining things for animation, but I think I managed to touch on most of the big ones. And TMNT fans, let me live for another day. What show do I think looks better from the rest? You'll never know. A lot of cartoons are usually created when a studio is looking for new ideas and turns to their in-house talent, developing an idea into a pilot, and in the best case scenario, that pilot lands a full series pickup. But sometimes things don't work out despite the show being a fantastic idea. Maybe a network will pass on it, or it'll run for a season or two before getting the axe. Either way, these shows need a hero, and once in a blue moon, one will emerge to rescue it from the clutches of wasted potential. You guys really dig these kind of videos that get into the nitty-gritty of animation. So today, we're gonna take a look at instances where cartoons change channels, examining why these shows switched homes, how they changed as a result, and if these changes were for the better.
Hurry up! We're not even supposed to be on this channel!
But you almost were, Double D! Why do you think your shirt is orange?
That's true. That's like 100%. Everything you said was true.
Adventure Time deserves to be on the Mount Rushmore of animation, saving Cartoon Network from its first big dark age, with Finn and Jake practically becoming mascots for the channel throughout the 2010s. And now it's keeping the Cartoon Network brand alive, with spin-offs like the young adult geared Fiona and Cake, the upcoming side quest show milking the series for all the one-offs they can muster, and BMO's preschool show. Now that's a role model the kids deserve. Yet, there was almost a world where Finn and Jake weren't rubbing shoulders with Mordecai or Gumball, but SpongeBob and Aang. That's right, Adventure Time almost winded up on Nickelodeon. A common fun fact among the fandom that only gets crazier as the years pass, given its immortal status over at Warner Discovery. Nickelodeon commissioned the pilot as a part of their Random Cartoons program back in 2008, although it leaked online a year prior in 2007 and went viral. This era was the first time absurd humor really took over the internet, so the short had no trouble thriving.
What's going on? Abraham Lincoln?
Ben, your mind has been transported back in time.
At first glance, it's not all that different from its Cartoon Network counterpart. Finn and Jake are palling around, learn that the Ice King is back on his bullshit, and spring into action. What'll immediately stand out to the viewer is our main protagonist. Finn's name is Penn, clearly being based on the creator Pendleton Ward. His hat has a curve at the bottom, which admittedly does throw me off a bit, as I always found his hat blending into the shape of his body to be visually satisfying. It's a top-tier character design. But minor changes to the characters and art style aside, the biggest difference between Nick's Adventure Time pilot and the final product on Cartoon Network is the lack of any and all implications of lore. The Land of Ooo isn't the result of an apocalyptic event, it's just a wacky environment where chaos can unravel at any moment, which is perfect for the late 2000s. Kids' cartoons with grand narratives were around, but they weren't at the top of the chain, probably because Adventure Time popularized it. It was a silly cartoon with a lot of heart and a lot of promise. So why did Nick pass on it? This thing had a fan base before the pilot hit cable and was built for hundreds of episodes. How could the network that's been hungry for a new SpongeBob for years possibly turn it down? They thought it was too weird. Oh, okay. So this, and this was fine. But we're drawing a line at the crazy old man who abducts women. Actually, now that I said it out loud, that tracks. On a serious note, while it's easy to point and laugh at Nick for letting a massive hit like this slip through their Cheeto-colored fingers, I get why they didn't bite. Adventure Time lacked a lot of what Nickelodeon looked for in a cartoon. Its setting wasn't grounded in reality, eliminating locations like school, the mall, or even a place of work, which are commonplace in Nick shows. Even SpongeBob worked in some of these staples. Finn has no parental figures, his best friend is pushing 30. When they say it's weird, I don't think they're referring to the humor. I think they were just concerned about relatability and producing a show that could be engaging while imparting valuable life lessons onto the audience. Little did they know, it blossomed into exactly that. Most people look at the pilot and say, oh, thank God they didn't stick with Nick because it would have been canceled after 2 seasons. But even if they kept it around longer than most shows, I don't think it would have evolved into the Adventure Time we know and love today. Nickelodeon is a network that wants shows to have their shit figured out as quickly as possible. For example, Jimmy Neutron and Fairly OddParents can have continuity, but they never had a shot at becoming story-driven in their heyday. They started out largely episodic and died episodic. Any semblance of serialization was often reserved for special events. Meanwhile, shows like Danny Phantom and especially Avatar always made it clear that even if every episode isn't connected, there was a bigger picture at play and an end goal in mind. All of these shows maintained a pretty consistent tone from start to finish. But book 1 was so lighthearted compared to the rest of Avatar. My guy, Aang finds the decayed corpses of his people 3 episodes into the series. The show always knew how to get dark and twist the knife. Point is, I think Nick's Adventure Time would have remained the absurd, low-stakes comedy that it started out as. It would have never become the hilarious, philosophical epic with compelling character arcs and an overarching story, and never would have gotten as many spin-offs and specials that it has. Events like Stakes and Islands probably would have never happened. At most, they would have been hour-long TV movies that wouldn't have landed as well. I also shudder to think how much they would have capitalized on Finn's love life. Did you see what they did to iCarly once shippers made their presence known? Good God. Nickelodeon has never been much of a risk-taker channel, despite two of their biggest animated franchises arguably being huge risks. Meanwhile, Cartoon Network, who was all about experimentation, found themselves in a tough spot and desperately needed to breathe new life into their catalog. So when Adventure Time was looking for a new home, it didn't take long for the two to realize that they really gelled. And now, the fun will never end. Literally never. Never.
Never.
When you look into Phineas and Ferb's backstory, it feels like it took 104 years to get these 104 days of summer onto TV. In reality, it only took 17.
Don't worry, Pops. We're almost to your room.
Dan and Swampy were pitching around different networks, including Cartoon Network and the Fumble Masters over at Nickelodeon, only to be sadly met with rejection. But I don't want to tell their story for them, so I'll leave it to two other black dudes.
We sat across from each other at The Simpsons. We were laughing at the same jokes, and we ended up as a writing team on Rocko's Modern Life. We created Phineas and Ferb while we were there as a means of letting us work together more as writers. This was like 16 years ago.
God, we're old.
It wasn't like we pitched it to every network more than once. We pitched it to 4 different places. We'd get real close, they'd say no, so we put it back on the show for a couple years. Then I've got a pitch over at Cartoon Network, I'll dust it back off and pitch it to them. If they say no, I'll dust it back off and pitch it to Nickelodeon.
2 reasons we kept at it. 1, we are stubborn. And 2, it's always been the show we wanted to make more than the others. With all the stuff we've seen coming on the air, this one is really the best. There's no reason to throw it away and move on. Every time you read it, you think, this is a good show.
It was really the show we wanted to see. If this was on air, I'd watch it. And I don't feel that way about every show I work on.
The show has a level of plot complexity they won't let most people do.
That was actually the reason it didn't get picked up until now. Fox Kids wanted to put it on their next season. We had a couple meetings with them. At Nickelodeon, it kept going up higher and higher to the next echelon. Everyone loved it, but they eventually thought it was too complex to pull off. Disney was the first to say, let's see if you can do it in 11 minutes. We did it in a pilot, and they said, let's see if you can do it for 26 episodes.
Thanks, y'all. The check will be in the mail.
You're not paying us.
You caught me. It's a DoorDash gift card.
I use Postmates, dick.
To be fair to all these networks that passed on Phineas and Ferb, it is absolutely a complex show. And usually complex means a lot of money, which networks famously do not like spending. Every episode has 2 completely separate storylines that have to converge by the end, even if they feel a little fill-in-the-blank ad-libby sometimes. One of these storylines involving some insane new idea Phineas and Ferb came up with, and the other sees Doofenshmirtz whip up a new inator. Not to mention the whole musical aspect, which is already challenging on a writing level. But when it comes to animation, that sounds like it could be a nightmare. A new endeavor every episode means that the design department is going to be busy. The show constantly requires new assets, which doesn't sound very economical. I think when networks are shopping for a new show, they aren't just looking for a good idea, but something they can churn episodes out of without major delay. This sounds like a show where if a team gets stuck on one episode and ends up missing deadlines, the whole thing could get backed up. They managed to make it work with the evergreen setting of the backyard and Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated. But even then, the A story doesn't always stay in the same place for long. Even if you're not constantly whipping up new backgrounds, shenanigans like the Finadroids and Furbots, backyard beach parties, and Swinter back to back to back don't sound like a walk in the park. And obviously the show got a lot more ambitious as it went on. Not that many studios could foot the bill compared to Disney. They were producing all their shows in HD just for sick kicks back in the day. I think the biggest thing we gained from Phineas and Ferb migrating to Disney Channel over the competition is the amount of songs we got out of it. Something tells me that if the show didn't end up at Disney, the songs would have been few and far between, instead of a huge part of the show's identity. Maybe that's because there weren't that many shows from the big 3 kids networks that embraced having a ton of songs without it being the main appeal. Shows like Class of 3000 and Victorious had a ton of music, but those were the driving force of the marketing baked into the show's premise. What drew you into Phineas and Ferb was simply watching these 2 brothers have cooler lives at 10 than you will at 30. Wondering how Doof and Perry's beef would whisk away the boys' invention this week. The music was for sure another reason to come back for more, but you hardly saw the show being advertised as a musical. But because of how much effort it takes to include in every single episode, adding to its complexity, something tells me Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network would have had a quirky song here and there, but generally it would have been been reserved for a musical special or two, like Fairly OddParents School's Out, instead of something you can get multiple albums out of. I feel like Phineas and Ferb is why shows like Adventure Time and Steven Universe were able to capitalize on music. A rival network proved that it's a worthwhile inclusion. I shudder to imagine a timeline where Disney didn't score this show, considering that it carried their animated division for a bit. Kim Possible was ending, and we were a few years off from Fishhooks and Gravity Falls. The impact this show had on Disney cannot be understated. It was so powerful that they moved premieres to XD for a while, recognizing that this cartoon could get viewers hooked to a brand new channel. Even now, a decade after its conclusion, the boys are coming back to hold down the fort, which goes to show the importance of never giving up on your dreams, even if it takes far longer to achieve than you planned. Stick to your guns, and you might end up saving a network, or at least be life support. Star vs. the Forces of Evil premiered on Disney XD in 2015 with the expectation that it become the flagship show, with Phineas and Gravity Falls heading out the door. It never got as big as the aforementioned tunes, but it still managed to be one of the most popular animated series of the 2010s. Which means it's another show Nick fumbled, although this fumble was definitely for the better. The original premise of Star is drastically different from what we ended up with. Star isn't a magical princess from another dimension. Instead, she's a normal 5th grader who thinks she's a superhero from beyond the cosmos, a la Superman. Star attempts to help people around her city with her imaginary powers, even if they don't want her to. Star truly believes that her powers and home planet are real, interacting with monsters who aren't really there, and casting spells that only she can see. The show actually has a nod towards its original premise in Storm the Castle.
You like magic, little girl?
The pitch Bible does say that they wanted to leave the existence of the fantasy world up to interpretation, but I think that setup is ripe for an ending where Star lets go of her fantasy world, embracing that it's time to grow up. Or they would bring her creativity full circle and flash forward to a grown-up Star who is a successful author, turning her fantasy world into a book series. Obviously, magic is very real in the series. Instead of a fantasy world Star made up in her head, she hails from the kingdom of Muni, and she isn't trying to be some protector of the city. Instead, her parents ship her off to Earth with the mission to mature as a person, hoping to prepare her for the day she becomes Queen of Muni. No magic also means we lose a lot of characters. Maybe Ponyhead would have made the cut as an imaginary pal, but no Ludo, no Glossaric, no Toffee, no Eclipsa? Why even live? Another huge difference between Nick Star and Disney Star is the lack of one Marco Diaz in the Nick pilot, which blows my mind because he's a huge component of the show's identity as its second lead, being based on Darren FC's husband. Maybe he wasn't in the picture yet, so the inspiration for Marco simply didn't exist. Instead of her karate-chopping, hoodie-loving BFF, Star had two childhood best friends named Mallory and Jenna, who now can't stand her in the present day. They are bitter at the world for their lack of popularity, and seem to take it out on Star, as presumably associating with her has tanked their own reputation. This version of Star feels like it would have been a lot more cynical for the sake of highlighting Star's relentless optimism. To quote the pitch Bible, the world that Star is attempting to be a superhero in is not an easy one. She lives in an apartment of her mom in a rundown neighborhood a block away from her mother's antique store. Her grade school is pretty rundown as well. It has a lot of kids, ranging from kindergarten to 6th grade. Damn, they had all the seasons covered. Her school has a fair share of its ugly bullies, mean girls, and fed-up teachers. Despite this, Star loves running around her neighborhood looking for adventures and people to help. She contrasts with her surrounding. It's so interesting to me that the whole world is against Star here, as you see the exact opposite in the Disney series, where the students of Echo Creek adore Star and are endeared by all of her quirks. I kinda hate Jenna and Mallory. These bums have nothing on Jana or Marco. Because this idea is so drastically different from the Star we know, it's apparent that this iteration of the show wouldn't have become as story-driven as Disney XD's Star. And a lore whore like me isn't very fond of that fact. Not because I don't love my episodic comedies, but because the lore in Star rocks. As for why Nick passed on the show, there doesn't seem to be a concrete answer out there. But I do think it likely struggled to stand out from cartoons they already had on air, like The Mighty Bee and Making Fiends. This version of Star is pretty much an amalgamation of both. Bessie envisioning herself as a superhero that she'll totally become when she collects every honeybee badge, and Charlotte being a relentless optimist surrounded by pieces of Combined with the fact that neither of these shows were smash hits, getting screwed over like every other Nicktoon, I think this was a reasonable rejection, and we got a way better show out of it. I don't want this entire video to be centered around rejected pilots that ultimately amount to Nickelodeon looks goofy, so let's have a little lightning round. The Brown Family. There was a pilot produced for Nick, it ended up at Disney, and that probably gave it the budget for an absurd amount of guest stars. Ed, Edd, and Eddy. Pitched to Nick, they wanted full creative control. Danny Antonucci said f*** off. Cartoon Network let him have full creative control. The rest is history. Any channel but Cartoon Network would have probably forced in more characters, and the school setting would have shown up way before season 5. 12 Forever. Pilot was produced for Cartoon Network, they turned it down, and I don't think they regret it. What happens when a show doesn't just change channels, but its entire nationality? You get seasons 2 through 6 of Johnny Test. I feel like Johnny Test is a very divisive show on the internet because on one hand, this was a staple of a lot of people's childhood. Reruns carried summer afternoons in the late 2000s to mid 2010s. And on the other hand, it's kinda cheap and annoying. But what if I told you it wasn't always like that and only happened once it switched studios and by extension, channels? You see, season 1 of Johnny Test was produced in the United States by Warner Bros. Animation for Kids WB, and like a lot of Western animation, it aired on Teletoon in Canada. Although it was always a co-production between the United States and Canada, the 2006 merger between UPN and the WB led to budget cuts. Johnny Test was way too popular to kick the bucket, so after a brief hiatus, Canada's Cookie Jar Entertainment took over production full-time, making it more of a Teletoon show in my eyes. Still airing on Kids WB in the US until season 3, which concluded with a finale that was clearly meant to be the end of the show as a whole, but because kids loved it, it got renewed for a season 4 and pivoted to Cartoon Network in the West. Cookie Jar taking over production had an unfathomable impact on the quality and tone of the series. Visually, it was clear they had less money to work with, no longer being animated on paper with the old digital ink and paint approach, and switching to Adobe Flash. Even as a kid, I could tell that the switch took all the sauce from the animation. Just some dry-ass chicken. The series also just felt way less ambitious as it went on. It used to really embody what it meant to be a Saturday morning cartoon, never taking itself too seriously while still prioritizing the rule of cool, and establishing a neat Freak of the Week format. We're watching Johnny slowly build a rogues gallery when he's just trying to have fun. After the switch to Cookie Jar though, the show became a lot more formulaic and acted as a sitcom above anything else, really relying on the assets they already had made, as the same characters were popping up over and over to make the same predictable jokes. A big part of it is seasonal rot, as creator Scott Fellow still wrote a majority of the episodes until the last couple of seasons, and I think he just got burnt out after the show hit its natural endpoint. But another factor is that we've lost the Warner Bros. Crew. Even if the writing staff remained largely the same, artists really shape a show's identity and help inform the story in ways you wouldn't even think of. The new studio, while working on the show for much longer, just didn't have that connection of building Johnny Test from the ground up, and I think it led to a pretty bland version of the show. Netflix picked up a reimagining of the series for 2 seasons, which ran from 2021 to 2022, produced at Wild Brain Studios, which felt like it was trying to blend what worked about the 2 versions of the show to decent results. It didn't really stick with me, but that's probably because I aged out the target demographic a long time ago. Futurama is a series that has hopped around multiple networks without being rebooted once. Premiering on Fox, rerunning the Fox era on Adult Swim, eventually getting revived by Comedy Central, and now it's back for more on Hulu. The show has managed to stay focused on the Planet Express crew throughout all of this, but each era of the show definitely has its own identity. The Fox era, being prime Futurama, has more world building and lore payoffs, lots of teases, and character introductions like Nibbler and Leela's parents. The stories are a little more focused on the core cast, like Leela getting a second eye or Fry's girlfriend coming back. The Comedy Central era is where we see the show switch to HD. While the original series never shied away from topical episodes, the Comedy Central era dips into the more, tackling subjects like the iPhone or Obama's birth certificate through Senator Chris Travers.
Well, Barack is what it says on my birth certificate.
Yeah, you might want to hold on to that.
Returning characters are brought back, but in a more natural way. Callbacks are smaller parts of episodes. Planet Express deliveries noticeably become less common too. The Hulu era loves to have all the Planet Express crew involved in the main story, so they can chime in for a gag or two. It's no secret they lean into topical stuff more than ever, like NFTs and COVID, but also just topic-based episodes in general, like Beanie Babies. And while that one has a sci-fi twist ending, full-on sci-fi oriented premises are a rarity, usually reserved for big season finale episodes. What I adore most about the Hulu era is that there are a lot more sequel episodes to the previous eras, something that I think they're able to pull off, as the entire series being on Hulu can encourage a rewatch. If you're tuning in for just the new stuff, but don't remember whatever they're calling back to, you might end up starting over from episode 1, which benefits Hulu. If I have one major complaint about the Hulu era, the animation quality took a dip. A lot of streaming services aren't putting in as much money into their animated series nowadays, and it shows. Sucks, because I could see Futurama looking phenomenal if they gave it the flair it deserves. Adult Swim has a reputation for saving adult animation that's gotten screwed over at other networks, although these revivals are few and far between. One of the most notable being Home Movies, which is a personal favorite of mine. Brendan Small just wants to make his silly little movies with his silly little friends, but he has a knack for getting into shenanigans. Like when he got hit by a car, and unfortunately for him, it was totally his fault, but instead of owning up to it, he made a dramatic reenactment to support his case, which included a rock number about why running over kids is bad.
Hit it, boys! Don't kill children, don't let them over!
Premiering on UPN in 1999, the series only lasted 5 measly episodes before getting canned. The remaining 8 episodes went unaired until Adult Swim picked up the series in 2001, where it would run for 3 more seasons. The most notable change about the Adult Swim era is that it abandoned the squiggle vision technique inherited from Dr. Katz and switched to Flash. Cheaper for the network and easier on the eyes of viewers, a lot of who were turned off because of squiggle vision. While I've come to appreciate the season 1 style over the years, childhood nostalgia recognizes season 2 onwards as the definitive look for home movies to me. Quality-wise, the series just got better on Adult Swim. For the most part, it was business as usual. But it was easy to notice that there was a bigger focus on continuity for a bit, far from serialized. But the presence of characters like Brendan's father, Andrew, made it so being up to date wouldn't hurt. It's insane to think that Home Movies isn't a tried and true Adult Swim original, as it's a series that's synonymous with the network to me. When I hear that piano that kicks off the theme song, I flash back to sneak watching Adult Swim in my childhood. I don't think UPN regretted canceling the show at all, because it simply wasn't the best fit for their target demographic. UPN viewers liked dramas and live-action sitcoms. There's a reason their run of unconventional adult animation didn't last long, but that highlights the beauty in rescuing shows. It allows for them to find the right audience, and the inception of Adult Swim enabled a ton of adult animation to connect with the people they were truly made for. It also allows them to make the competition look dumb as f***. Tuca and Birdie, a sort of sister show to BoJack Horseman. Created by Lisa Hannawalt, who worked on the Talking Horse dramedy, Tuca and Birdie follows 2 titular best friends living in the same apartment complex as they navigate through adulthood and try to get their shit together. And there's Speckle, Birdie's boyfriend. We love Speckle here. Premiering on Netflix in May of 2019, a year prior to the conclusion of BoJack Horseman, this should have been an easy layup for the streaming service. Getting that audience hooked onto a brand new anthropomorphic animated series that's different from BoJack, but still offers multifaceted characters and stories that unpack the effects of trauma. Unfortunately, Netflix denied it time to flourish, canceling the series just 2 months after its premiere in July 2019. So Adult Swim decided to capitalize on the series themselves, announcing that they ordered a brand new season in May of 2020, which premiered 2 years after its cancellation in June 2021. And because it was airing on Adult Swim, episodes were hitting HBO Max shortly after, which means they effectively jacked an original series from their competition. So if you're someone who found this series on Netflix one random afternoon and now you need more, the other 2/3 are on another streaming service. Better pay up. You could tell Adult Swim really believed in the series too, putting their best foot forward with marketing, a stark contrast from how Netflix wrote out the series. I think the only real significant change between the Netflix and Adult Swim eras of the show is that the Adult Swim seasons felt a bit more episodic, with overarching storylines that were digestible on a weekly basis. If you've never seen the show before, you might need to pick up on context clues, but you'd still have a good time. Season 1 was designed to be binged. It was a lot harder to drop in on a random episode and follow what was going on. Also, no more plant titties! Damn you, standards and practices! What's the point of life if the bird cartoon doesn't have plant titties? Unfortunately, Adult Swim did cancel the series in 2022 after season 3. I think a lot of factors were at play, such as cable's dwindling viewership, the fact it's a 22-minute series whereas most Adult Swim shows are 11 minutes, which means it was pricier to produce, and animation at Warner Discovery has been struggling in general ever since Davey Zaza took over. Still, these birds getting a second chance at life and running twice as long as they did over at Netflix is nothing to sneeze at. Don't be sad that it's over. Be mad! Fuck this guy! We've covered shows that were pitched from one network but ended up on another, and shows that started on one network before migrating to a new home. So let's finish this out with a show that didn't just switch channels, but transcended to an entirely new demographic. Ren and Stimpy's Adult Party Cartoon. I don't want to talk about this one. Samurai Jack. One of the greatest Cartoon Network shows of all time, chronicling the journey of a nameless samurai who gets flung into the future by the embodiment of evil, Aku. As a largely episodic series, Samurai Jack ended without a proper conclusion, getting canceled by the Big CN in 2004. Although fans were always interested in a continuation, their wishes were eventually answered, not only with a comic continuation, but a 5th and final season announced for Adult Swim in 2015, premiering about 2 years later on Toonami in 2017. Despite my gripes with the season, I really admire how the leap from a kids network to an adult network is baked into the narrative. Jack's grappling with suicidal ideation. He has to take human lives for the very first time. And we have this banger from Scaramouche. They could have gone buck wild with blood and swearing, but instead they sprinkle it all throughout the season. You can count how often both happen on your fingers. Gendy knew how to age the series up with the audience and have it feel truly mature, instead of constantly leaning into edginess for the hell of it. The season's also completely serialized. Every episode in this season builds upon the last, as the series finally crosses the finish line. Granted, they had to take another lap and change the ending in a video game, but hey, I'll take it! Admittedly, I wasn't super fond of the completely serialized aspect, as I was really interested in seeing how its habit of episodic stories would have played out without the restrictions of a kid's network. But I understand why they did it. I'll always respect dedicating an arc to Jack's decaying mental health. 10 episodes wasn't nearly enough in my opinion. There are some major pacing and execution issues in the back half of the season, but the sheer existence of this revival is something I'll always admire. It goes to show that kids' cartoons can age up with the viewers that were locked in with them when they were new on the block. Just never do this shit again. With Invincible being one of the biggest animated series of our generation, people love pitting Viltrumites against various fictional characters, usually from comics or anime, but we seldom see them go up against the likes of other cartoons, despite Invincible thriving in an animated medium. And I think that's kinda whack, because there are plenty of overpowered cartoon characters that could put Nolan, Anissa, or even Conquest in a body bag. So I assembled a list of over 10 characters from the most iconic animated series of all time, alongside some wildcards, to see if they could take on Viltrum's greatest soldiers. Don't think too hard about it, that's my job. Also, for simplicity's sake, I'm putting these characters up against Omni-Man in particular. Next to Mark, he's more or less the face of Invincible, but unlike his son, he can actually win most of his fights without completely destroying his body. Young Danny Fenton was just 14 when his parents built a very strange machine. Electroshock therapy. Danny Phantom has an insane arsenal of abilities that makes him a formidable foe for Omni-Man to deal with. Now, if Omni-Man is able to land a few solid blows on Danny, not holding back whatsoever, it's probably lights out. Luckily, a lot of Danny's ghost powers are great for playing defense. Not only does he have supernatural reflexes, durability, agility, endurance, and speed, he's also able to turn intangible, turn invisible, and he has spectral body manipulation, which makes him quite malleable. Omni-Man would have a hard time even touching Danny because the boy can just phase through all of his attacks and hide in plain sight with his invisibility. But obviously defense is half the battle. Even if he baited Nolan into using all of his stamina and tired him out, he'd still need to be able to finish the job. That's where his more offensive powers come into play. There are two specific abilities that I think gives Danny the edge over Nolan. As recently uncovered in Season 3 of Invincible, Viltrumites have a huge vulnerability to high-frequency noise. It throws off their equilibrium, practically immobilizes them, and could very well be fatal. And Danny's most powerful ability just so happens to be his Ghostly Wail, a supersonic blast consisting of pure ecto-energy that is capable of mass destruction. It was instrumental in Dark Danny's conquest of the future, reducing everything outside of an armored Amity part to rubble. Suffice to say, I think the Ghostly Wail could be the Viltrumite killer, or at the very least incapacitate them, leaving one open for a finishing blow. But there is one major drawback. The Ghostly Wail tends to be a last resort because it usually drains Danny of all his energy. His evil future counterpart managed to master it, using the ability without physical exhaustion, but considering he's a fusion of two half-ghosts, our Danny would probably have to train a lot harder to pull that off. Although he was able to use it 3 times in a row in the finale, so he very well could be getting a handle on it. Still, it'd only be wise to use it if he's absolutely sure Nolan's been worn down enough for it to work as a finishing blow. It's viable, but it's risky. Thankfully, there's one more trick he may have up his sleeve. Overshadowing, the ability to possess someone at will. Although, if their will is stronger than Danny's, the target can eject him from their body. When it comes to Nolan, I'm not sure if he has an unshakable will after Chicago. He's constantly at war with himself and considered ending his life before. And Danny's the type of guy to plead with his enemies, saying stuff like, "You don't have to do this." So the chances of him sending post-Chicago Nolan to a mental spiral are far from zero. Nolan would still be aggro, but he'd lack an iron will. If Danny has to 4-on-1 on Nolan, I don't think it'd take much to get in his head figuratively or literally, allowing him to hijack his body and, well, have you seen that one tweet about Elon with the Spider-Verse gif? Something like that, but into a black hole. So, could Danny Phantom beat and even kill Omni-Man? Yes. Yes, he can. And with the Ghostly Wail, I imagine he could take on a lot of the other Viltrumites as well. The Avatar, master of all 4 elements whose capabilities far surpass the average bender. With the synopsis for the new series hitting that the Avatar is way more powerful than we could have ever imagined, they could definitely contend with Omni-Man. But could they actually kill him? Well, that depends on which Avatar he's dealing with. For the sake of this thought experiment, let's look at both Aang and Korra, the 2 avatars we spent plenty of time with over the decades. Right off the bat, you have to have them in the Avatar state. The heightened abilities provided by the Avatar state is their best bet at not only avoiding getting one-shotted into a pile of guts, but matching Nolan's brute strength with their own insane feats. Plus, the Avatar state helps them fly, so kind of a no-brainer. There are so many impressive things that normal benders can do, on top of the godlike acts only the Avatar can pull off, that it's hard for me to imagine a Viltrumite wiping the floor with them, at least without a great fight. Seasoned benders can form armor around their bodies with either earth bending or water bending, alongside various weapons. Water benders can heal themselves, although obviously this isn't instantaneous, even if they're the Avatar. Water benders also have blood bending on their side, allowing them to puppet around their opponent's body, render them unconscious, and all sorts of dark shit we haven't seen in an Avatar show yet, like the ability to crush someone's internal organs. That's canon, we made a video about it. I definitely think Viltrumites are just as susceptible to bloodbending as anyone else. Strength be damned! You're fighting the Avatar. Airbenders are already hard to lay a hand on, but with air being everywhere in the atmosphere, they have an advantage fighting in the sky, or just about anywhere. The most lethal advantage being the ability to siphon air from the lungs of their targets, suffocating them in the process. Granted, Viltrumites can hold their breath for a long time, so it's possible that Nolan could break free before enough air is taken out of his lungs for him to choke. Now, this is a minor comic spoiler, skip to the timestamp on screen if you don't want to hear it, but apparently Viltrumites have a weakness to intense heat, which leads me to believe that firebending is going to be one of Korra and Aang's most vital elements in this brawl, especially since the Avatar state enables enhanced heat control, which allows them to alter temperatures. There's also combustion bending, which, even if it doesn't blow a Viltrumite into pieces, it could do some damage. All of these elements also allow them to create and weaponize natural disasters. Air vortexes, tsunamis, earthquakes, fire comets, you name it. I haven't even gotten to all of the insane shit various avatars have pulled off. Kiyoshi creating Kiyoshi Island by splitting the peninsula of Yokoya, Korra tearing open a portal to the spirit world, Zeto lava bending multiple volcanoes, Aang raising the freaking sea level. Hell, the new Avatar series is on the horizon, and allegedly, Korra was able to reshape the entire world into 7 havens. We definitely need some more context on that, but surely that gives Viltrum a run for their money. Suffice to say, I think both Aang and Korra would be capable of ending a Viltrumite like Nolan, but obviously there's a giant elephant in the room that accompanies this whole idea. Aang is against killing. He'll avoid taking lives at any cost, and despite the cruelty of the Viltrum Empire, I don't know if the threat of one is enough to push him past the breaking point. As crazy as that may sound, he might get killed before he gets the chance to defeat one with non-lethal means. Holding back and finding a different resolution would be his downfall. Korra, however, isn't as opposed to taking a life when the lives of innocents are on the line. She already put her uncle in a body bag, and I imagine she'd understand quickly that a fight with a Viltrumite is a fight to the death. So yeah, Aang can't get the job done, Korra can. And it just comes down to morality. Korra haters, please don't hurt me. However, I do wonder if it's possible for Aang or any avatar to nerf a Viltrumite via bloodbending or energy bending. I know Aang is against bloodbending as it's regarded as a dark art, but just stick with me here. Amon was able to use bloodbending to block the chi paths for other benders, reducing them to ordinary humans. And energy bending is a huge enigma that we don't fully understand. But if these are able to block bending, is it possible that they could be used on aliens like Viltrumites to block or at least severely downgrade their abilities? Like, could blood bending or energy bending block their ability to fly? Could it slow down their healing factor? What about their speed or strength? Since we don't know for sure, I'm not going to qualify it, but I still want to throw it out there as something to ponder about. That yeah, maybe Aang could take one down without taking their life. Chew on that.
Made you think.
The Powerpuff Girls are basically mini Viltrumites themselves while having plenty of abilities that outclass them. What can I say? Chemical X is one hell of a drug. They share the ability to fly, and their enhanced strength, speed, stamina, durability, and so on. But they also have heat vision, X-ray vision, night vision. They can generate fire and tornadoes. They're immune to extreme temperatures. They have specialized team attacks. They knocked Mojo into another universe in that Jellystone crossover. They all have their own individual special abilities like Blossom's Ice Breath. Bubbles has an affinity for electricity. Buttercup is just the fastest and strongest. Most importantly, they all have something we established as a silver bullet for fighting Viltrumites. Supersonic screams. This honestly isn't even a debate. The girls can keep up with Viltrumites in pretty much every area, on top of all their advantages. Like the fact there's 3 of them. So I think they can take out Nolan after a pretty good fight. Nolan would have to rely on either leverage, like threatening innocent lives, especially Professor Utonium, or throw the girls off their game by messing with their head and riling them up. If he can have them erratic, unfocused, and ideally split up, he might be able to take them out. But I think it's more likely that Blossom will hit him with her ice breath and have him frozen long enough to move them into space, or at least very high up in the sky, where one of them can spam the supersonic scream, while the other 2 go nuts and put him out of his misery. Now, if we're talking conquest, I mean, Mark was able to take him down after Eve hit him with her ultimate, and I don't think it's too far-fetched that the girls could whack him with a similar blast and beat him into submission. Presumably, they're a lot more durable than Mark or Eve, so it's going to be harder for conquest to knock them down. Not to mention, they don't have arms and legs. They have, like, stubs. So good luck karate chopping their limbs and having their bones pop out.
Not gonna happen, Conquest.
Alright, you know I had to bring Ben 10 into this, simply because the Omnitrix has an expansive library of alien DNA, capable of scanning new ones at any moment and allowing Ben to transform into those aliens. So I assume we would all immediately jump to the idea of him scanning Viltrumite DNA and engaging in Mortal Kombat. I also can't help but wonder if he has any aliens already in the Omnitrix who could give even the most powerful Viltrumites a hard time. To ensure we really do Ben justice, I want to hand it off to one of the Ben 10 experts. Someone who's quickly climbing the ranks of action cartoon channels on this platform, Dan Boy Wonder. Take it away, homie.
Ben 10 is looked at as one of the strongest characters in fiction these days, and I strongly believe he has the capability to beat Omni-Man. While Viltrumites are a powerful race and Nolan was one of their top soldiers, Ben would already be well equipped to handle someone like Nolan. Ben's catalog of aliens gives Ben the potential to match up with anyone he goes against. In this case against Nolan, Ben would frequent between his powerhouse aliens like Forearms, Humongousaur, and Waybig, who would be his best option in a battle of strength against Nolan. And if Ben wanted to, he could add to his strength options by of course scanning Nolan's DNA and becoming a Viltrumite himself. While a Viltrumite transformation for Ben, who I would call indestructible, could help Ben in this fight, I don't think that would be his path to victory. There's a chance that Nolan's thousands of years of experience could come back to bite Ben in a Viltrumite versus Viltrumite battle, as I'm sure Nolan has tons of experience fighting his own kind, which, you know, we actually do see him do that a lot in the show. So instead, I think Ben should rely on his other and more unique transformations, like a Gravitac, whose gravity abilities could help Ben nullify Nolan's insane movement speeds. You also have Goop, who has been shown to restrain many superpowered individuals, and if Nolan's strength is a problem, Goop would be able to absorb most of his hits. Season 3 of Invincible showcased Viltrumite's weakness to a certain pitch of sound, and this information could be vital to Ben since he has access to Echo Echo, an alien who is made of sound and can manipulate it heavily. Now the pitch is very specific, so Echo Echo would have to figure out exactly what it is, but considering his duplication ability and his mastery of sound, where he can do things like send his sound waves through his cell phone, I believe Ben could find the pitch just through trial and error. You also have to take into account Ben's ability to switch between these forms, which could cause massive problems for Nolan. Now Nolan of course is no slouch. He's held his own against overwhelming odds before, like in season 2 where he and Mark took on 3 other Viltrumites, or in season 1 when he took on the Guardians of the Globe. But in that fight against the Guardians, that did take a lot of energy out of Nolan, showing that there is a chance he can be overwhelmed. Ben's arsenal of aliens could prove too much for Nolan to handle, and that's without me even mentioning some of his more powerful aliens like an Atomics or a Clockwork, or even the Omnitrix's failsafe that prevents Ben from dying. I also feel like I'm forgetting something else that Ben has, like this really powerful alien who's practically a god. He can do shit like, you know, bring back the entire world if it was blown up, but I don't know, maybe I'm tripping, but you know, either way, yeah, Ben solos.
Bill Cipher is a near omnipotent dream demon who can do literally anything. I could lay out all of his powers, or you can just check out this video later. But long story short, he's a reality warper whose only known weakness is a magic barrier tailor-made to fend him off, and a zodiac consisting of 10 specific people that ultimately didn't work because of bickering. The catch, however, is that he doesn't have a physical form in the real world, and without one, he's just stuck in the nightmare realm and the mindscape. So if he found a way to penetrate the world of Invincible with a gateway that allows him to cross over into the real world, it's GG's. Not a single Viltrumite alive can stop him. If they get too close to him, they're just going to get repelled and petrified, or turned into marketable merchandise like a bong. But as long as he's in the mindscape, just trying to find a pawn he can make a deal with, so he can orchestrate an elaborate way to infiltrate their world, then Nolan's probably fine. At that point, it's just up to Nolan to resist Bill's manipulation, which, depending at the point he's at in his character arc, he might fall for it hook, line, and sinker. If Bill came to him after the Chicago incident and claimed he had a way to give Nolan his old life on Earth back, Nolan might take the bait, only to wind up possessed and used as another vessel. Bill using Nolan as a vessel sounds very messy, and I can only imagine that the death toll would be in the millions. That includes all of the remaining Viltrumites. But if Bill came to him before the Chicago incident, or after Nolan started to reform on Thraxa, I can't see the evil little Dorito getting his way. Nolan's gonna tell him to screw off, cause he won't be as desperate. Even in prison, Bill wouldn't be able to get him to crack because Alan would communicate telepathically and probably drop in on the conversation, ruining Bill's whole pitch. So, could Bill Cipher take on Omni-Man? Maybe. He either already needs to have a physical form, or get very lucky in finding a vessel that could take on Viltrumites. Neither of which are an easy task. Though he might be able to sway Conquest into a deal, given the soldier's show exclusive confession about his severe loneliness. Bill offering him companionship and an outlet to reinvent himself without compromising his status on Viltrum. Of course, he'd just jack his body and take it for a joyride. Bill, of all people, having complete control over Conquest would probably yield the end of the universe as we know it, so hope that doesn't happen. This is probably where I start pissing people off because Rick and Morty is either a show you like or despise with great intensity. I just couldn't help but to throw the cynical asshat of a scientist in here because he's probably one of the only few human beings without explicit superpowers who could go toe to toe with a Viltrumite and live to tell the tale. This man has fought a god before and Well, I wouldn't say one, but the other guy's not alive anymore, so that's not nothing. Aside from his high intellect and absurd amount of protocols, he's pretty much Donald on steroids, with an absurd amount of cybernetic enhancements. Look at this! Bro's build is Doc Ock's dream, and Rick just casually patched it into his body. Not only does he have a suit that seems capable of taking any attack that's thrown at him, but he has this thing where he injects himself with a substance, shoots out a giant blobby version of himself, and then both of them have this orange force field around them that absorbs any kinetic energy from attacks, that then supercharges Rick and gives him a temporary boost in strength with that energy. We can't say for sure if this could tank a hit from a Viltrumite, but we have no reason to believe it wouldn't. And if Rick was able to clap someone's head off after getting whacked with some double-sided blades, I could only imagine that returning a blow from someone like Omni-Man or Conquest would knock them on their feet, if not flat out kill them if it's strong enough to pierce their skin. We also can't forget Rick's portal gun, a device that's used in combat plenty of times, and pretty much allows him to fight like Gangstrom, which we know is a pretty disorienting experience for Mark, being thrown into any dimension at a moment's notice and having to anticipate any incoming attacks from a portal. Considering Rick and Morty has shown that portals can very easily function as death traps, flying into one carelessly might be a fatal mistake for the opposing Viltrumite. Rick tends to be pretty well researched and has traversed much of the galaxy, so odds are, Viltrum would already be on his radar, with Rick already privy to their biggest secrets, so he'd have the gadgets necessary to take them on in battle, if not develop them over the course of a confrontation. How so? Well, Rick has a protocol that's active in every single dimension within the central finite curve, potentially even beyond it. Operation Phoenix. Whenever Rick kicks the bucket, his mind is uploaded into a brand new body, even if that means being reborn in another dimension. So if he died fighting a Viltrumite, he would just keep coming back like a cockroach, no matter what they do. If they found and destroyed a stash of cloned bodies waiting in one dimension, it still wouldn't be long before he's thrown out of a portal gun, good as new and ready to brawl. And every instance where he's killed just gives him a couple of minutes to head back to the lab, create whatever he needs to level the playing field, and spring back into action. I think he'd even be able to create a virus capable of killing Viltrumites. Mentioning that for...
Have you been sick again?
No particular reason. Unfortunately for the haters, Rick is just too OP for a Viltrumite to permanently put him 6 feet under, especially when he's fighting with infinite lives. His endurance would simply outlast theirs, especially because so much of his endurance relies on his pettiness, which he has an endless supply of. He's like a mortal if he didn't suck. Samurai Jack is a cartoon that's been on my mind a lot lately, really ever since I talked about it in the Animation That Changed Channels video. Sadly, if you asked me if Jack had a shot at taking on a Viltrumite, the answer would be a swift F no! He's skilled in many forms of combat and has picked up even more tricks during his time spent in the future. Yet, he's still just a human who often finds himself knocking on death's door when going against opponents who outclass him. He can't deal with the strength or speed of a Viltrumite. They'd kill him on the spot. He simply doesn't have a chance. Which leaves the other main character, the show's villain, Aku, the shape-shifting master of darkness. The literal embodiment of evil split off from a sinister black mass that the gods barely managed to destroy. Aku's effectively immortal. The only thing that can kill him are weapons forged by the deities, and the only known one in existence is Jack's sword, which is with Jack in the future. So already, Omni-Man wouldn't have any way of effectively harming Aku. Not that it even really matters, because Aku's stacked with incredible abilities that allowed him to conquer the world and rule it with an iron fist. It's already in his title, but the man can shapeshift, which is something he loves utilizing in combat. If he so desires, he can turn into a form that matches a Viltrumite's physique just for the mind games. Plus, he may be way easier to hit if he's humongous. Though it doesn't really matter, since no magic sword means no real damage has been dealt to him. He can multiply, he has eye beams, he can teleport, he can fling you through time, he can raise the dead, he can control the elements. Sorry, Avatar. He pretty much has Eve's matter manipulation ability, as he's shown to create something from nothing on numerous occasions. I think you get the idea. There's no limits to Aku's power, and much like Rick, he can do pretty much whatever the writers want him to do. I mean, he is capable of getting a cold, but not only did he bounce back, his sickness ended up being way more of a detriment to Jack than Aku himself. The samurai getting infected with Aku's evil and gradually getting taken over by that fragment of the ancient evil. Kinda like a symbiote, which actually brings me to the ability that drove me to include Aku in this. I think it's obvious that he would curb stop Omni-Man and even Conquest without much of a struggle, but I believe even one Viltrumite going up against him would lead to a fate worse than death for what remains of their empire. Aku can infect, possess, and corrupt various forms of life, even robots, imbuing them with his power and influence. Even if a Viltrumite can't measure up to Aku, they'd still be one of, if not the strongest alien race he's ever encountered. I believe that one encounter with a Viltrumite would result in Aku finding and possessing all of them, having a Viltrumite army under his wing to complete his conquest of the entire galaxy, retooling their mission to fit his image. Imagine how horrifying that would be for all the Viltrumites we've encountered to receive a massive boost in power that makes them impervious to any attack that isn't dealt with an enchanted blade. And they wouldn't retain any of their personalities. They'd just be cold, unfeeling weapons of mass destruction. This would induce a cosmic apocalypse. Everyone loses and everything suffers. Everything but the ultimate evil.
What we do here is go back.
Need something to throw on while you draw, study, or sleep? Roundtable Rewind's got you covered. So why not take a stroll down memory lane and subscribe?
No one can tell me what to do.
See you there. This is another show where the mirror inclusion will probably upset some people, but you just gotta hear me out. Steven Universe is probably the closest thing Cartoon Network has to a Saiyan. He can fly, he has super strength, super durability, super speed, enhanced agility, the ability to transform into a giant monster. All the dude is missing is Ki Blast. And with his mom being Pink Diamond, one of the most powerful gems in existence, he has a lot of unique abilities like healing, bringing the dead back to life, turning plants and even ordinary rocks into living beings capable of putting up a fight. He has a supersonic scream that's capable of permanently scarring gems, which his mom did on accident. He can create shields and barriers, which can be deadly. The list goes on. Not to mention, he's only getting stronger with age. He's also been in a similar position to where Mark was in the first 2 seasons, where he tries to hold back, but his emotions have gotten the better of him, and he ended up taking a life. For all of 2 seconds. Steven would be a pretty formidable warrior against a Viltrumite, but unfortunately for his fans in the audience, there's no shot he wins a fight against one. He has the same downfall as Aang, where despite his immense power, he doesn't fight with the intent to kill and wants to avoid such an outcome at all cost. Viltrumites carry the exact opposite sentiment in battle. They don't intend to leave their opponents alive, nor do they hold back, which already puts Steven at a disadvantage. Steven has to be pushed to the brink of insanity to reach the point of murder. And I think he only got there with Jasper because she knew how to push his buttons and they have a checkered past. Getting jumped by Omni-Man or Conquest would definitely make him upset, but I think he's prioritizing defense before throwing lethal hands. On top of all of this, Steven still has a human anatomy, despite being half gem, meaning if he gets hit hard enough to be impaled through the chest, or any of the other brutal executions we've seen in Invincible, it's game over. They could also just rip out his gem if not shatter it immediately, as Steven cannot survive without it. Though if you unleash just his gem half, that is another can of worms and it honestly might turn the tides. I think Steven's clearly losing this fight, but I still wanted to throw him in there because he's one of the most powerful Cartoon Network characters in spite of his soft reputation. Now his mom, Pink Diamond, aka Rose Quartz, might be able to actually take on a Viltrumite or two. Not only does she have all of Steven's powers, but she has less qualms of getting her hands dirty if it means protecting human life. Plus, she has very poor impulse control. And since she's fully gem, if she gets poofed, she can just reform. Although there's a big chance that Viltrumite could shatter her gemstone before that happens. Though it's already hard to poof a diamond, they're insanely durable, and the only time Pink was poofed was when she staged her death with a special blade that was designed to cut through any gem's physical form. I don't know. Give Pink some time to process what's going on, should she ever be attacked by Viltrumite, and I think she has a fair shot at packing them up with her supersonic screams and other absurd powers. Over the past few years, there have been a lot of power scaling debates with Word Girl and Omni-Man on TikTok, and I want in. There's a whole video about Word Girl's raw power and how she's a tortured soul trapped in a kid's cartoon by Noah Bolter, but to keep it simple, she's another take on Superman with a lot of the powers you would expect. Powers that Viltrumites also have. Super strength, super speed, super durable, you get the idea. Although she does have her advantages. Whereas Viltrumites can just hold their breath for up to 2 weeks at a time and apparently can't breathe in space, Word Girl can breathe in space and underwater just fine. She has supersonic screams, which means she can be deadly to Viltrumites, and she arguably might be faster than Nolan, as Nolan wasn't naturally faster than the resident speedster Red Rush and had to anticipate his next move to catch him. You can even rationalize that she's more durable, as she's never had blood drawn before. And I know, it's a kid's show, but hey, nearly all of the characters in this video have blood on screen before, so I'm not letting that get in the way of my argument. She has tanked a lot of crazy shit without there being so much as a single scratch on her. A Viltrumite would have a hard time dealing with her. I also think her expansive vocabulary is nothing to sneeze at. If she starts throwing out a bunch of big words in rapid succession, maybe even mix it up with some other languages here and there, I think Omni-Man would get very confused and want to learn the meaning of those words as an author himself. Maybe he wants to use a couple in his next book. This educational moment leaving him wide open for a knuckle sandwich. Checkmate, Power Scalers. Her most impressive feat is also the one that ensures her victory, her ability to break the fourth wall. Becky is completely aware that she's a fictional character in a cartoon on PBS. She interacts with the narrator on numerous occasions. She's gone off script, which means she's able to defy the goddamn intent of the universe. And she's even skipped ahead to the next scene by force. So would she be aware that Nolan, or whichever Viltrumite she's fighting, is an animated character adapted from a comic book? She could probably inquire any necessary information from the narrator. I'm sure he's an Invincible fan. It's a popular series. If she's losing a fight, what's stopping her from rewinding to a previous scene and having a do-over? Nothing's stopping her, because like most meta characters, she's an agent of chaos who chooses to play by our silly rules. Really though, she's a character who will always find a way to win because the writers want her to win. She could fight honorably and struggle to hold her own against Nolan, as I definitely think he's stronger, given that he's older and has more combat experience, but her sonic scream is going to go a long way in knocking him down a peg and setting the stage for his downfall. Or she could just start dipping into the Toon Force and find a way to win with fourth wall shenanigans. Maybe she'll wait it out until the animation takes a dip in quality and strike when Nolan's at his most vulnerable. When he's busting a move.
Let me break it down for you, Mark.
Regardless, I'm giving Word Girl the win. The Grim Reaper, the embodiment of death itself, who just happens to have a Jamaican accent, but he's not Jamaican. I wanted to include the grim adventure of Billy and Mandy's take on the Reaper, not only because it's one of my favorite cartoons of all time, but because this Grim is absurdly powerful. When he has his scythe. Size alteration, possession, pyrokinesis, telekinesis, magic spells. He even has the ability to extend someone's life with an hourglass prior to their designated expiration, which makes me wonder if he can do the opposite, delivering instant death to anyone who mildly gets on his nerves. The scythe is the source of most of his power, however. It can cut through anything and leave permanent damage, as evident with Jack-O-Lantern, who was beheaded by the scythe and resorted to using a pumpkin as his new head. So Grim may need to slice through Viltrumite only once to end the battle. It can open portals to the underworld and all across the multiverse. It can be used as a lightsaber, and it can even operate as a vehicle. Now, it sounds like Grim could be a force to be reckoned with, yet there's something I neglected to mention. He's kind of a joke. The entire premise of the series is that Grim becomes a servant and best friend to Billy and Mandy after losing a game of Limbo. And as the series progresses, Grim becomes everyone's punching bag. It's extremely easy to steal his scythe from him. Plenty of characters have done it, even the cat. Getting disrespected is just part of this man's daily routine. Grim's not gonna last long against the likes of Omni-Man or Conquest, because they would just yoink his scythe right out of his hands, pop off his skull, and leave it in a ditch somewhere while they take control of Earth. Grim loses because he's just kinda checked out and pathetic. Honestly, I don't even think he would bother fighting anyone unless they destroy Billy's TV or something, since that disrupts his life as a supernatural couch potato. Could he beat them if he locked in? Nah, still think he's getting mowed down pretty easily. People love mashing up regular show with Invincible, so you already know I had to include Mordecai and Rigby. I'll make it quick. Clearly, Mordecai and Rigby on their own are going to get cooked. They've literally died before, but they also have access to a crazy amount of supernatural resources that can even the playing field, from the power to death punchies. They could definitely beat a Viltrumite, but it'd be because one would pull up to control Earth, Benson would go, "Get rid of that Viltrumite before Maylard shows up or you're fired!" Then the boys would consult Skips, who would say, "I've seen this before." And then they stumble their way through a battle where the Viltrumite winds up dead or sealed away at the end. And if they can't save the day, Pops at full power can. He's practically a god. Fighting his evil brother literally reset the universe countless times. Light work, no reaction. Okay, KO, Let's Be Heroes is another criminally underrated Cartoon Network show with an underrated protagonist. KO may be 6 to 11 years old, but he's also the most powerful hero in Lakewood Plaza. Long story short, KO's a shonen protagonist. He's remarkably strong, agile, and durable for a kid his age. He can shoot energy blasts from his fist, and when he transforms into TKO, the manifestation of his negative emotions, he's able to tap into his full capabilities, and even fly. There's also PKO, where the two sides of KO work in tandem to kick ass and take names. He also has a bit of Toon Force on his side thanks to Glorbs, balls of energy that gives the cartoony, larger-than-life qualities to his world and the people that inhabit it, which I think will shield him from being turned into a pile of mush after Omni-Man decks him right in the face. KO would definitely give Omni-Man a great fight, especially if TKO came out to play, assuming this confrontation is prior to the end of the series. What really gives KO the edge and worthy of an inclusion here is the power that he inherited from his father, energy absorption, draining power from opponents to fuel his own attacks. However, with TKO, this power appears to be lethal, as he absorbed energy from the almighty Glorb tree underneath the plaza, and proceeded to reduce everyone in the plaza to literal dust. KO mercilessly slaughtered all of his friends while going on a rampage. But they're okay now. Still, this puts KO in a similar position to Rick, where he can absorb energy from a Viltrumite and deliver a devastating blow in return. Not to mention, if he drains their energy, they'll be left in a weakened state that leaves them vulnerable to a finishing attack. However, I can't comfortably hand KO the win because 1, the timeline very much matters. If he's a kid, he's obviously going to be weaker, and since that's the version of the character people are familiar with, and where KO and TKO are treated as two separate entities, I'm gonna go with him. And 2, he's kind of a klutz. It wouldn't take much for him to make a miscalculation and end up humiliated. It really depends on the scenario. So, can KO be Omni-Man? Maybe. He's definitely capable, but I think he has to rely on being underestimated and a buttload of other things going his way during the fight. Worst case scenario, he's walking out alive, just in pieces, but alive nonetheless. We've discussed some pretty powerful characters today, most of whom hail from Cartoon Network, and while that wasn't really intentional, I think it was a subconscious decision to highlight our final fighter today. You see, amongst all the characters created by the various visionaries who worked at Cartoon Network Studios, lies a god amongst gods. Someone who surpasses some of the greatest warriors in fiction, rubbing shoulders with those thought to be untouchable. He may be human, but he is no mere mortal. He can enter any universe on a whim and bend the rules of reality. You know his name, but you're afraid to say it, so allow me to bear the burden. Uncle Larry Grandpa. The man who is everyone in the world's uncle and grandpa at the same time, dedicating his life to helping children who have no clue who this weird old man is, granting any request with his reality warping abilities. Seriously, it feels like there's no limit to what this man can do. If you watch even a single episode of Uncle Grandpa, you'll quickly come to understand that he's not just someone who has access to the Toon Force, he is the Toon Force. We would be here for another hour if I listed all of his insane feats. Seriously, no wiki online has done this man justice. Just to give you a taste of his power, he can duplicate himself, he can pop off parts of his body at any moment, like his head, which can fly around and produce even more limbs. He can shapeshift with his body, changing not only his form, like when he turned into a dog on a whim, but when he molded his gut into a mallet and giant hand, giving Luffy a run for his money. He can send someone into a shirt, he can travel at supersonic speeds, he can access the multiverse, not only traveling to other worlds, but bringing characters who exist in separate realities into his own, as evident with the Grand Prix Awards. He can even interact with characters in different shows through on-air television graphics. He has super strength, being able to rip off his own skin. He's insanely durable, taking various attacks, including having nuclear waste dumped on him without being phased. He can escape any situation by exploiting a plot hole. He can turn people older. He can turn people into boulders. Even his belly bag is its own cosmic can of worms. Realistically, Uncle Grandpa would get thrown around like a rag doll for a little bit, but considering he's going to bounce back no matter what, immediately walking back on screen like nothing happened if he got brutally maimed by Omni-Man, it'd only be a matter of time before Nolan lost his sanity and succumbed to Uncle Grandpa's aura. Uncle G will literally have the last laugh and find a way to best his opponent, finishing them off by honking his nose, summoning all of his energy, and saying good night before raising them out of existence, or at least giving them a real bad tummy ache. Now, I'm sure Uncle Grandpa Solo's your favorite character is an easy meme people go for in the world of power scaling, since he is an extremely goofy character. But given how dark and serious Invincible can get, I actually think Viltrumites make for some pretty great opponents because of the juxtaposition. We've already seen how characters in a show that takes itself a bit more seriously react to Uncle Grandpa with the infamous Say Uncle crossover episode of Steven Universe. The Crystal Gems were horrified and helpless as their heads rotated around the earth during exposition about Uncle Grandpa's deal and concluded that he must be a reality warping entity. Are you telling me this exact same situation with Nolan, Alan, and Mark wouldn't be hysterical? I want to see that! Long-term exposure to Uncle Grandpa also gave the gems awareness of the fourth wall, so I'd love to see the same thing happen here, as I imagine it'd probably break Nolan's brain. Homie's already going through an identity crisis. Finding out he's an animated comic book character might cause him to resign any and all will to live. Uncle Grandpa actually has a reason to fight a Viltrumite too, as they're always threatening Earth, and thus the kids that reside on the planet. Those kids need his help, wanting the planet to be safe. And they know they're only gonna get so far with the bum-ass Guardians of the Globe. Uncle Grandpa would take on the Viltrum Empire and not only win, but manage to rehabilitate them, as they realize he's also their Uncle and Grandpa. How?
That would be telling.
Look, I told you on the beginning to not think too hard about it, and that's my job. Who wants to watch Invincible? Who wants to watch Invincible for the animation? Invincible Season 3 is here, and it's already shaping up to be the best season of the show yet. It really seems like the show is going to be firing off on all cylinders. Except for the animation. If you've engaged with Invincible's fandom in any capacity, then you'll know that everyone's biggest issue with the show is by far the animation quality. It doesn't look bad most of the time, but it very rarely looks great. Point a gun to my head and tell me to name 3 moments of absolute Sakuga, and I'd say the fight in the Adam Eve special, the explosion when they try to murk Nolan, and then, just empty the mag, man. I don't think anyone's ever been over the moon for Invincible's animation, but keep in mind that we had a 2.5-year gap between seasons 1 and 2. Fans of animated action got to experience some fine dining with Arcane, X-Men 97, and just about every popular shonen anime with overworked animators. Now, Invincible's animation is kinda looking like McDonald's. It's gotten to the point where if the internet catches even a whiff of good animation, the default response is, I looked at Invincible inside. They say comparison's a thief of joy, but unfortunately, the internet thrives off hating, and it's not like these critiques are unfounded. There were some wonky shots in season 1, I think we all remember the Mars episode, but then, season 2 came along and somehow looked worse? Like, yeah, the whack CGI was gone, but now the show feels as stiff as a board. I think the turning point for a lot of people was the 2v3 between Mark, Nolan, and the Viltrumites, where this iconic page was tragically animated like a slideshow. It's something you don't think about as much when you didn't read the source material, but imagine looking forward to fights like this for years, wondering how they're going to adapt this page into animation, only for the answer to be copy, paste, and drag. On top of that, you might have heard the phrase, bring back the animators! Referring to the studio that animated these little update teasers for seasons 2 and 3. Animation that is noticeably a lot more lively than the actual show. So what gives? Well, I actually have an answer, and it's one that runs a little deeper than all the budget goes towards the celebrity voice acting. It's an answer that is hidden in plain sight. An answer that may shock you, or at least piss you off. The answer is ultimately staff and time. If you check the credits for literally any episode in season 1 and any episode in season 2 and presumably season 3, you'll find that the show's team is incredibly short-staffed now compared to that first season. A fact that's made even worse by the fact that Prime Video is now trying to release seasons on a yearly basis. Cool for the audience, debatably, but it's not that great for the artist. Aside from the fact that they're getting consistent work, let's really take all this in though. Let's crunch the numbers. While a ton of artists and production peeps come together to make a cartoon what it is, we want to focus on the storyboard team. The storyboard artist, who illustrate each and every scene in an episode, and revisionists who clean up those drawings, often making them more on model and giving it a bit more sauce. So basically, these are the artists drawing and posing out all the action for the vendor studio, the overseas animators who bring it all to life, to actually animate. Season 1 seemed to average 6 to 7 storyboard artists and 3 to 5 storyboard revisionists per episode, with this series premiere notably having 15 storyboarders and 6 revisionists, and the season finale having 9 storyboarders and 1 revisionist. What the fuck? The Adam Eve special isn't that much longer than a normal episode, but the number of revisionists sure seems special, as this episode had 7 boarders and 9 revisionists. I'm assuming that's why the fight at the end looks so good. Then there's season 2. Instead of upgrading the team and bringing in more artists, Amazon started to tragically cut back a bit. They bumped up the amount of revisionists ever so slightly, but they cut back on the amount of story artists by 2. Which is wild to me because, using the 2010s era of kids cartoons as a measure, 2 storyboard artists tend to cover 11 minutes of animation. Even if you have a couple more revisionists to spruce things up, why cut back on the number of artists who are creating the template for the episode in the first place? The amount of borders on some episodes is baffling. For some reason, the episode with the most amount of borders in season 2 is episode 5. You know, the one where the entire team eats shit, that has 7 borders and 6 revisionists. Now, I get there's a lot of characters to keep track of when the team's out in full force, but why did this have a bigger team than the previous episode, which had the 2v3 Viltrumite fight? You'd think the battle with the overarching antagonist would take higher priority this season, but nope. They didn't even give the premiere or finale a boost in artists like with the first season. These 2 episodes are actually some of the least stacked on the season, which makes no sense to me. Why wouldn't you want to make a strong first impression or give the audience some really good animation before piecing out for the year? I really enjoy the season 2 finale, but Mark vs. Engstrom deserved way more sauce than it actually got. Season 2 episode 6 has the least amount of artists on the story team, with 4 borders and 2 revisionists. This really is insane to me, because going back to that 2010s kids cartoons comparison, shows like Adventure Time and Regular Show have 2 storyboard artists and 2 revisionists per episode. And those are 11 minutes long, and aren't nearly as action intensive as Invincible. Their double-length episodes tend to have 4 storyboard artist, and that's still 22 minutes. Invincible is a show with nearly hour-long episodes and a lot of action. So tell me, should their storyboard team for each episode be on par with, if not slightly bigger than an 11 to 22 minute comedy? No! The animation is so stiff because they don't have time to pose it out and make it look dynamic because they're getting stretched thin. They literally do not have the time to give it the sauce that other shows have when Prime wants this out on an annual basis. So what you can try to do to offset that limited time is hire more people so that everyone has more time to work on their sections for an episode. Again, I'm pretty sure that's a big reason why that Adam Eve fight looked great. To put things further into perspective, X-Men 97, which usually has 30-minute episodes, 20 minutes less than Invincible, tends to have 6 to 8 storyboard artists per episode, with usually 3 revisionists, though that can also vary. They had 10 storyboard artists on the finale. Invincible Fight Girl, another recent action cartoon, tends to have 4 storyboard artists with 2 revisionists per episode, and that's a 22-minute show. Do you guys notice how all these shows have consistently incredible action? Because they have the appropriate number of artists on board for how long their shows are? Do you see how Invincible is insanely understaffed in comparison? It blows my mind because this is a show on Amazon, a company that has no excuses when it comes to money. They can afford celebrity casting and having more artists on payroll. Now, would changing the vendor studio yield in better animation? It varies. That's something I made a whole video about if you want to learn more about that. But that does bring me to the point, animators. These 2 promo shorts for season 2 and season 3 that have a noticeable jump in animation animation quality were animated by the talented folks over at Bobby Pills, an 18+ animation studio who you may recognize from Captain Laserhawk on Netflix. Or, you know, gooning. My Butt Hats Off Media made a whole video about that studio. Check it out. People really love how they handle these Invincible shorts, and it's becoming a pretty common sentiment that they should be animating the entire show. Now, could Invincible switch from their current vendor studios like NE4U to Bobby Pills full-time? Maybe, but I don't think it guaranteed that the show would have a vast, consistent improvement in animation quality if the core team at Skybound is still this limited. The first step to improving the animation at all is hiring more board artists and revisionists, which, yeah, does mean a bigger budget. But honestly, even though Prime Video can afford it, I don't think they'd go for it. Not because they prioritize celebrity casting. Again, it's Amazon. They can afford both a stat cast and a stacked staff. But the people who actually have control over this treat it as strictly business. Thus, they just don't see this the same way that we do. We see, wow, the show is so popular. The animation should be way better for how much attention it gets. But for those in charge, they see that they can put less money into the animation and still have it wind up as the #1 show on the platform while a season's airing. Why would they ever want to invest more when investing less is evidently just as, if not more rewarding? Bullying the animation on Twitter and TikTok gives everyone a good laugh, but it doesn't really move the needle at Amazon when the show is still getting incredible viewership either way. That said, I think there's a very easy middle ground. Invincible should utilize a tactic that plenty of other animated shows have done in the past for important scenes. Keep the animation the same for whenever they're talking or doing like the bare minimum superhero stuff, but when there's a really big fight scene, just bring in some guest animators. Freelance it to another studio. You're on Amazon Prime. They can foot the bill. Whether that be Bobby Pills, those incredible maniacs over at Flying Bark, or even a smaller studio like Smallboo. People just want cool fights in their superhero cartoon, which I don't think is that crazy of an ask. A show on the level of Invincible deserves way better fight scenes. So do the fans who only get a handful of episodes for like a month every year. When I look back on my favorite moments so far, I never really think about the animation. I just think it's a damn good story. Unfortunately, if Prime sees that people are just content with the story and alright animation and choreography, nothing's gonna change. But who knows? Maybe they'll have some cool action set pieces in store for season 3, bringing in guest animators for major moments like I suggested. But based on what we've seen so far, I feel like I'm just gonna look at it and sigh.
Just cause it's an animation, people think it's not legit.
Look, do I even have to say it? It seems like adult animation had a terrible rep amongst its adored peers for a very long time. Quote-unquote kids animation was revered for bringing long-form storytelling back to the medium in the US. Anime is still taking the world by storm, and theatrical animated movies seem to draw in crowds who are moved by the stories at hand. Like Inside Out, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I remember that. I remember being a kid with emotions. But adult animation was often reduced to ugly, cheap comedy in the eyes of consumers. The assumption that every show was just trying to be Family Guy or South Park, crude humor with like no substance. And for a while, a lot of the shows that tried to break that mold tended to fail for one reason or another, not resonating with the mainstream audience. Until 2021, a year that changed adult animation as we know it, with numerous projects becoming breakout hits, smashing records, and leading viewers to give this demographic of the medium a second chance. So today, I want to recap a few of the adult animated series that dropped last year and their contributions to improving the landscape. This is just our opinions though, so if you get mad that something's there or not there, well, what are you gonna do? Dislike the video? It's not like I'm gonna know what that means anymore. Thanks, YouTube. Also, spoilers ahead, pretty much. I try not to, but there's some. Alright, let's get down to business. Like adults do. Get it? Real quick before I get to the next show, I'm going to give a special thanks to today's sponsor, NordVPN. While surfing the internet, cybersecurity should be the top priority. With NordVPN, you can shield your personal data from hackers and internet service providers, protected by the next level encryption. It's super easy to use, as you can either connect with one click or enable auto connect for zero-click protection. You can also use it on up to 6 devices, your computer, phone, and even Android TV. They got your bases covered. And who could forget one of the greatest features of NordVPN? NordVPN, access to region-locked content. You might be scrolling on social media and see a post mentioning a favorite show or movie of yours is finally on Netflix, only to fire it up and realize whoever mentioned that lives in another country. Well, with Nord, you'll be able to pick the region you want just like that. The folks over at NordVPN are offering a stellar 2-year plan with a bonus month for free over at nordvpn.com/roundtablevpn. And with a 30-day money-back guarantee, it's entirely risk-free. Again, that's nordvpn.com/roundtablevpn. Or you can click the link in the description down below. Once again, thanks to Nord for sponsoring this video. Alright, back to the animation.
Do not miss dinner with my mom on Thursday if you value everything you hold dear, Mark Grayson.
Invincible so far has been the most exciting unexpected hit of 2021. I guess it's cause animation fans were used to the outliers of animation getting swept under the rug by audiences who were simply not giving the medium the same level of respect as anime or CW dramas. But all of a sudden, Invincible, of all things, an Amazon Prime adaptation of the popular cult comic series, was just about everywhere. Now, was this due to the average viewer already having an open mind towards gritty superhero shows thanks to Prime's other hit series, The Boys, another personal favorite of mine? Probably. Was it the heapings of gore that you just didn't see in other comic book cartoons? Even the ones that do have blood? Yeah, I could see that. Was it because of the insane memeability? Definitely. They had J.K. Simmons voicing Omni-Man, for Christ's sake. Everything he touches is not only destined to be audio gold, but just a gold mine of meme potential. Above everything else, it was also because of the subversive nature of the show. I mean, it was an anti-superhero story with as much gratuitous violence as they wanted. It had a main character whose coming-of-age journey sees him getting kicked in the ass every episode, as those closest to his father, his literal idol, uncover the dark truth behind a terrible massacre and the true nature of this beloved Superman-like icon. Complete with the celebrity voice cast and mostly solid animation, I mean, how could it flop? The first episode was enough to pull just about any viewer in. While the setup of Mark's story is a little paint by numbers, there's enough hints that this is going to be more than a son trying to break out of his father's shadow through Omni-Man's aloof nature.
I had a pretty interesting day.
Sorry I'm late.
Guess who's finally getting his powers?
Oh, that's great. Son, just great.
There's a few instances in the pilot where his behavior actually gives the viewers a sense of uneasiness, but most may not think much of it at the time. So when the final scene hits, oh, it really hits. The writing is also effective in the fact that what shocks Mark also tends to shock the viewer too. We never really get the run-of-the-mill superhero story Mark and the audience alike were ready to dive into. We get to take a darker, harsher, and brutally honest portrayal of the superhero life. How bleak is it to try to do your part in a society when you, your comrades, and your adversaries are capable of snapping citizens in half without even trying, without even wanting to? Invincible is about fragility. Humanity is portrayed as physically and mentally fragile, giving the gore a sense of purpose, especially when this physical and mental fragility comes together effortlessly in the season finale. However, it was refreshing to see just how big the show got. By the end of season 1, you could not escape the show if you tried. It was all over Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, your weird older cousin's Snapchat story. And something that did wonders to help its reach is just how Amazon rolled it out, with weekly releases. Instead of people binging it in one go and talking about it for 2 weeks tops, we had a season of Friday premieres that let the show dominate social media conversations for each individual episode. It's almost like this model is genius and should not have been thrown out the window. It gave a lot of people time to speculate over the show's biggest questions. Why did Omni-Man murk the Guardians of the Globe? What's really going on with Viltrum? Should Mark and Amber even bother to make their relationship work since Amber kinda sucks? Should Robot be put on a list, if you catch my drift? A lot of people are here for the blood and guts, no doubt about it, but I can't really blame them. The train scene got like 10 rewatches for me alone, but I think people stick around for the fact that we haven't really seen a show like this, at least not in a long time. Also, can we talk about the art style? It kind of gives me complicated feelings. The show looks like a Man of Action cartoon, like if Generator Rex turned into an episode of Dexter, like if Ben 10 snapped one day and just went full Akira. God, I actually want to see that really bad. I want to see the government try to take the Omnitrix from an unhinged Ben Tennyson. That would be the best. Thankfully, season 2 and 3 are already on the way, and I'm looking forward to see where the story goes from here, especially because there's just so much rich and extensive lore to go off of. This is a full-fledged comic series that ran for years. There's a lot they could do with this. You know, I could always read the comics, and honestly, I have, but maybe they'll switch things up. That's what they did with The Boys. Didn't think of that over there in the comments, did ya? If you haven't seen Invincible, do yourself a favor and give it a watch.
Will I ever be able to pick her up again?
Only if you start exercising.
So there's nothing I can do.
J.G. Quintel's 2020 follow-up to the era-defining regular show had a long journey to go before we ever even got to see it. Network delays, the first trailer being basically fake, and a shift over to the, at the time, brand new HBO Max streaming service all led to the show practically becoming a myth among animation fans. A distant rumor, an urban legend, a faint whisper, and then all at once, we finally had it. And yeah, it was pretty good. Look, Close Enough is a show I appreciate for not trying to be bigger than itself. It's the regular show formula with an updated and, I think, more refreshing cast of 30-somethings living in LA, starring a young couple trying to raise their daughter. That's a focus we haven't seen in quite a while regarding adult animation. Usually if we see parents as the protagonists, they got like a bunch of kids and there's an age range, but no, this is just a young couple trying to raise a young daughter, and yeah, I've not seen this at all, except for, I don't know, fucking Rugrats, but not really. If I had to put it into words, it's kind of a love child of Friends, Raising Hope, and regular show, and yeah, it's pretty entertaining. The show isn't perfect. God, what is perfect? Besides like Nutella and, I don't know, a warm shower when it's cold outside, you know what I mean? But no, there's some legit production stuff. These first few seasons were made to be 22 minutes and then were literally cut down to 11 minutes, creating some pacing issues and awkward moments. But hey, Twitter references, sex clowns, those are actually pretty funny. That last one actually kind of makes me uncomfortable. With the recent wave of nostalgia for regular show, it's great to have a spiritual successor for the grown-ups. Now they can finally just smoke weed. Jesus, no more soda or wings? What was up with these metaphors? Also, Benson was an alcoholic. We should all be able to say it. Season 2's big improvement is that a lot of the episodes are focused on characters aside from Josh and Emily. There's a Bridget episode, there's an Alex episode. We get like unfiltered Rugrats with a Candace episode. Even the landlord Pearl and her son Randy get some time to shine.
It's more like burping the earth.
What would you know about burping anything?
Ma! Stop getting hung up on the fact that these guys abandoned me multiple times as a child!
This was the season we needed to get invested in everyone, to care about them on a genuine level, as you do with great shows. I also feel like the show provides some great commentary on obstacles you'll face in your adult life, that other adult animated sitcoms don't shed light on even remotely, or pull off nearly as well. Gym culture, toxic best friends, phone addiction, getting ghosted, it's all here, and I love watching it. It's way more on the nose than regular show, but considering the vibes of both shows, I don't really mind it. I'm a 20-something. I don't want a parody of social media and movies that vaguely sound like the real deal. If you're gonna dunk on Instagram, just dunk on Instagram. Seriously, am I the only one that just gets annoyed when they're like, face slap, or like, Instabook? I'm like, dude, we all know what you're talking about. Are you afraid to get sued? Put on your big boy pants. HBO Max doesn't release their numbers or anything, but the series seems to be a hit. We can probably expect season 3 at some point this year, and now that they're aware that each episode is only 11 minutes and have figured out the characters, I really hope they turn it into the most refined and polished version of Close Enough yet. Despite being rough around the edges, the show's hilarious and takes advantage of the medium. I'm sure the older you are, the more relatable it becomes, and it definitely warrants a binge. Just throw it on, don't be nitpicky, and you'll have a great time.
This is a lot of dead meat. Not creepy at all.
Alright, this is the most underrated on the list. Possibly the most underrated of an entire generation. Look, Olin Rogers' sci-fi epic had humble origins. Beginning as a YouTube pilot that was picked up after being seen by Conan O'Brien. No, literally. Season 1 was highly anticipated to mixed reviews and some pretty legitimate critiques. Mostly with the character of Gary himself, but Olin in the show took every single critique to heart and used it as a chance to legitimately improve the show. To the point that season 2 was almost an entirely different show with a brand new cast, digging into the wider story that Olin had up his sleeve the entire time. Season 3 was the strongest yet, with them actually in the titular final space. Desperate to find a way out, they kept things interesting and fresh. Without turning too hard into spoiler territory, this is one of my favorite sci-fi stories in recent years. It managed to set itself apart from other space-oriented adult cartoons like The Elephant in the Room, Futurama, by treating itself as a comedy drama with real tension, dramatic dramatic tones and some great action. It uses its setting to the fullest, introducing cool original worlds and characters with appealing designs. There's space fights through solar flares, collectathons, and twists at every corner. The greatest tragedy is that they had to end it on a cliffhanger, with the series unfortunately being cancelled, seemingly a victim of the merger, though I'll give them credit. The show never really caught on as much as I wanted it to. At least it's not as much as it deserved to. Some people sleep on beds. Y'all were sleeping on Final Space. With the show now available on HBO Max in its entirety, I hope it's able to find a new audience, and I mean, who knows what could happen from here. Olin seems hopeful about getting a proper conclusion someday, and honestly, yeah, we've seen this happen before. I could totally see enough people finally discovering the show post-cancellation and expanding its cult fan base, and then one day, maybe next year, maybe 10 years from now, that cult fan base will be noticed by executives who are like, whoa, why don't we just reboot this? And then it'll finally get the ending it deserves. I mean, that happens literally all the time, and they reboot things that fully had an ending anyways, so it's great that it had 3 seasons at all. I just think that this incredible story fell at the fate of its own ambitiousness. So yeah, it definitely deserves to get its full story told. I hope it does one day. If you're in for a Western-made linear story, even if it currently lacks a conclusion, check it out. You might be surprised on how much it grows on you over time. The show gets better every season, and pretty soon you also will be mad at all your friends for not watching it.
It's clear that Tuka is a toxic element in your life, and you need to cut her out. Plus, your names sound wrong together. Tuka and Birdie? Tuka and Birdie? Birdie and Tuka?
Alright, I'm gonna be real. Tuka and Birdie is a show that actually really grew on me. And at this point, it's one of my favorite shows out right now. It follows the bombastic Tuka and shy Birdie as they navigate young adult life in Birdtown. Birdtown kind of looks like LA. Don't ask questions, dummy. Also, Steven Yeun is also in this show, and he's literally been in like 2 of the other shows we've talked about. This man is doing too much. Speckles is my favorite character though. Love this man. The titular characters are a great balance. Birdie is kind of your average introvert who has too much shit thrown her way, and although Tuka can initially come off as loud, obnoxious, and like the immature archetype, the show thankfully uses this to its advantage. Tuka is a deconstruction through and through, taking an honest look at how her bombastic attitude and irresponsibility is capable of setting her back in adult life. Hot take, but the only thing I really can't stand at this point is the theme song. Even in season 2, something about it is just nails on a chalkboard. But hey, they shortened it on Adult Swim for time. That's nice for me, I guess. Look, let's address what everyone's kind of thinking. If you've seen BoJack, you already kind of get the vibe for what it's going for, giving the DNA it shares with the Netflix hit, and maybe because it's an anthropomorphic animal show about the complexity of emotions, relationships, and trauma. But in this one, it's only plants and birds. So suck on that, BoJack. It's got its own confusing rules, and I love that. Nevertheless, Tuka and Birdie still has an incredibly strong voice of its own, and has only managed to separate itself further and further apart from that dang horse guy. Season 2 being an excellent evolution of the series thus far. This is also another cool television story because after being canned by Netflix and picked up by Adult Swim, the show had to switch up the structure of the series, and now is designated for week-to-week viewings instead of watching it all in one go. It's almost like that's better innately. The show feels a lot more episodic in nature while still maintaining growth in the characters. Each episode in season 2 typically contains its own story, some addressing loose ends from the first season while others break new ground for the show. It's just really great. And it still manages to balance insanely delicate topics while staying cartoonishly goofy. That's the charm of the show. It's what makes it so endearing. You can be laughing your ass off one second and at a loss of words the next. And depending on you and your own life experiences, you'll have a different reaction to the darker moments. And they really go dark. Either something will hit way too close to home, or it'll be something you'll never be able to relate to, but still sympathize with in a sense. Glad that the show was vulnerable enough to entrust you with that information. Either way, you're going to be able to take something away from it. And we can't leave out the breathtaking visuals of Tuka and Birdie. Nothing stays the same visually for too long, especially when they lean into the heavier shit. Some may find it distracting, but the use of color and stylization is something unique among adult animation nowadays, especially those being broadcast on TV. This is also one of my favorite representation of anxiety in fiction I've seen in a long time. I think they handle it just super well, and how they depict it visually just helps it go a long way. Thank God Adult Swim saved the show, because it's one of their best series out right now, and it's cool to see a show with really broad appeal on the Adult Swim roster. Season 2 was definitely a major improvement, and it'll be on HBO Max real soon, and I can't wait for season 3. If I'm lucky, just maybe change the theme song. Maybe this is the worst take I've ever had, in which case, I'll take the L.
Downloaded Brain, Morty. You want to jump the shark? You want to know my stupid crybaby backstory? Knock yourself out. Not now!
That's right, guys, it's Rick and Morty time. One of the most interesting, polarizing, frustrating, and incredible shows has returned this year for the much anticipated 5th season. Look, as far as I'm concerned, Rick and Morty was put under a microscope by its fans to the point where I couldn't take either seriously. It's an Adult Swim cartoon with fart jokes. Everybody needs to chill out. But that's not to say this hype came out of nowhere. I'm not joking when I say that when this show premiered, it legitimately felt like a cultural reset. That was then followed by an unprecedented commercial tidal wave and a massive series pickup. And after only being a seasonal thing, it seemed like Rick and Morty had to reinvent itself for the long haul. And while this season was great and some of the best we've seen from the show in a while, it still managed to have flaws that were definitely picked up on by the fans, myself included. Most of this newest season affirmed to me that Rick and Morty really is just Adult Swim's answer to like The Simpsons, SpongeBob, South Park, and other immortal cartoons, and that some of these episodes are going to exist solely to fill quota. That doesn't mean the episodes are bad, but they're just not peak Rick and Morty either. They're going for quantity over quality here. The show still has a problem of introducing interesting concepts that can be episodes all of their own, only for them to be abandoned until they want to use said concepts again. Morty actually landing a date with Jessica and ending up in a crazy Narnia-esque adventure with her is dope in its own right, but her ascending to a time god or whatever sounds like it could have been just an even better episode, and they just didn't do anything with it. It was just a bit. But on the other hand, a lot of these episodes did a good job of exploring their concepts to the fullest and committing to the emotional beats that accompany them, like Morty's weird relationship with Planet Tina. That end made me feel terrible for Morty, yet also, come on dog, look at that Flower Morty arrangement. You can't help but to chuckle. It's twisted, but I mean, that's Rick and Morty, bro. But everything I was saying about it being quantity over quality and an Adult Swim show with fart jokes, don't take it too seriously, was absolutely blown out the window in the finale. They sat me in a chair in the corner and told me to shut the fuck up, because the last 3 episodes give us what a lot of the viewers wanted. That sweet, sweet Rick and Morty lore. Rick reactivates Bird Person, giving us insight into their past, the revelation that Bird Person has a daughter imprisoned out in space, and the confirmation that Rick's Beth is dead. It was a lot, all at once, and at the very last minute. But then there's the 2-part season finale. The first half is just typical Rick and Morty hijinks as the duo break up and Rick tries to replace Morty with 2 crows, which honestly, guys, this joke didn't land for me. I could just get the vibes that it had like the writer's room rolling, but it's kind of like a you had to be there joke, because I wasn't really laughing. I didn't really get it.
The joke is your grandson was so replaceable that even 2 crows could do it. It's funny, except it's not.
But it doesn't matter, because the episode evolves into this brutally honest assessment of their dynamic, and you think, man, maybe this really is it for them? But of course it isn't. It's all an elaborate setup for their trip to the Citadel, and that's when the pot gets cooking, baby. That's when they rev up the engine, baby. Take the pot out of the oven. You know what I mean. Because guess who's there waiting for them? Evil Morty, the president, finally back after, I kid you not, 4 years. My therapist told me not to be this invested. And what truly humbled me was the very last segment of the finale. I literally went back and rewatched it like 3 times. It actually gave me chills. I did not think that could happen at this point in Rick and Morty. I won't lie to you guys. I think episodes that are just kind of average come across as worse than they really are in quality because of episodes like these. The team behind the show seems to detest serialization and super deep lore, given Rick's comments, and it seems like they really want to play the meta route with like breaking the 4th wall and subverting expectations. But the truth is, it's those episodes that go all out in every single aspect. They're just really fucking good at doing this. The writing feels snappier, the art and animation is always at its peak. Even the music tends to slap harder. It's like they know that they can like season a dish with truffle and caviar, but they're just so committed to the Heinz ketchup. Bottom line is, after all this spiel, I'm over trying to dig too deep into Rick and Morty. But if this finale is what it means, moving forward has got me jazzed in a way that I have not felt since the beginning of season 3. The central finite curve, Rick really not being the smartest man in the universe, the gold portal. I might actually buy Rick and Morty merch. I might actually walk into a store, interact with a legitimate human, and ask for Rick and Morty merch. That's where this got me. Look, it's as exciting as it is frustrating, because like, now what? The truth is, the show still has like 5 more seasons to mull through, and I cannot imagine how they're gonna pace this out at this point. I would honestly hate to be in their shoes, because they clearly don't want to commit to long-term status quo changes that would completely change the show, but there's still a story to tell. But alas, this is the route they chose, and it's not all bad. I mean, we're gonna get a lot of Rick and Morty, which is cool. Truth is, some shows decide to go for a story from the jump, like Avatar that was committed to only 3 seasons. Some became serialized later and it just worked out. Rick and Morty makes it clear it never would have done either, instead revisiting stories whenever they feel like it, apparently. But let's be honest with ourselves, this is a Dan Harmon show. This man makes television. Of course I would opt for as many episodes as possible. This is a television show, not like an art assignment, even though it can totally be whenever they want to pull out the big guns. My advice as a dumb internet person for fans going forward is, I don't know, lower expectations and just enjoy the ride. Chill out over the lore not being in every episode. At least we kind of know what to expect now. It's not going to be the golden era, but it's definitely not awful either. And I for one felt this season was the perfect indicator of what the show will be like moving forward, and I can honestly say I'm excited. Also, I want to point out that I completely avoided making a Pickle Rick joke during this segment. You can thank me later.
We have made society more tolerant of our kind, from the Geico gecko to the shape of water. We even got K. Rool in Smash.
Look, out of all the shows that came out in 2021, this had to be 100% the one that I was the most excited for. A Gravity Falls alumni, Cheyenne Takuchi, making an adult animated series about the world of conspiracies, and on Netflix where it could potentially find a massive audience. I mean, let's go. I mean, this is as good as it gets, baby. Also, it had my favorite theme song of 2021. This shit just goes hard. The show follows Cognito Inc., a corporation literally in charge of all of the world's conspiracies. They serve an even higher power, the Shadow Council, which are often teased as terrifying. They're pretty scary to me. Don't like cloaks. Something about shadows too. Just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Look, I love the idea that even Cognito Inc. doesn't know everything. It keeps the show fresh and stops the characters from being, well, Rick Sanchez. They don't know everything. They're not all powerful, and like any job, they're just trying not to get fired, homie. I feel that over here at YouTube headquarters. Please don't fire me, Mrs. YouTube. Please give us our dislikes back. The main characters, Reagan and Brett, are an absolute breath of fresh air as protagonists. Despite being a spin on Brains and Brawn, both of them have unique characteristics that make them stand out amongst most protagonists in adult animation. Reagan isn't just any old employee at Cognito Inc. She's the child of former CEO, professional day drunk, Ran Ridley. As a result of his parenting, she's adopted a lot of his drive and tenacity as she aspires to become the new CEO. But she's also very socially awkward. She struggles at human connection. Me too. I feel that. It's one of her biggest shortcomings, holding her back from being the ideal leader that she's striving to be. She's just too intense. That's where Brett comes in. Good old sweetheart himbo Brett. Brett is a huge people pleaser, causing him to be the lovable, charismatic goofball he is out of necessity. He's like a golden retriever with a killer jawline. They actually dig into this in one episode, which will get you feeling some type of way. He tries to act like a frat boy, but it's quickly revealed he's actually always under pressure, afraid of being judged, and just wants the best for everyone around him. Look, I thought I would hate Brett, and I was really hoping that he was like only in the pilot, which in hindsight was a pretty naive thought. But he really wins you over as quickly as he wins over the other characters in the show. Kind of funny. If Reagan's the yin, he's the yang, and it works really well. They complete each other, but you know, like platonically, which is another thing I appreciate, because you can't just ship every character together. Jeez. They bounce off each other well, and their dynamic develops over the first season in a realistic way. And it's nice to see this kind of duo that doesn't rely on the perceived dumb one being a punching bag to the genius. In both children and adult animation, it's kind of overplayed. As for the rest of the cast, okay, they need some work done. Despite being an ensemble cast, it doesn't really feel like one to me, because they function more like supporting characters. I feel like the biggest issue is that Reagan, Brett, and Rand almost always dominate the A and B plots of the show, but man, their other co-workers, they have a lot less substance in comparison.
I don't think any of you even know what my damn last name is.
I want to say Luigi?
Gigi Luigi!
The biggest takeaway we really get from any of the co-workers is learning about how sad Andre is as a person without drugs. I wouldn't go as far as to say they're one-note characters, but seeing all the attention that Reagan and Brett get, I wish we got more from them. It feels like the writers figured out each of their gimmicks first, and then decided the personalities can come while writing the show. Even though Mike feels like he exists solely to be put on a stoner's ashtray.
Oh, ugh, Jesus, what are you feeding me? Licorice rabbit turds? You dickheads trying to poison me or something? Fucking shit!
I'm learning so many new alien words.
But I'm hoping they get a stronger focus and episodes centered around each of them in season 2. Still, characters like Grassy Knoll or Robotus are enough to give each episode some rewatchability. Reagan's dad is fun. He definitely feels informed by characters like Rick and Grunkle Stan, while still coming across as a fresh take on the archetype. And the show does a great job of keeping his intentions ambiguous. Does he love his daughter? Is he just using her as a pawn? Is it a mix of both? I can't really say just one way or the other, and that's kind of the ambiguity I I want to see more of in adult animation, but my favorite character by far is JR. I just love his jovial attitude. He feels like, I don't know, a really cool principal. Also, Oprah's in it. That just popped in my head as I was recording, but yeah, Oprah's in it, and it's really funny. The concept is genius, but it feels like there's a little more they could have done with it. A lot of it is surface level conspiracies and internet references, which kind of makes sense given that they're probably trying to lure in a casual adult audience that would recognize all these things, especially because conspiracies are so huge on the internet specifically, and it's really funny to see all of these things kind of called out here. And I hope later seasons get more into obscure conspiracies because there's just so many. The show also excels at world building and laying the foundation for an overarching story, par of the course with streaming, but we haven't really had a show for adults like this that follows the model of a lot of serialized kids cartoons from the 2010s, starting episodic, establishing the lore, teasing future plot points, and eventually bringing all the pieces together for a mind-blowing experience. Given the cliffhanger the first season ends on, safe to say we're in for a wild ride going forward. I really liked Inside Job, and I'm not alone. This show is like always on the trending or the top 10, which makes me really excited to see. Inside Job shows a lot of promise and has a big fan base, so I can see it going far, and I'm excited to see where the show goes.
What is this really?
What do you mean?
This isn't cocaine, it's the COVID vaccine, isn't it?
There is no better example of social commentary through animation than South Park. Maybe it's because full episodes can be churned out faster than an iPhone, giving the writers a leg up on relevant jokes, but the point still stands. If something insane is happening in the world, chances are South Park is going to talk about it, and it's most likely going to be really funny.
Have you ever heard of NFTs?
I haven't seen every episode of South Park. I unfortunately have a strict bedtime just like any hardworking citizen, but from what I understand, it hit a pretty big lull during the previous presidency. I mean, that was a pretty big L, banking an entire season's narrative on Hillary winning. Whew. That one was rough. But after playing with their format quite a few times with seasons that left fans divided, they finally got their saving grace, a terrifying and tragic global pandemic. That felt wrong to say. That's right. Lately, South Park has been seeing a ton of success with its string of specials commenting on the pandemic. I'm not saying COVID is funny, but watching South Park take the piss out of everyone's reaction to it definitely is. I can't even cap. And this year we got 3 specials: the vaccination special, South Park post-COVID, and post-COVID, the return of COVID. Leave it to South Park to be as blunt as possible. The vaccination special rolled out at the perfect time, at a time where vaccine eligibility just made no sense, and even if it doesn't feel too topical now, they did a great job of ensuring its relevance as it set up the next installment. Taking place after a huge time skip, we get to see the characters grown up in a scenario where the pandemic just ended 40 years in the future. They make so many jokes about the future centered around the state of things now, not just with the pandemic, but cryptocurrency, Amazon Alexa, and corporate mergers, while tying it all together in an insane narrative that ropes in time travel on some endgame shit. Honestly, I appreciate them handling pandemic commentary in a fresh way, especially in an era where everyone makes it clear that we have no interest in television or movies trying to tackle the COVID conversation. We're literally still living through it. We don't need some quirky ABC sitcom about Zoom calling, and we definitely don't need to hear Stephen Colbert anymore. Maybe that's just me. I like your ice cream. I think your face is annoying. And seriously, this might just be me, but every time I hear the pandemic or see a mask mentioned in a show or movie, it just feels forced, awkward, and clunky, turning whatever I'm watching into a period piece. It's not necessarily bad, and culture is going to react how it does, but I feel like South Park has the unique advantage of being bulletproof in that regard, because the show isn't meant to be timeless. They're more so cultural time capsules, representing the time whenever they were made, and the absurdity of it all makes it so that the commentary isn't necessarily the focus. It's whatever batshit insanity the kids are getting into. The earlier seasons still have remarkable rewatchability because, well, it still makes people laugh, despite all of the jokes and references kind of being dated. People just love South Park. With more specials and a new season on the way, I hope they can keep up this hot streak that they're on, especially without COVID commentary. But for now, at least we have this miniseries to look back on.
Melody Harper, the League of Super Lit Verified Social Monks, grants you true influencer status as we brand you with our official The Rare checkmark.
Like anyone taking a single glance at this poster, I wanted to hate Fairfax. I really did. Maybe because it felt like it was trying too hard to capture the modern age. Let's be honest, hypebeast culture is already annoying as is. Does it need an animated series to endorse it? But when actually sitting down and watching the show, I can't hate it. I had a good time. And that's because these writers clearly know how to tackle satire, and they know how to take advantage of the medium of animation. They take these grounded situations and put a batshit insane spin on it that can only be done in the animated medium. They have a Chernobyl themed music festival. Like, come on, there's no way that's not kind of funny. I'll be honest, it may age like milk, but right now, it's a pretty funny exploration of cloud culture and the downsides of trying to climb the LA social ladder, which I personally think is really interesting to see, especially satirized. Are there moments I cringed? Yeah, but overall, it was a funny and chill show that gave me a good chuckle. And at the end of the day, what more can you ask for? Again, the best tool it has in its arsenal is that it's a cartoon, so it can get as goofy and out of the box as it wants. And I'd say most of the time it lands. Not to mention the color design is gorgeous, and the music ain't half bad. It's another one of those chill shows you can just throw on while you work and laugh every once in a while. I just appreciate the fact that it's adult animation, trying to do its own thing. It's not Invincible, but Amazon Prime pulled through once again. To be honest, I kind of look at it more as a teen show, not because of its cast, but because I feel like the closer you are to that age range, the more you'll connect with everything that it tackles. And that's fine. We really need more shows like this that isn't restricted in language or subject matter, but still cater to a demographic of teenagers who still love animation and want more stories that relate directly to them. Personally, I hope Fairfax sticks around. Excuse me, while I completely gush about the greatest thing I've ever seen. Look, Arcane was probably the most exciting cartoon of 2021, and the biggest indicator of what's to come for animation moving forward. The show, based on the insanely deep and complicated lore of League of Legends, thankfully requires no knowledge of the game to watch. Seriously, I watched the full series and literally still don't know how League of Legends works or what exactly it is. Is it like Clash of Clans? Anyways, I'm just gonna hit the ground running. The animation is stunning. And this comes from someone who used to despise the CGI 2D blended style, but clearly Arcane nails it. It's less Dragon Prince and more Love, Death, and Robots, if that makes sense. Not that either of those are better or worse, I'm just saying. A dark and subversive story that you legitimately can't see coming even if you tried. I was on the edge of my seat until the very end. It's been so long since there's been a lore-driven, world-building show that I've been this invested in. I literally want to live in this world so bad. Kind of. Actually, it's kind of scary. The show focuses on the characters, relationships, and politics of the city of Piltover and the underground society of Zuan, who for a long time governed themselves, but as the series goes on, the entire order of this place is shifting around. The show takes place over a long period of time, with tons of time skips and flashbacks, really making you feel like you understand this world and the overarching story, even though there's so much more you want to explore. And this isn't even touching on the characters, which is by far the most refreshing and interesting cast I've seen, I swear, since Avatar. That's like the only thing I can compare it to in just scope and depth. There's so many incredible characters, and they're all equally captivating. They're all going through different arcs and stories, they're all changing in interesting ways. It's really one of those I need to figure out these characters' names because I actually want to follow along type shows. Seriously, I was out here on the wiki pages, bro. I was in the trenches. From the tragic relationship of Jinx and Silco, to just how insanely interesting Silco is as a character and villain, to Jace's pursuit of science and magic, it's just also captivating. Except for the stupid little Professor Hamster shit. I hate this guy. God, every time he opens his mouth, I just want to punch him. God, his voice is just like nails on a chalkboard. He's like, oh, indubitably, oh, for science. I've never wanted to stomp someone so bad. I'm going on a tangent here. Okay, wait. The show just leaks craftsmanship, effort, research, and time, all put into building one of the coolest worlds audiences have been introduced to in a long time. I mean, it's all based on League of Legends, so I guess this has always existed, and there's a lot to draw from, but man, they execute it so perfectly. Also, Imagine Dragons is in it. Like, actually, like them, like Imagine Dragons is in it. It's stupid, but it's so funny. I love it. They're like performing. They look all arcane-y. Also, props to them for just killing it on the theme song. This was one of those no-skip theme songs for me. And I think what makes this show so important, especially if we're talking about 2021 going forward, is just how many people finally backed it. Mature adult animation with incredible world building, complex characters, and fascinating lore. All of this while hitting the trending tab on Netflix and dominating every social platform I use, getting legitimate recognition from a massive audience, and Imagine Dragons? I'ma pass out. I don't want to overhype the show, okay? It's not perfect, but this is what we need, and to see it succeed like it did is just so reassuring. I really feel like it's the start of the best decade for animation that I could possibly imagine. And that speaks to all of the shows on this list. Because whether it has occurred to you or not, it only has to me just recently, oh my god, this is a new decade. We are starting a new decade. Meaning all of this animation is what we're entering the new decade with. And honestly, I couldn't be happier. There's such a fun variation, so many different types of animation, and it's all made for mature audiences. And we're finally seeing a world where they're not falling on deaf ears, but instead getting legitimate recognition, building up huge fan bases, and showing studios that yes, we want this. Because at the end of the day, we definitely do. All that being said, guys, I know there was a lot in this video, but I really want to know what you guys think. Were you as excited by these shows as we were? Did you hate any of them? Did you really love any of them? Do you actually like Stephen Colbert and hate his ice cream? Did you actually dislike this video? Because that would actually hurt my feelings, and I think I'd still be able to tell a little bit in my soul. Let us know in the comments down below or on social media. That being said, guys, I'm Nemo. This was a 2021 adult animation recap, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
I know what we're gonna do today.
Go to the center of the Chibiverse.
Oh, usually no one answers me.
Disney's Chibiverse is shaking things up for its third season. The first two seasons were very reminiscent of House of Mouse, where they repackaged a bunch of old shorts with snippets of newly animated sequences in between each of them. To me, it was kinda whatever, and not the thing people really wanted out of a massive crossover series. But the series has reinvented itself from the ground up, now comprised of 3 7-minute news segments that lean more into what fans want with all these Disney TV characters by having them all interact with each other in ways that are true to their personality. Also, fans are still being fed nearly 2 years after the Owl House concluded, getting an entire segment dedicated to the two trying to find the perfect gift for their anniversary. Or, I'm sorry, Chibiversary. Also, corporate has nothing to do with the series. This isn't remorse for canceling the Owl House. The Chibiverse crew just like the characters. This weekend's newest episode features a segment called Journey to the Center of the Chibiverse, where Star, Phineas, Remy, and Vasquez accidentally cause a massive earthquake that sends Remy down to the Underverse, a place where the forgotten characters of Disney TVA reside, surviving off dirt and, I don't know, the occasional piece of fan art or a CapCut edit. A lot of shows these characters are from aren't even on Disney Plus. With so many familiar and not so familiar faces popping up, I thought it'd be fun to run through them all. Join me as I uncover every character in the Chibi Underverse, touching on the legacy of every show they come from. And if you enjoyed this video, please sort of like and subscribe to the Roundtable so you can stay in the loop with all things animation. Kicking things off, we have one of the few Underverse characters with a speaking role in this episode, Maggie Pesky from The Buzz on Maggie, with her voice actress, Jessica DeSico, reprising the role of the rock star Fly 20 years later. For those who don't remember, The Buzz on Maggie was a slapstick comedy centered around the titular bug who lives in the town of Sticky Feet. While Maggie's aspirations to become a famous musician was a huge part of the show's identity, not every episode was centered around that. Most of the time, it was just Maggie and her friends getting into shenanigans and learning a valuable lesson by the end of the episode. Nothing revolutionary, but I remember having a lot of fun with it growing up, and it was really nice to see her again. Next up, we have Billy Dilly from Billy Dilly's Super Duper Subterranean Summer, a short-lived series that aired on Disney XD in 2017. Billy's not only a fitting inclusion because of the show's status as an extremely obscure Disney property, but also because the premise of the show is Billy and his friends getting trapped in Subterranea, a world found in the center of the earth. Including him in this episode was definitely a no-brainer. I'm not gonna lie, this show never appealed to me, and unfortunately, Chibiverse hasn't compelled me to give it a try. But for the 3 Billy Dilly fans out there, I'm glad you got to see him again. After Billy Dilly, we have Fat Cat from Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. In this 1989 series, Chip and Dale work as detectives alongside their friends, handling crimes that are too small for the human police to handle, figuratively and literally. Fat Cat is the main antagonist, the pet of a human crime boss who's incarcerated in the series premiere. Opposing Chip and Dale, Fat Cat commits various various crimes and schemes in the animal world. Rescue Rangers was a bit before my time. I have faint memories watching it as a kid, but I imagine this cameo is a treat for the parents watching with their children. Next, we have Vincent from Recess, a series that I definitely wouldn't say is forgotten, at least by viewers. Plenty of people still show the series plenty of love. This was up there with Hey Arnold back in the day as one of the best down-to-earth cartoons that championed the magic of childhood. Following our main squad as they navigate through the trials and tribulations of elementary school. To put on my theory cap, I think Recess's inclusion here might be a bit more meta, as although it hasn't been withdrawn from the memory bank of adults who grew up with it, obviously kids may not be familiar with it. Furthermore, Disney was actually developing a revival of the series that followed a new generation, but I can only imagine that revival is dead in the water. Thus, Recess has been forgotten by Disney, and Vincent is in the Underverse. Then we have Gruffy Gummy from The Adventures of Gummy Bears. I'm gonna be real, I don't think I've ever seen this guy before in my life. He's an old-fashioned bear who leads the Gummy Glen. This old D23 blurb sums it up best. Conservative to the very soles of his feet, Gruffy Gummy is never truly happy unless he has something to be unhappy about. Showing up just in time for his TikTok resurgence is Kick Buttowski from Kick Buttowski Suburban Daredevil, a Disney XD staple following Kick and his best friend Gunther as Kick tries to become the world's greatest Daredevil, but has to endure a mountain of shenanigans to achieve that goal. Considering how much Kick Buttowski carried Disney XD back in the early 2010s, being one of the first XD originals, I think this Chibiverse debut is long overdue. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a speaking role here, which is disappointing. We couldn't have gotten one Aw Biscuits or Chimichanga? Tragic. Brooklyn from Gargoyles also fills out the roster, although it's not the first time Gargoyles has had a cameo in Chibiverse. Being one of the earliest story-driven animated series on Disney, following the adventures and complex arcs of the living statues, I hope Chibiverse can get a new generation interested in checking it out. Maybe get a new animated series going instead of the live-action one that's been announced, because we've had enough of those.
What we do here is go back.
Need something to throw on while you draw, study, or sleep? Roundtable Rewind's got you covered. So why not take a stroll down memory lane and subscribe?
No one can tell me what to do.
See you there. We got Pepper Ann from Pepper Ann, another down-to-earth slice-of-life series about a group of kids just trying to navigate through adolescence. And it has one of the best Disney theme songs of all time. Don't even debate me on this. Pepper Ann actually had a huge influence on Amphibia and Ann Boonshoy, making a cameo in the second-to-last episode. The two Anns have a moment in this segment, and it's super cute to see. There's Future Worm from Future Worm, another short-lived Disney XD series. You might remember the characters from Bumpers and Screen Bugs that would air during Gravity Falls and Star. It definitely deserves a spot in the Underverse because most people have no clue who this guy is. Pen, the protagonist of Pen Zero Part-Time Hero, is here, and sadly, another character who's earned a spot here. Running for 2 seasons on Disney XD, Pen inherited the role of being a part-time hero from his family, traversing many dimensions to save the day and defeat Rippin, a part-time villain. This was a show I remember plenty of people enjoying back in the day, but I was a part of the crowd who was aware of it, but never drawn to it. I'm actually not sure why. It always seemed pretty charming. Maybe they didn't push it enough. Who knows? 2 characters who I immediately wanted to liberate from this terrible fate were Brandy and Mr. Whiskers. One smelly rabbit and one pampered pooch who fell from a plane with no parachutes. They were stranded in the jungle and slowly became best friends. Now they're stranded in the Underverse. Tough break. This show's sense of humor was right up my alley as a kid, and seeing them here put a huge smile on my face, even if they didn't do much of anything. Next we have Clamantha from Fishhooks, although Alex Hirsch didn't hop back in the booth to reprise the role. Fishhooks was another absurd comedy set in high school, but it followed Fish who lived in a tank within a pet store. Allegedly there were talks of a revival in the early 2020s, but with Justin Roiland and Kyle Massey having various controversies, I doubt we'll ever see that come to fruition without some recast. Lula the Talking Sword from Dave the Barbarian makes an appearance, which made me pretty damn happy, as Dave the Barbarian is one of my favorite Disney cartoons by a long shot. 3 siblings try to hold their kingdom together while their parents are off to fight evil. While I would have loved to see Dave alongside Lula, I'll take any rep I can get because I doubt the show is ever hitting Disney+. Also, there's Bonkers. I don't know, I never heard of this show, and its obscure existence is a running joke throughout the episode, so I'll just consult Wikipedia. Bonkers D. Bobcat, a formerly popular cartoon star, had washed out of show business and became a cop. He was made the junior partner of Detective Lucky in the Los Angeles Police Department, a grim, ill-tempered human who hates Soons. Oh, that's cool, I guess. Yeah, bro deserves to be down here, I'm sorry.
He appears to be a dog, or
no one knows.
And there you have it, every character in the Underverse. This was a cute little segment, and I loved how the solution to rescuing Remy and the Underverse King as a whole relied on the strengths of each character. Phineas and Ferb built a drill, and Vasquez sort of just talked a lot, but he really cares about Remy, so I'll allow it. Drop your thoughts about the Underverse in the comments down below, and keep the conversation going over on Twitter and Insta at Roundtable Vids and at AllSharkVlogs. If you enjoyed this video, please throw it a like and subscribe to the Roundtable for more great cartoon content. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have an awesome day. Peace!
Some cartoon mysteries we never get a proper answer to, but sometimes we're lucky enough to get a satisfying reveal to something we've always been wondering. Whether it be something about a character that was kept a mystery, or the reveal of a character entirely, or just a question you always wanted answered. There was nothing more satisfying than getting that reveal, that explanation. And that's exactly what we're talking about today. Welcome back to the Roundtable, I'm Nemo, and today we are counting down the top 10 reveals in cartoons. These are the crazy moments where we finally got an answer to something we were always wondering, or something that was teased as a mystery for a long time. Some of them may act as a plot twist, but these are not plot twists. We already covered that in a separate video. These are more things that you've always wondered or wanted to see happen and they finally did. Whether it answers a question you've always had or just reveals something about a character in general, they're all super interesting and satisfying. They all left us saying, oh, okay. Real quick, I just want to issue a spoiler warning because we touch on some plot-heavy aspects of these shows, so just be careful going in. But without further ado, let's get to these reveals.
Hey, witch, does it have to be princess hair?
No, just beautiful hair.
Adventure Time has been on for a very long time, and the show has changed quite a lot over that time. Finn without his hat is something we ended up seeing a lot of, and especially his hair. However, when the show was just starting out, that was one of the big mysteries that it had to offer. What was underneath Finn's hat? Because for a very long time, we had never seen Finn without his hat on. There was fan art and speculation, but ultimately we got our answer in the episode To Cut a Woman's Hair. In this episode, the ugly tree witch seeks out Finn and Jake to help her cure her baldness and feel beautiful. They initially decline, but she sits on Jake and uses him as sort of a hostage, so Finn is forced to cut the hair of every princess he can find, trying to make this witch feel pretty. This is a great episode of Adventure Time, it's one of the classics, but unfortunately Finn has a lot of trouble finding Princess hair, eventually getting a lock of Princess Bubblegum's hair and giving it to the witch, who actually refuses it, saying that it's just bubblegum. Finn calls her out for being ugly inside and out, and the witch exclaims that she will never feel pretty until she loves herself. Finn ends up feeling bad for her, and in turn offers up his own hair, tearing off his hat and revealing a luscious mane of beautiful golden hair. I remember watching this for the first time and being like, holy cow, that was the coolest thing ever. Not only did we finally get to see what Finn looked like without his hat on, but it showed how much hair Finn really had. And it subverted our expectations. I mean, I kind of expected Finn to be bald underneath. He ended up being bald when he gives all of his hair to the witch, and at that point, Finn takes his hat on and off quite freely, but up until that point, what was under Finn's hat was kind of a huge mystery, and was a pretty great reveal.
My hair! My larynx!
Futurama's had a lot of emotional moments, but this is definitely one of the most emotional. In the 2007 movie Bender's Big Score, Futurama dived into a high-concept time travel story that got pretty dang complicated. And although there was a lot that happened in that movie, there was a big plot line with Leela dating a guy named Lars Fillmore, much to the jealousy of Fry. Lars, who's just a really nice, humble guy, hits it off with Leela and things go great, but it's revealed through this time travel storyline that in the craziest reveal ever, Lars Fillmore is Fry. From the past, from the future. See, there's this whole timeline where a time duplicate of Fry goes back to the past and lives above the pizza shop and has this whole life where he befriends a whale, he's named Lilu, he forms a relationship with this whale, he sends it back into the ocean, he goes through this whole thing of loss before Bender blows a giant hole in his building, frying off all of his hair, coarsing his voice, and turning him into Lars Fillmore, a person he resented for a very long time. This is funny too, because it's right after he accepted that Leela was gonna be with Lars. Once he finds out that he himself is Lars Fillmore, he races to be cryogenically frozen, comes out, and goes through the whole motions of the movie as Lars Fillmore up until that point. It actually gets to the point where they were about to be married before Professor Farnsworth reveals that time duplicates die prematurely, causing Lars to just freak out, break up with Leela, and cancel the wedding. So really nothing long-term changed. Lars ultimately ends up dying in that special, which is kind of a sad and dark ending to the character that ended up being Fry. Still, to introduce a character as an antagonist like this, a mysterious character at that, and let the audience wonder the entire movie who this guy is or where he came from, only to reveal that it is the main character of the entire show, is a pretty ballsy reveal, and a pretty satisfying one at that. It also shows that you should just never mess with time travel at all.
You mess with time, it tends to mess back.
Avatar has a lot of unanswered questions, okay? Any show with a lore this deep, with so many characters and plot lines and such a complex story, is bound to have a couple loose ends and a couple mysteries that never really got finished up. One mystery for a long time that was never really brought up is the fate of Avatar Roku. We know that Avatar Roku died at some point because Aang was born, but for so long we had no idea how. The theme song would briefly mention that Avatar Roku vanished, but that wasn't specific at all. He would often come to Aang for spiritual advice, but they never really addressed how the dude died. It was kind of this unanswered question, and for a while, it almost seems like we'd never know the fate of Avatar Roku. It would just be assumed that the dude croaked at some point mysteriously. But then we do find out, and it's the darkest thing ever. So Avatar Roku had a past with Fire Lord Sozin, the infamous Fire Lord who started the Great 100-Year War. And in this episode, we get the full detailed story of their lives together. Their childhood friendship, Roku realizing he was the Avatar, their paths eventually diverge at this point as Sozin lives the life of a Fire Lord, and Roku spends his life learning how to be the Avatar. They eventually reconvene, and Sozin, who originally was just a really great guy, is kind of a crazy dictator now. He basically goes to Roku and he's like, isn't it crazy that I'm the Fire Lord and you're like the most powerful being in existence, and we're friends, and we're born at the same time, and are from the same nation? We should dominate the world together. I mean, the dude has a point. It's a pretty crazy coincidence. I don't blame him here. Roku, seeing how clearly power hungry his friend had become, completely shoots down the idea because he's the freaking Avatar. Of course he wouldn't be into that. Before telling him to never bring up anything like that again. And then everything was fine. Just kidding. One day, Roku was out on his dragon, just chilling, and then he saw that the Fire Lord did exactly what he said not to and took over some Earth Kingdom land. Angrily, Roku goes to confront him, at which Sozin tries to play the whole I'm your king card, which, dude, he's the Avatar, he lives on a volcano island, you will not win this. The two end up getting into a fight, and eventually it ends up with Roku sparing Sozin's life, making a decision not that the Avatar would, but that he would, a selfish personal decision, a decision he will later regret. We cut to the future. He's kind of an older Avatar now, and he's chilling on the volcano island when he realizes how stupid it is to live on a volcano island because volcanoes erupt. Roku quickly attempts to use his Avatar powers to stop the volcano from destroying his entire home, and that's when, in a happy ending, Sozin comes and he's like, hey bro, let me help. Looks like they patched things up, and the two work together to stop the volcano. And that's when Sozin literally becomes the worst person in existence. He realizes that without Avatar Roku, nothing would stop him from his crazy plan of world domination. So he leaves Roku to die. And then Roku proceeds to die on the volcano island trying to save his home. What a stab in the back, and what a powerful twist to these two characters' arc. It makes it so much more interesting that the last Avatar had a relationship with the person who created this world-altering event, who is basically one of the main antagonists of the series. It's just so interesting. And I pride Avatar in keeping it dark here with this story. They did not sugarcoat it at all. The whole episode focused on how Avatar Roku's personal decision to spare Sozin's life ended up destroying so many others. And ultimately, he's the one to blame. And it's true, he is. It's really dark. Regardless, they could have never touched on how he died or even brought it up at all. It obviously doesn't need to be assumed. The fact that they did a reveal, and they did a reveal this dark, explaining an entire origin story that makes the whole story of Avatar so much worse, is just another reason why Avatar is such an incredible franchise.
Stop the countdown.
I say let the Omnitrix self-destruct and take the universe with it.
There have been a lot of questionable Ben 10 movies over the course of the franchise, a lot of them being live action, but the best Ben 10 movie was the very first made-for-TV movie, Ben 10: Secret of the Omnitrix. This 2007 movie follows Ben on a journey across the galaxy to find the creator of the Omnitrix. And in case you haven't guessed, that's the reveal. The whole thing starts off when Ben accidentally sets off a self-destruction protocol on the Omnitrix, which is a pretty dark way to start the movie. You know, it's just about a 10-year-old kid who has a doomsday device tied to him. It then follows them on their journey trying to reach Azimuth and all the things that stop them along the way, although eventually Ben succeeds and arrives on Azimuth's planet, entering his mountain fortress and finding him in a sealed laboratory. Ben asks him to shut down the Omnitrix, to which Azimuth refuses, causing Ben in a fit of anger to break down the wall and attack him, only to reveal that the Omnitrix's creator, the creator of the most powerful thing in the entire universe, the most powerful weapon the universe has ever seen, is a tiny, old, grumpy gray matter. That's right, the almighty creator of the Omnitrix is about as small as a deck of of Cards. This is Azimuth's first time in the Ben 10 franchise, and he makes a lot of appearances since then, but this was the first time he was ever revealed. And honestly, it was so perfect. They built up the expectations of the Omnitrix's creator to be this massive god, this powerful almighty alien. In reality, he's just this little smart dude. The movie ends with Ben fixing the Omnitrix, and Azimuth letting him keep it, claiming that he made the Omnitrix as a way to bring peace between planets, and that's sort of what Ben's doing. Also, he doesn't want anything to do with it because it causes a ton of trouble, which, you know, dude, be more responsible for the things you create, but also I understand. Oh, and then Ben gets way big, which is, you know, that's pretty cool. But ultimately, the reveal of the Omnitrix's almighty creator being a tiny grumpy Galvan alien is just absolutely perfect.
Will, you're the best friend I ever had. You gotta quit saying you're sorry. It's not okay. Okay?
This is one of my favorite reveals, and one of the reasons why I wanted to do this list in the first place. Wilt, from the beginning of the series, was missing an arm and had a screwed up eye. It wasn't really addressed a lot, it didn't need to be addressed, it was just sort of assumed about his character, and in the back of your head you always wondered, whatever happened to Wilt? Why is he screwed up like that? And in the episode Good Wilt Hunting, we finally got an answer in the form of an origin story for him. See, Wilt was created by a kid named Jordan Michaels, Michael Jordan, get it, ha ha ha, who was pretty bad at basketball, so we created an imaginary friend who really was. And for a while, Jordan and Wilt were this unbeatable basketball duo. However, a jealous boy created his own imaginary friend, and the two faced off in a giant basketball game where Wilt ended up sacrificing his own self to save Jordan, who was almost crushed by Larry. He saved Jordan's life at the expense of his eye and arm, but ultimately lost the game. Jordan was extremely upset about the loss, and Wilt ended up running away and becoming a lost imaginary friend, ultimately finding fosters. It's a really sad origin story, and it's especially sad knowing how nice Wilt is and how kind he is to everybody. He just wanted to help. Luckily, in that same special, the two met up again, Jordan being an adult and a professional basketball player. They got a happy ending. It's just another reason why you should never ever be athletic, because it only ever leads to tragedy, and sometimes a lot of money.
Whatever is inside, we can deal with it together.
Together?
Together.
This is a reveal that did not have to happen. The internet made it happen. Penny was just originally a weird character design. She was this big peanut shell thing with antler ears. It fit right in with Gumball and how weird it was. But soon, as Gumball began to grow a larger and larger fan base, that fan base began to speculate on what was underneath Penny's shell. There was tons of great fan art about it, with tons of people genuinely wanting to know what was underneath there. I personally always thought that she was just a shell, and I didn't think about it too much, but I'm clearly wrong. Because eventually, we finally see Penny come out of her shell in the episode titled The Shell. It opens with Penny getting a crack in her shell, to which her dad freaks out about. In fact, going so far as to saying that Penny is going to move schools. But Gumball gives her a huge speech about how she should be herself, which leads her to shed her shell and reveal who she really is. An incredible shape-shifting being of light. It's really confusing. I have no idea what Penny's supposed to be. She quickly misinterprets what Gumball is saying and thinks that he's calling her ugly, revealing that basically how Penny works is she can turn into what she's feeling. So when her emotions are negative, she turns into that negative thing, so on and so forth, which leads to a lot of chaos, especially when her dad calls her a pig. That didn't end well. Gumball ends up chasing her down and showing her how much he loves her true self with a kiss, super cute and romantic, and from then on out, Penny is officially changed. Her character is always shown in this form. She's officially shed her shell. It's a great metaphor for loving yourself and being your true self. Gumball did it in its perfect Gumball way. I give it credit for making a major change to a character and sticking with it, and I love the idea of a reveal that wasn't really meant to happen until we all asked for it. Hopefully we can use that same logic to get a better ending. I'm just saying.
A great evil has been unleashed.
Alright, well, I haven't seen that much Star, but I guess I'm just gonna talk about Toffee. I mean, I'm sure his character was a big reveal, so...
Welcome back to the Roundtable! I'm Oshrik Vox, and... A story is only as good as its villain. So when it comes to Star versus the forces of evil, there came a point where the story wasn't just good, it was extraordinary. And that all started with the 8th episode of the series in its second segment, Fortune Cookies, where we met the antagonist, Toffee. Now, how is Toffee a reveal? Well, when Toffee hit the scene, the bigger picture of Star really began to unravel. Out of nowhere, we went from this goofy henchman tier antagonist to a villain who clearly had a lot to say. A villain who knew more than any of the main characters present, and thus knew way more than the audience. Imagine, a lizard in a business suit would completely change what a show is. Toffee recontextualized everything we knew about Star, and the more he got involved in the series, the more its tone began to shift, taking this series from a lighter story to a much darker story. If it wasn't for Toffee, we wouldn't even have had the final resolution in the series, which came about from an entirely different villain, but at the end of the day, it all came back to that mysterious man in a suit. What layers and secrets Toffee began to peel back, you may be asking? Well, because of Toffee, we began to dive into the great monster-mumin war, how horribly monsters are treated by humans. If it wasn't for Toffee, we wouldn't have learned about Eclipse's chapter in the Book of Spells, and getting Eclipse's debut after his death. Without Toffee, we wouldn't have learned that Comet Butterfly was dead, assassinated by Toffee himself. But in particular, Toffee is such a great reveal because he, after his own introduction, caused himself to be his own reveal. But yes, Toffee completely turned Star vs. the Force of Evil into a thriller, constantly throwing out new twists and turns of his character. And again, if it wasn't for his character and his actions, we wouldn't have reached the conclusion we have today. To think we don't even know his full backstory. Toffee is ultimately one of the greatest cartoon reveals in himself. One sole character who recontextualized an entire series. And man, I miss him. Please bring the show back. Just one more season. Just one more Toffee episode. That cameo season 4 wasn't enough. Please!
Bro, give it up! Give it up? I thought you wanted to hang with your hero. I do, bro, I do!
This is another great reveal that made me want to make this list in the first place. In the show Ed, Edd n Eddy, Eddie constantly alluded to a super cool brother who was never around. In fact, he had a almost prolific status in the show, only ever mentioned in passing or referred to, but never shown or seen. They even went into his room and messed with his stuff, but that only made him more mysterious, as we all tried to wonder in our minds, who is Eddie's brother? What is he like at all? And in the show's grand finale, Ed, Edd n Eddy, The Big Picture Show, we finally got to see Eddie's brother in real life, and bro, he sucks. So in The Big Picture Show, Ed, Edd n Eddy are basically on the lam because their biggest scheme ever basically got them kicked out of the cul-de-sac, and they're going to find Eddie's brother so they can stay with him. And finally, at the end of the movie, at the big climax, they finally see Eddie's brother, who's living in a trailer at a carnival fair. At first, he's actually super cool, he dresses cool, he looks like older Eddie, he's really nice to everybody, and he saves Eddie from being beat up by the neighbor kids. However, this nice behavior does not last long before Eddie's brother begins to violently bully the three of them. He even goes so far as to call Double D Eddie's girlfriend, which I don't even want to get into that. Ultimately, it's the neighborhood cul-de-sac kids that end up defending the three Eds and collectively beat up Eddie's older brother, saving them and redeeming them at the same time. It's an incredible ending to the series. It's a perfect way to end it by taking this character that we all knew was a mystery, finally revealing him in this light, and using him as the thing that brings them all together. I just hope Eddie's parents aren't that bad.
And you can't keep me trapped here anymore!
Steven Universe did an incredible job for keeping the show's secrets a secret for so long. For a very long time, the gems were a mystery. Now with all these episodes out, with all this lore and everything that's happened, it's easy to see the show as what it is, but when it first started, people had no idea what the gems were, so they just assumed they were magical creatures. The last thing anybody expected was that it was an alien plotline. There's been a lot of great reveals in Steven Universe, whether it's Steven's Pink Diamond, or the reveal of White Diamond for the first time, but if I have to pick the biggest and most prolific reveal in Steven Universe, I'd have to go with Lapis Lazuli, because she changed the entire show. She was first revealed in the episode Mirror Gem, after Pearl gives Steven a mirror that can repeat historical events, in an attempt to teach him more about gem culture. Steven learns he can communicate with the mirror, which freaks out the gems because obviously they know what's really going on, and they try to take the mirror back. Steven flees and ends up actually releasing Lapis from the mirror. This is the first time in the show we've ever seen another gem besides the crystal gems or a corrupted gem, so already it changed the entire dynamic of the series. But then it's continued in the episode Ocean Gem when she wreaks havoc that the crystal gems actually have a bit of a dark past, and it's not as clear-cut as Steven thought. Lapis being released from the mirror eventually led to Steven learning that the gems are aliens, which is arguably the biggest bombshell in the series. Again, this changed the entire show, and from here on out, they were officially in story mode. There's no more cat fingers or Steven trying to tag along on missions. Lapis opened the path to Homeworld, to Steven's origins, to the diamonds, to everything. She was the catalyst for all this change in the show, and that's why I think she's the biggest reveal in Steven Universe. She ends up being a great character, despite stealing the ocean for a second. That wasn't really that cool.
How do you know my name?
Oh, I know lots of things.
Lots of things.
If I'm thinking about reveals in cartoons, I have to go with the reveal that meant the most, the reveal that was built up over the longest amount of time, and the reveal that was absolutely the craziest. And for that, I'd have to go with Bill Cipher in Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is at its core a mystery, and the show had a lot of incredible mysteries. But perhaps the show's biggest mystery was Bill Cipher. From episode 1, at the very beginning of the first episode that flashed at the end of the theme song, we saw Bill Cipher and we had no idea who he was or what he meant. But the show did a very good job of getting us hyped about him. Bill Cipher was hid over on the Mystery Shack throughout the show, the Triangle Eye was everywhere, and it only led fans to speculate further and further, trying to decode the wheel, trying to figure out who he is or what he was doing. And finally, at the end of season 1, we got the reveal of Bill Cipher in Dreamscapers. In this episode, in an attempt to get the Mystery Shack, Lil Gideon summons Bill Cipher, bringing on the main antagonist of the entire series, and changing Gravity Falls forever. We are introduced to Bill Cipher, the eccentric, lovable dream demon with a huge past in Gravity Falls. He ends up invading Stan's mind, trying to find the code to his safe so Gideon can get the deed to the Mystery Shack. Even though they end up thwarting Bill this time, they end up losing to him eventually in season 2, obviously, when he launches Weirdmageddon. But this is before all of that. In this episode, we had no idea who Bill was, how he was related to them at all, if he was related to them. All we knew is that we were finally seeing this person, we were finally seeing this thing that we had seen in the show so many times before. He was finally animated and he finally had a voice, and we finally got some clues as to what was going on in the show. This reveal of Bill Cipher arguably raised a lot more questions that it answered, but honestly, that was what was great about it. It kept that hype train going. It was the little things, like when he first encountered Dipper, Mabel, and Seuss, he referred to them as their symbols on the wheel. Much like Lapis Lazuli, Bill Cipher changed Gravity Falls, and every time he appeared in an episode, something big was going on. Bill Cipher was the best, most satisfying, and biggest reveal I've ever seen in a cartoon. Some would argue that maybe Stanford is a bigger reveal, and I can totally see that. Finding out that Grunkle Stan had a twin, that he was using a fake identity, their whole backstory, that is a huge reveal for the show. But in my mind, that feels very much like a plot twist. Whereas Bill Cipher was just a good old character reveal that changed the series forever, and set Gravity Falls on the course for what the rest of the series would become. And that's why I think Bill Cipher deserves the #1 spot for biggest cartoon reveal. Also, because of him, I could never look at $1 bills the same. So thank you for that. Well, there you have it, guys. Those were our picks for the top 10 reveals in cartoons. But as always, I want to know what you guys think about all of this. Do you agree with this list? Do you not? Do you think there's people we left off? Do you hate some of our choices? Do you have a choice that you think was better? Let us know respectfully down in the comments down below, or tweet to us at Roundtable Vids, or me at @It'sRetroNemo. A television show is nothing without its characters, and the Amazing World of Gumball knows that well. The town of Edmore is filled with colorful, spectacular, and unique citizens that make the show as fun to watch as it is. Gumball's varied art style gives the show an edge over other cartoons. Its characters can be 2D, CGI, a live-action Chin, anything is possible. Even the Watterson family, which at first glance looks like a stereotypical sitcom family, genius daughter, stupid dad.
Kids, where would I find the Sailord?
Turns out to be one of the most original and hilarious families on television. Gumball is definitely an animation lover show, and that's what's so great about his characters. The different art styles make it seem like each character was pulled from a different cartoon, and it creates this amazing hodgepodge of creativity. So today we'll be counting down the top 10 Amazing World of Gumball characters. In this list, we're considering only characters that have made multiple appearances. Gumball has had its fair share of amazing one-off characters, but that's a list all on its own. So without further ado, let's get started. Gumball has had such a memorable list of side characters, and Tobias is certainly one of them. This sweatband-wearing Rainbow Puff can be a little cocky at times, but he's still a memorable character. He started out as the popular rich kid, but quickly changed into someone who's actually really sad. He ended up becoming the kid that tried way too hard to succeed and ended up failing, which opened up the door to way funnier situations, like when he attempted to ask out Masami.
Hey, beautiful, you have a quarter? 'Cause I told my mom I'd call her when I fell in love.
No, I'm sorry I don't, but you can use my cell.
Tobias is also one of the side characters in Gumball to be more developed throughout the series run, and we even met his family, including his sister, mom, and dad. The episode with his mom being one of the funniest and more memorable episodes of Gumball ever. It's safe to say that Tobias deserves to be in the top 10.
Tobias! Where are you going, dude? Tobias! Aw, come on!
Who could forget Alan, the lovable, overly nice balloon boy who's actually a balloon? Alan's character wasn't very important in the early seasons. He was mostly known for ironically dating Carmen the Cactus. However, the character really began shining in later episodes, such as The Photo and The Storm. His optimistic personality and perfect nature made for some of the funniest episodes Gumball's had, and some of the most memorable moments in the show. That's why Alan is at the #9 spot. first glance, Richard may seem like the typical stupid father character a la Homer Simpson or Peter Griffin. However, throughout the series run, we see that Richard is actually a well-rounded character that is both funny and memorable. He's a good father with a big heart, even though he may not be the brightest. Super memorable episodes like The Job, which happens to be one of my favorite episodes of Gumball, cemented Richard's character as one of the best. You can always add a funny quip to a conversation, but at the same time you can tell he loves his family, and that's what makes his character so great.
Ugh, each slice of that thing has enough calories to get us the next little tag.
Slice? Don't you dare carve up a masterpiece. I'm gonna make 5.
Ah, Penny, the peanut antler thing that just so happens to be the love of Gumball's life. Since the beginning of the series, Penny was a great character, being in episodes like The Date, though her character developed a surprising amount as the series went on. First of all, the show didn't bait the fans on with the will they won't they for too long, and Gumball and Penny started dating at the end of season 2.
I like your eyes.
But they took it a step further. See, for a while fans theorized what was on the inside of Penny's shell. It was a huge mystery on the show, and it didn't seem like the audience would ever get a solid answer. That is until the episode The Shell, where Penny cracks her outer casing and her true form is finally revealed.
You look.
What? Do I look bad? No! You look,
I look disgusting, don't I?
It turns out that Penny is a shape-shifting fairy, and she was kept in the shell to control her shape-shifting powers. Her character has stayed in the form ever since, proving that Gumball can pull off real character development. That's what makes Penny so great. She's a character with a story arc and a show that, besides a lot of callbacks, is pretty much one-off. Her transformation set a tone for the show and made a place as crazy as Elmore feel grounded.
Gumball, please tell my father that the monster has gone to live in the forest with all the other beasts.
Anais is another character that seemed like a bratty know-it-all little sister, but her episodes are some of the best in Gumball history. The youngest of the Watterson family, Anais is a genius and frequently outsmarts her entire family. She's surprisingly mature, and that makes for some great comedy. She's annoying at times, but still lovable, and has some of the best one-liners in the show.
You should always use a fire extinguisher or if unavailable, baking soda. But most importantly, call an adult or the emergency services.
Well, yeah, of course.
Episodes like The Remote, where she outsmarts her entire family by hiding the remote in her toy Daisy, are some of the best.
I had it in my hands. Thanks for the tip.
Daisy!
Oh, yeah.
All I need is my Daisy.
Rob is a character that encompasses everything that makes Gumball great. He started out way back at the beginning of the series as a boring background character that had no purpose in the show at all. However, this is made fun of later in the show, when he goes up to Gumball and Darwin and they don't remember him at all.
Rich? Did you just call me Rich like it was a question?
What seemed like a funny one-episode joke soon turned to something great. Rob ended up getting stuck in the dimension of things that everyone forgets about, and you'd think he'd never be heard from again. But it ends up being quite the contrary. Rob ends up making it out of the dimension, turns spiteful and angry. This time he doesn't want to be Gumball and Darwin's friends, he sees them as his mortal enemies. Now, Rob is Gumball and Darwin's primary nemesis and a reoccurring villain. This is why Gumball is so great. Rob is an incredibly meta character whose entire motivation is that he was an irrelevant person in the background. And if you go back to early episodes, you can definitely see him in the background. Gumball is completely original, and everything about it is meta and hilarious. So if you think about it, Rob is the perfect villain. There have been many sidekicks throughout history, but Darwin stands out. This innocent and lovable member of the Watterson family may look odd because, well, he's a fish. Now that I think about it, that's not the craziest thing to ever be in Gumball. But this is all because Darwin actually started out as a pet of the family. Then, according to the show, one day he just grew legs and the rest is history. Darwin is a great counterpart to Gumball, as his kind and lovable nature ends up helping them when they need it the most. However, in episodes like The Safety, when he attempts to keep the world safe and in the end becomes a dictator, really solidify his character as hilarious and memorable. He'll always be there for Gumball and his friends. Darwin often has a more realistic approach, acting as the voice of reason and keeping Gumball grounded.
We can't hide like this anymore. We're just gonna have to tell Dad the truth.
Oh, sure. Great plan. So how do you want to do it? You could start by rejecting his love, while I sucker punch him with the lack of respect that we have for his entire family heritage. Or, if you prefer, I'll just rip out his heart while you tear his soul in half!
Despite this, he's never too preachy or obnoxious. He still remains likable. That's what makes Darwin such a great character.
Darwin, Raglan, Caspian, Ahab, Poseidon, Nicodemus, Watterson III.
A lot of TV shows have a mom character, and they vary from show to show. There's people like Dexter's mom, who's the basic 50s-esque stereotype. A lot of shows take the never show the parents route. But Gumball is different. It openly includes the parent as characters, and that's one of the things that makes Gumball stand out. I pride them for actually giving the parents names and further developing them as characters. And that brings me to Nicole. She's funny enough on her own as a character because she's a hilarious take on an over-the-top mom. But thanks to backstories and other looks into her, you'll understand more about her as an actual character. It turns out Nicole was pushed to perfection as a kid by 2 overbearing parents.
I got straight A's.
Not here. Gender.
Yeah, F because I'm female.
Being a girl is not an excuse.
This is what made her the way she is, and you feel sympathy for her. But you know that she really is in love with Richard, and she really loves being a mother. She's a great representation of a parent character done right.
Anyway, I feel much better now. Oh, sorry, a little too much in the moment there.
As far as main characters go, Gumball is one of the best. This lovable, funny blue cat is the show's titular character. Some people may think me putting him at number 2 is a little predictable, but Gumball really is a great character. In a show like Gumball, where puppets coexist with sentient flower pots, the show is smart to make its central characters normal 2D animals. It helps not disorient the viewer in this crazy world. And at the helm of the entire show is Gumball. He's a super versatile character. One second he could be annoying in a SpongeBob to Squidward kind of way, but at the same time he can be a completely rational and supportable lead.
Ask you to shut up! Think about what you've done! Do you realize you were wrong? Good, but don't beat yourself up about it! Parenting is hard!
Sometimes cocky, sometimes a little clueless, there's no other character that's better for the main lead of Gumball. Here we are at number 1. After looking at all the colorful cast of Edmore citizens and all the characters the show has, we had to go with the one who's always there in any form. The one who plays more roles in the show than any other single character. And that person is Larry. Larry began as just a one-off character who worked in the DVD rental store, but as the series progressed, you began to see more and more of him working just about anywhere. Larry's job in the city of Elmore is, well, just about every job. Larry works everywhere at every time. He's so important, in fact, that just him quitting is enough to send the entire town into a complete Mad Max-esque apocalypse. So he's pretty important. Some people may disagree with this, but I do believe that Larry deserves the number 1 spot. He's a character who's bigger than just one person. As long as there's a menial task to be done, Larry can be added to the story. This makes him one of the most reoccurring characters, and one of the greatest characters in Gumball. That's why Larry takes the number 1 spot.
What?
Well, here we are, the end of the decade. Despite how existentially terrifying it is to realize that an entire decade of your life is over, it's important to realize the most important thing: this was a good decade for animation. Seriously, from 2010 onwards, we've seen some of the greatest cartoons ever made, I would say of all time. The 2010s saw a rise of darker cartoons. Cartoons that weren't afraid to tell a deeper story. And in turn, we were left with one of the greatest decades in animation. So today, let's give credit where credit is due. Guys, I'm Nemo, and I'm joined with my co-hosts.
I'm Oshrik Vox.
And my name is Tom.
As we attempt to count down the top 25 cartoons of the past decade. This is in no particular order, okay? We're not saying any show's better or worse, because that's subjective and everyone has their own opinions. We are just saying out of all the cartoons that aired this decade, these are the top 25. So without further ado, let's get started.
So what if you took Phineas and Ferb, but instead of Phineas and Ferb, you follow a story about a kid who sounds like Weird Al, has really bad luck, but a really positive attitude? Then you have Milo Murphy's Law, which I say because not only is this show created by Dan and Swampy, the creators of Phineas and Ferb, resulting in the show having a very similar writing style and sense of humor, but it also exists in the same universe as Phineas and Ferb. And I feel that as a result, they were more experienced and refined, offering more potential with this show that's yet to be fully realized. Milo Murphy's Law was coming into a world with different expectations. There would be more structure, more continuity, more focus on narrative. And through that, Milo Murphy's Law was offering a modern story from the same universe as Phineas and Ferb, which is awesome. As of right now, after only a few seasons, it seems like the life cycle of Milo Murphy's Law might be over, when I honestly believe it has a lot more steam left, and a lot more potential as far as the story goes. It's done a lot in the time it's had, creating characters, relationships, and building up to high-stakes adventures, and who's to say they couldn't do it again? Just like Dan and Swampy said in that rap song. I honestly think with time, Milo would be capable of surpassing Phineas and Ferb, but unfortunately, we probably won't get to see that. It wouldn't be the only show that's ended seemingly abruptly and had a lot more to offer, but no matter what, Milo Murphy's Law was definitely a highlight in the last decade of animation.
When it comes comes to unique and original animation, no one takes more risks than Netflix. And that is totally the case with Love, Death, and Robots. I remember first hearing about this series and I wasn't even remotely excited for it. It just seemed kind of average. And even watching the very first episode, I'm like, okay, well, this isn't anything special. But Love, Death, and Robots is something that deserves to be watched in its entirety because it is the definition of a mixed bag. If I were to describe Love, Death, and Robots, I would say that it is just ultimately a love letter to animation as a genre. It's an anthology series, meaning each and every episode is a different story, a different world, a different character. But it also means that every episode is a uniquely different animation style, and this is where Love, Death, and Robots truly shines through. Every episode completely exists on its own, independent of each other, in the absolute best way. You have no idea what you're gonna get every time you watch an episode of Love, Death, and Robots. Episodes like The Witness are claustrophobic and gritty and dark, but also serene and beautiful. Other episodes might be lighthearted adventures about farmers in mech suits fighting aliens. Other episodes like Zima Blue are beautiful, introspective art pieces, telling us stories you didn't even know you wanted to hear. My point is, Love, Death, and Robots is all over the place in the best way. And because of Netflix, it's allowed to be as experimental and crazy as it wants. Some episodes are long, while other episodes are just a few minutes. There's no set time length, there's no set anything. It's animation completely unhinged, and it's amazing. Love, Death, and Robots just encapsulates everything that's great about animation right now, and everything that animation is capable of in this moment in time. But it's also a representation of where animation is going into the next century and where it could go. We finally exist in a world where something like Love, Death, and Robots, an experimental animated anthology series, is allowed to thrive and exist. And with the news of it getting confirmed for a second season, I'm just more than excited to see where this goes. Love, Death, and Robots is something that couldn't have existed 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but here we are, and it's amazing. That's why it's definitely worth a watch.
Miraculous Ladybug and Cat Noir is one of those shows that I think is really stupid, but I just can't stop watching it. Despite having threads of continuity, the show doesn't have much of a coherent overarching plot, and the way that episodes are released can make it really difficult to keep up with it. But they found a simple formula that can be twisted and recontextualized in so many ways that you can't help but stay invested. And the moments where the writing needs to be strong, it usually delivers. Of course, there are a lot of criticisms you can bring up against the show, but the draws and substance of the show is solid. It has an X factor and provides something conceptually that no other story does, or at least no other story executes this well. That concept being the dynamic between the main character and her co-star, and their hero identities versus their secret identities. Marinette is Ladybug, who Cat Noir is in love with, and Cat Noir's Adrian, who Marinette is in love with. But they don't know each other's secret identities, despite the fact that it's really, really obvious, so they end up thirsting after each other without even realizing it. The whole concept of the show is so stupid, but so well executed that it pulls you in. The idea of two characters who interact with each other constantly being madly in love but not knowing it doesn't sound like it would make for such a compelling experience, and yet, here we are. Really what it is they managed to take fanfiction elements and integrate them into a cartoon in a way that works. So even if fanfiction isn't your thing, it's just all the drama and BS from that in a more universal medium and with more professional presentation. Also, the show just makes me happy to watch. It's pure and simple and knows when to bring it. It's not extremely ambitious, but it does what it does and does it well.
The 2010s kicked off with one of the strongest action-adventure shows I've ever laid my eyes on, Symbionic Titan. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that despite being an action cartoon, Gunny Tartakovsky always did his best to make sure the focus of the show were the characters. Lance, Alana, and Octus are one of the best trios to exist in animation, no room for debate. Over the short-lived 20-episode run, you see these war refugees who have to pretend to be a family develop into an actual family, who depend on each other for strength, guidance, and wisdom. The high school setting is used to its full advantage, turning all the tropes and cliches on its head with a very fun and surprisingly active recurring cast. The action is always sick, whether if it's in a giant robot dealing with the kaiju of the week, or hand-to-hand combat primarily with Lance. Symbionic Titan deserves more, and I'm going to keep this entry short because, now that the series is available for streaming on Netflix, I want to dedicate a full-length video on why we need to bring it back. Hold this to me. There's a reason this show keeps getting referenced in newer Cartoon Network properties. If you need to refresh yourself or never seen it before, if you live in the USA, drop everything except this video and consume it on Netflix. 20 half-hour episodes that will leave you wanting more.
The Looney Tunes show is one I definitely knew I had to put on this list, and one that I'm not sure a lot of people have even seen. To most people, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just like a vague memory, like, oh yeah, I remember that was like on Cartoon Network in like 2011. But no, I'm here, I'm coming here, I'm giving this show all the praise it deserves. The Looney Tunes show is one of the greatest cartoons to air in the last decade, for sure. Catch this premise, okay? Take the Looney Tunes characters and make it Seinfeld. That's literally it. It's just a sitcom starring the Looney Tunes characters, and that's why it's beautiful. They traded in slapstick humor for real-life situations. Gone are the days of falling anvils. Instead, you get to watch Bugs Bunny try to install a shelf for 22 minutes, and it is glorious. Bugs and Daffy are roommates in this weird universe. Bugs is living off of the royalty money from this carrot chopper kitchen invention that he made like years ago. So he's living the classic sitcom scenario of a house that's way too nice and that he probably shouldn't be able to afford. And yeah, it basically just follows him and Daffy getting into shenanigans. And a lot of people actually harped on this show for how they portrayed the Looney Tunes characters. I think this is one of the greatest adaptations of the Looney Tunes characters. Bugs has this sort of sarcastic dryness to him that's carried over into every situation. The way I could describe it is he just doesn't give a fuck in like the best way. And Daffy is classically self-absorbed, but in a way that completely works and doesn't come off as like stereotypical. In fact, he still manages to be lovable. It's a pretty great dynamic because Bugs is able to just put up with a lot of what Daffy does, but he's not afraid to draw the line. Like I keep saying, it's just a classic sitcom dynamic that works in every way. My absolute favorite part of the Looney Tunes show, and the part that's an absolute trip, is just seeing how they fit all of the other Looney Tunes characters into a real world dynamic. Speedy Gonzales owns a popular sports bar. Porky Pig at some points like owns a catering company. It handles adult themes in a way that's not overtly raunchy. In fact, it just seems to kind of tackle the monotony of adult life. But there's just something about Bugs on an awkward date with Lola in a grocery store that makes me really appreciate this show for being so out there. I mean, honestly, this was like a huge risk to make, and on paper it sounds weird, but I appreciate it for how bizarre it is and how it was just trying to be something different. If I have any complaints about the Looney Tunes show, I could do without the weird musical segments that they had. They also had some like Roadrunner CGI cartoons that I always skipped. They weren't really that bad, they weren't for me. Although I'm not sure who else remembers this fever dream of a music video where Elmer Fudd basically makes love to a grilled cheese sandwich for like 4 minutes. It's bizarre. Yeah, the Looney Tunes show is one of the most slept on cartoons of the decade, and definitely I feel like deserves a spot on this list. And if you have not seen it, you definitely should check it out.
What if I told you that there was a series with 0 dialogue and 5 episodes that managed to say more than a lot of shows with dialogue and multiple seasons? That's exactly what Genndy Tartakovsky managed to pull off with Primal. Which if anyone could do this, it would be Genndy, because he's proven time and time again that he is one of, if not the best in the game when it comes to visual storytelling and action and animation, all of which he put to good use in Primal, which follows a caveman named Spear who befriends a T-Rex named Fang after both lose their families to a pack of rogue dinosaurs. Surprisingly, being a show that was very heavily celebrated for being unapologetically violent and masculine and just being manly, there's actually a pretty heavy focus on the consequences of violence. It's almost a commentary on how what we consider traditionally masculine and the old-fashioned expectations we hold to men are actually pretty damaging and unhealthy. The way they portray PTSD manifesting and the way being regularly exposed to violence and killing affects the character's mental health. It wasn't just a story about the action and violence that takes place in the world. There was an exploration of everything around that as well, looking at the human psyche and how that's affected by loss and such graphically traumatic experiences. Which again, this is done with no dialogue, just visuals. Yet it's one of the most emotional and raw stories I've ever seen, and that's something that's hard to accomplish to this degree outside of the world of animation. We Bare Bears is a great example of a show that doesn't need a super engaging plot to be great, because We Bare Bears is a wholesome, funny show about bears trying to understand society. But there's also this dynamic where they've been assimilated and raised in a human society with human conventions to the point where being just bears isn't natural for them. They use human technology and eat human food, and have adopted human culture as their own, finding an identity through it, but they're also bears. Though there isn't an overarching story, the show does go into the past of the bears and try to provide context to their relationships, personality quirks, just helping you understand the characters and what makes them who they are. We Bare Bears is very character driven. The world feels alive because of the attention in putting people into that world, from the bears to minor supporting characters, even to the background characters. One of the coolest things about this show is the background characters are so diverse and well designed, which is a really nice touch. Like, you could just make background characters that are palette swaps of Jane and John Doe, or you could design characters where you can get a hint of what type of person they are even if they have no lines. Because drawing is writing. Image tells a story, and the visuals here tell the audience a lot about the world. It manages to capture a sense of reality through the attention to detail while also adding positive and upbeat vibes with the show's lighthearted tone. We Bare Bears isn't revolutionary or jaw-dropping, but it delivers. It's entertaining, it's charming, and it can even be emotional at times. It's just a solid show that makes you happy, and sometimes that's all you need from a cartoon.
Final Space is one of the most important cartoons to come out in this decade. The show itself is a sprawling space epic filled with adventure, humor, and heart from the genius mind of Olin Rogers, who had his start on YouTube and humbly rose the ranks all the way to getting his own TV show. In fact, it's one of the most inspiring stories in animation, and something I'd never seen happen before or since. Olin put all of his heart and effort into an incredible pilot. The pilot got seen by Conan O'Brien, cut to the show being picked up by TBS and now being successfully on its second season, going on a third. It's an incredible story and shows, and anybody can have their adventure told if they try hard enough, and Olin is such a hardworking, creative individual. It really comes off in the show. Another incredible thing about Final Space is its growth. The show that follows the misadventures of Gary and the rest of his crew as he travels through space, dealing with foes, and trying to solve the mystery of what Final Space is, changed a lot from Season 1 and Season 2. And that's because Olin actually listened to a lot of the criticisms with Season 1. He took those criticisms and he made Season 2 even better. In fact, Season 2 is almost an entirely different show for all of the right reasons. It's so hard for me to give you a synopsis about what Final Space is about because it's always changing. It's always telling this incredible story. There's all these overarching plots and themes. Characters are developing, coming in and leaving in different ways. It's just a ride from start to finish, and it's definitely worth a watch. If you want a show that will make you laugh and cry and also be on the edge of your seat, Final Space is definitely worth a watch.
Alright, so we actually forgot one slot when initially scripting this, and I can't choose between these two shows, so they're just going to share the same slot. Amphibia is underrated because I already know it's going to be unfairly overlooked for the Owl House due to the timing of Disney scheduling in 2019 versus the return of weekly premieres they're rolling out in 2020. Amphibia follows Anne, a girl peer pressured into stealing a magic box by her two jerk friends, and wind up in a magical world populated by anthropomorphic frogs. Alex Jones would shit himself. What makes Amphibia such a palate cleanser to me is that despite presenting itself as an innately story-driven show, the team decided to use that knowledge to take their time with the first season and properly set up characters over conflict. And there are a lot of characters, for the better, each providing something new for the show and generally lend more to the comedic elements of the show. A friend of mine, Wasp Ranger, aka It's Only Magic on YouTube, describes the show as Fantasy Simpsons done right, and I think that's the perfect forward blurb. The writing and jokes are on par with early Simpsons, and definitely, surprise, surprise, Gravity Falls. Because we become so intimate with the characters that it's hard not to care about what Anne is dealing with and how her predicaments affect the entire town. Look, don't play games, just watch the show. The entire first season is on Disney+. I can see it quickly ascending to God status among other story cartoons in 2020, so get on the hype train before it becomes a bit too crowded. On the other hand, there is Craig of the Creek, which started out as something referred to as Ed, Edd n Eddy mixed with Codename Kids Next Door, which the show itself caught fans out on for that comparison. But god, now that it's 2 seasons in, that comparison never did it any justice. Craig of the Creek doesn't care if it's grounded in reality, it'll crank things up from 0 to 100 in a moment's instance and find a way to justify it later. Using what they learned from their time as head writers on Steven Universe, creators Matt Burnett and Ben Levin alongside their team provide many stories that's often overlooked in the traditional coming-of-age cartoon. Stories that remind us of the wonders of childhood, the importance of family, and sour candy eating contests, people! Craig of the Creek feels like a very down-to-earth show. Not every kid is meant to act like a kid, but rather just a human being, giving perspective and representation for all different walks of life. I'm happy this is the flagship IP for a new generation, and the hints of the bigger story with the king of the other side get me so excited to see what's next. Craig of the Creek is a gift. Every episode flies by while making the most out of 11 minutes, and it's a bit comforting knowing that the show could go on for a very long time.
There have been countless Scooby-Doo interpretations and rebrands and reimaginings, but guys, Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated is in a league of its own, truly. I know What's New Scooby-Doo is a treasure, and we're all lucky to have it, but guys, Mystery Inc., I would go out on a limb and say is the greatest Scooby-Doo series of all time. It is the quintessential Scooby-Doo series. It is a meta take on the entire Scooby-Doo story, and it does everything right in a different way. It's beautiful. From the jump, from the very first episode, Scooby-Doo Mystery Inc. makes itself clear that it is a different interpretation of Scooby-Doo. It's sarcastic, it's allowing itself to get dark, it's taking the look at the gang in a realistic light, as apparent by the fact that literally in episode 1 they are arrested for solving a crime. Gone are the days of simplistic villains that turn out to just be the banker from down the road. Scooby-Doo Mystery Inc. gives you all of the Scooby-Doo stuff that you love and expect, but serves it up in a realistic way with an incredible mystery and overarching plot that will keep you on the edge of your seat the entire time. A lot of people may have had gripes with the love subplots they had in the show, and honestly I see that there. It's kind of the show's weaker point, but no other Scooby-Doo interpretation has been able to capture what makes Scooby-Doo so great, while also giving it to us in an incredibly new way. It almost makes fun of Scooby-Doo in the fact that we're all in on the joke and we all love it regardless. Take Fred's almost comical obsession with traps. It's a great running gag that just honestly is something we've all been thinking the entire time, so yeah, this works. Another incredible aspect is that it showed the relationship of these mystery-solving teams with their parents, which solved the long-ass Scooby-Doo question is, how are they just affording to do this constant road trip to every mystery in America? Where are their parents? Well, they're here in this series, and they're some of the best parts of the show. There's some incredible drama with Freddy's dad being the mayor, and like I said, as the series goes on, it gets a lot trippier. The show had some serious changes in development over time, all culminating in one of the biggest and darkest endings of any Scooby-Doo series ever. And may I also point out, the fact that it had an ending is absolutely crucial. Mystery Inc. set out to tell a story, and it completed that story. It told what it wanted to tell, and then it ended naturally. It was perfect. In a world where Scooby-Doo exists in this weird one-off limbo land, and for being a franchise that's so incredibly repetitive, Mystery Inc. is a breath of fresh air and just the greatest thing Scooby-Doo that's come out in such a long time. I'm glad I got to tell its story, and it's actually on Netflix right now. If you want to watch it, please do. If you haven't, you will not regret a single episode.
The 2010s were full of reboots, many of which faced a lot of backlash. But there's one reboot that did an amazing job at silencing the critics and coming in hard with a transformation of an old show that proved that reboots can be really great if there's a passion to use that property to tell a great new story. They can expand on the foundation of the source material to create something new and innovative, which is exactly what DuckTales did, adding depth to the characters, telling an overarching story, and bringing in new elements and questions to the show to make everything feel like it meant more. From what I've seen of the original, it was always pretty one note. They go on adventures and that's about it, just kind of your average after school, Saturday morning, bit of action, bit of adventure type of formula, which definitely worked for the time period. But here, the adventures are only a small part of the plot. There's so much more going on between the characters and a deeper exploration on why they go on adventures in the first place, or what they want from life beyond these adventures, some of the family skeletons in the closet, and the tension that comes about as a result. Background on who the characters are, what they're like, and what motivates that, which creates an emotional connection between the audience and the text that just flat out wasn't present in the source material. I don't know how a diehard DuckTales fan could watch this show and not appreciate how much more they do for the characters and the property as a whole. Like, there are so many cartoons that I grew up watching that followed a similar blueprint to the original DuckTales, and if someone came along and rehauled the world and story of those cartoons like this reboot does for DuckTales, then I would be ecstatic. But that being said, I don't think there are many fans that feel anything but love for this reboot. Legend of Korra had some very big shoes to fill following The Last Airbender, which if it aired this decade would probably be at the top of our list. But even though Korra didn't reach the same level as its predecessor, doesn't mean that it's not very good. One of the things that stands out to me, especially with the creative new ways that bending is used, I feel like the action is just on another level in Legend of Korra, like possibly better than Last Airbender. I was making a Korra video very recently and I kept getting distracted as I was editing by how jaw-droppingly creative some of the offense is, and the direction only amplifies that, which would make sense that a more technical element of the show would be better in the sequel series, as the writing might go a bit downhill. At the very least, we do get some fan service as fans of the original series, seeing a glimpse of what happened to Team Avatar and seeing how the next generation turned out through their children and grandchildren, which all have their own personalities, by the way. When I think Tenzin, I don't think, yeah, that's Bangin' Katara's son. Nah, that's Tenzin. He's his own character with his own charm and appeal. Same thing with Boomy, Kaya, Lin, Suyin, Opal. I don't even even consider the fact that they're descendants of the original cast because they have their own personalities that also manage to be similar enough that it's not that far-fetched to believe that these are descendants of the original cast. I think the only exception to this is probably Zuko's grandson Iroh, but that's mainly because Dante Bosco is voicing him, so it's almost impossible to separate the two like that. But even then, that's not necessarily a bad thing because sometimes you look at people's kids and you're like, that's literally you. That's a mini you. But as I've made clear recently, I really like Korra's character arc, and even if the beats along that journey weren't always executed in the best way, I always really enjoyed how she got from point A to point B, which if you want to hear me talk about that more in depth, go watch the video I made about it. Yeah, that's right, I'm gonna plug my video on Top 25. Who's gonna stop me?
911, there's been a murder. A Netflix original got apparently canceled after 1 season. Oh, you're a bit backed up with actual problems and other Netflix originals having an untimely death? This bit is going nowhere. Tuca and Birdie was robbed of so much. This show really connected me in a way I didn't expect. I expected BoJack through the lens of a woman, but I got a great contrast instead. A show that is through that lens, but focuses on the importance of a support system. It's nothing like BoJack and it's all for the better. It's a visual delight, redefining what it means to get weird, because weird is just normal for this show. But that weirdness and rapid-fire comedy never undermines the gravity of serious situations. There's a certain episode with a certain backstory reveal. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. The way it was built up to and presented affected me in a way I never expected it to. A way no show touched me before. It was a wonderful show to connect with my female friends over, and I even gained a better understanding of being a woman in America. Something that I obviously won't ever be able to fully experience and understand because, hey, I'm a dude! Tuca and Birdie may be gone way too soon, but its memory will live on for decades to come. It's the new Mission Hill to me, and I'll stand by that weird comparison.
Okay y'all, I'm back to hype up this show with every fiber of my being because She-Ra and the Princesses of Power is honestly my personal favorite show of the decade. The characters, great. Story, intense. Then the themes. Don't get me started on all the themes, or we will be here all day. Again, in so many ways, She-Ra is a representation of how our culture and the medium of animation has evolved over time, taking a show originally made in the 80s to sell toys, and using it now to really just go all in and tell an amazing story with layers and depth through characters who have their own personal journeys, characters who are diverse both in background and personality, characters who are flawed and walk a difficult path towards being better people or a path towards self-destruction. There's emotion, drama, ups and downs in relationships, all while a younger generation takes on the mantle of deciding the fate of the world. Though the show has been criticized for being supposed leftist propaganda by including certain progressive elements. However, none of the representation or characters feel shoved in for the sake of making a political statement. In fact, the show isn't really political at all. People criticize the inclusion of LGBT+ characters, but every LGBT+ character or relationship feels organic. They don't even acknowledge these things as anything out of the norm in the text. Bo has 2 dads. Spinnerella and Natasa are a couple. Double Trouble is non-binary, and none of it is ever directly addressed or made into a thing. They just exist, and their characters and their personalities exist beyond those identities. Hell, Double Trouble was introduced and added so much to the story, and was the MVP of this past season in terms of getting things moving. People definitely have more reason to like them beyond the representation they offer, which only makes that representation better. I understand maybe She-Ra isn't reaching every demographic, and some might even feel alienated by it, but that's a case of you're never going to please everyone, and it's better to make a story that a smaller audience passionately loves than a story that everybody feels sort of favorable towards, but also kind of indifferent to. But for those of us who are invested, it's because She-Ra does a lot of the simple things that we expect stories to do, and often feel let down when they don't. It feels in touch with what its audience wants, and even if that's divisive to some, it is what it is, and it's unapologetic about it. It's a story that doesn't compromise on what it wants to be, which has made it into one of the best.
Over the Garden Wall is a flawless masterpiece. There's not a lot to say here. Wait, no. I have more to say. Over the Garden Wall is as close as you can get to perfection. The show is beautiful. It tells a unique, moving, and complete story. The characters are all lovable and also complicated, and they feel real. It was new, it was daring, it was its own thing. It was all at once funny, somber, and ultimately 100% itself. And it was something I had never seen before up until that point. This 10-episode miniseries spurs from the mind of Patrick McHale, formerly known for Adventure Time and Flapjack, 2 of the greatest Cartoon Network shows of all time, so it's no surprise he went on to make one of his very own. The entire series was based off of the pilot he did, Tome of the Unknown, which pretty much followed the same sort of plot about two brothers, Wirt and Greg, lost in the magical world of the unknown. This forest filled with unique characters and locations and stories. Wirt and Greg, along with a bluebird Beatrice, travel through the unknown just trying to get home, along the way finding these little pockets of stories. I love shows like this, shows with a new location every episode, new characters every episode, and they totally utilize that to their advantage by telling 10 of like the most creative and original stories I've ever seen put to screen. If you were to ask me, Over the Garden Wall would be my pick for cartoon of the decade, if not for the fact that it was so short and there were other cartoons that have accomplished more, but the point is, it is as close as you can get to animated perfection. The voice cast is incredible, from the adorable Colin Dean voicing Greg to Elijah Wood voicing Wirt, and he does an incredible job. Wirt is one of my favorite characters in all of animation. He's all at once analytical, self-centered, but also like deeply awkward in the best way, and Greg's childish optimism makes them the perfect pair. When I first started watching this, I'm like, oh, this is like a typical magical world type scenario, a sort of storybook fable type world, and it worked incredibly well as that, but as the show goes on, it did an incredible job of subverting your expectations when you realize that Wirt and Greg are actually children alive in what appears to be like, I don't know, like the 50s? Definitely not current time, but definitely not storybook fable either. The fact that they left the unknown is this mystery to the audience. Where did they actually go? Was it real? They even left little clues, like Jason Thunderberger actually glowing with the bell in the hospital room, pretty much confirming that the unknown is real to a certain extent. But even plot aside, this show is visually amazing. It has this sort of somber fog to all of it. And then there's music, incredible music that you wouldn't expect to hear. Old ragtime type songs that work the best way and fit in this format incredibly well, sung by legitimate legends, and the whole thing is just beautiful. I could gush about Over the Garden Wall forever, but the point that you need to understand is that Over the Garden Wall is just one of those flawless shows that's in a league of its own. Throughout these 10 episodes, you will feel every single emotion, and you might even cry, because honestly, I cried, dude. That children chorus at the end, Greg, oh my god. It just feels like a classic from the very beginning. Reoccurring characters like the Beast and the Woodsman work perfectly in with the story and build to an incredible climax at the end. It even manages to be incredibly funny. But ultimately, Over the Garden Wall is a beautiful show with a lot of heart that tells a story I didn't even know I wanted to hear. If you have not seen Over the Garden Wall, get a cup of hot apple cider, curl up on the couch with a blanket, and just watch it front to back, and I promise you will not regret it. The show is beautiful.
Alright, listen. I know Star vs. the Force of Evil was that one show not everyone was on board with. It had plenty of fans, but it had its tough critics. However, after its finale, Cleaved aired, the amount of people who turned on the entire show was kind of baffling. Look, Star vs. the Force of Evil did not have a strong ending. I think it's a little bit more than a general consensus, but I don't think it ruins what the show was up until that point. While I will stand by the final season being the weakest, even that season provided a lot of laughs, and I think that was a big strong suit of the show. It was just fun to watch for me. Although I was engrossed in the overarching story, I was utterly dissatisfied until season 4, when an episode just decided to goof around. The writing, the delivery, the visual gags, they were always on point. But at the same time, I can see how that humor cannot be for everybody. Because when you break it down, Star vs. the Force of Evil was kind of the equivalent of those really funny Tumblr text posts you see reposted over and over again for the last few years. But I kind of think that's why it's so great. Humor is subjective. But I eat those Tumblr posts up just like the show. What I'm trying to say is, I think Star is a show that actually serves as a great example for what humor in the 2010s was kind of like. Beyond the nonsensical memes, sure we had those moments too in the show, but let me just dismiss that before someone tries to make a quick jab in the comments. To Star's credit though, even if the overarching story wasn't really thought out and planned from beginning to end, I really enjoyed what they did of most of it, and that's because if there's one thing the show nailed, it was the characters. It just seems as if the situations they were put in is what really irked people. If Star ever got a continuation of some kind, I do think they would benefit from damage controlling the ending, but I think more so they would benefit from mainly doing episodic adventures. Because while the story hook did get the show pretty far, I do believe these are some of the most well-rounded high school teenage characters I've seen in a long time. Compared to the other cartoons running, characters are often in elementary or middle school or don't go to school at all. But sticking those characters in a high school setting for the first 2 seasons really gave us what I felt was an accurate depiction of how people in high school act. If only the show didn't go too crazy with the shipping towards the end. If only. But for all of its flaws, when I think of the 2010s, Star will stick out for me. In a good light. For that reason, I truly believe it's deserving of being on this list.
The Amazing World of Gumball is an incredible cartoon and a love letter to animation as an art form. Just take one look at this show and you will be easily impressed by the countless art styles, the mixed media, and the incredibly unique character design that all come together to create the incredible world of Elmore. The show itself follows the Watterson family, specifically Gumball and Darwin, best friends who also happen to be a cat and a fish, as they go about their lives in this crazy world interacting with a colorful and memorable cast of characters. But like a lot of other shows on this list, it is so much more than what it is on paper. The Amazing World of Gumball is one of those shows that's managed to just get better with time. As the show went on, it understood its characters more, it got better with its writing, and it became one of the sharpest and funniest shows on television. And often no show did a tasteful pop culture reference like Gumball did. There's just so much effort put into this show, and you can tell from watching any episode. Not only is it visually amazing, but the show itself is equally as impressive, and ultimately Gumball is the full package. To say that the show just centers on Gumball would be doing a big disservice to it. In fact, we get to know all of the characters incredibly well, from Gumball's parents to their sister Anais, to Banana Joe, and even some new characters as the show progresses. And it's just so genuinely funny, it can be enjoyed by everybody. I feel comfortable showing Gumball to anybody I know, and I know they'll love it. That's why it deserves a spot on this list.
Some shows are criminally underrated, and then some are just murdered in cold blood, taken for granted, gone before its time, and overall just deserve so much better. OK KO, Let's Be Heroes, created by Ian Jones-Cordy, is by far a series that fits that criteria. I think the attention it got from its abundance of crossovers and social commentary on gun control kinda gave the impression it was full of references, wacky off-model drawings, and nothing else of substance, but that is so far from the truth. OK KO is a labor of love to the things that inspire not just Ian Jones-Cordy, but his entire team through the best way possible: comedy. KO is a 6 or 11-year-old boy with latent power in a world where virtually everyone is a superhero, gaining employment at Gar's Bodega, ran by Mr. Gar, a former teammate of KO's mother, Carol. Lakewood Plaza as a whole is full of so many wonderful characters that all have something to offer, but the bodega is where a lot of episodes begin and end, as we tend to KO's day-to-day duties with his co-workers and new best friends, Rad and Enid. With that setup, the show goes balls to the walls with how crazy it can get. So many unique premises that just wouldn't have worked with any other show. KO uses its world and wacky logic to its advantage, cranking up the insanity each season. While it was cut short, the third season was able to wrap up the main story at hand, which ultimately serviced the show really well. While I would give anything for more of the show, the finite 3-act stretcher it was dealt causes the characters to constantly grow, endure change, and become better people. Those arcs are a lot more rewarding because of it. The overarching story is goofy, no doubt about that, yet it has moments that I still find compelling. Plenty of scenes that give me chills that I still rewatch randomly in the middle of the night. And okay, pretty much all the time. While KO does service fans of Cartoon Network with fan service, it's never really the focus. Those episodes stand out because they're made to stand out. But when I think of KO, I think of Denny not being qualified for a PAL card because she's a Kappa, Lord Boxman pining for the sales and affection of Professor Venomous, KO's daddy issues, wacky shenanigans around the plaza, and the rampant character quirks that pump the show with so much more life than it already had. OKKO has the charm of a mid-2000s web series with the talent and strength of seasoned animation professionals that combine to give it a unique atmosphere that will never be duplicated. Nothing will even come close to what this show pulled off, and I'll always be here, watching, waiting, for the day the show comes back for round 2 on HBO Max. Or it'll stay dead. But I'm not ready to deal with that reality yet. Listen, if there's one thing the 2010s pulled off exceedingly well, it was reestablishing that cartoons aren't solely for children, even if they're on a children's network aimed at a young demographic. Okay, those factors kind of defeat the point of what I was saying, but regular show! This stemmed from a short of 2 gas station cashiers tripping balls on drugs. It's innately got some adult tones interwoven into the DNA. Regular show follows the work ethic of Mordecai and Rigby, or alternatively, lack of a work ethic, as these 20-something inserts work at a park with a colorful cast of characters. Regular show was so hardcore, they had to dub over season 1 potty words like pissed and crotch. Yeah, this is premium edge, the kind of shit you won't find in a YMCA DVD collection. Regular show was my favorite Cartoon Network show for such a long time. It took the greatest Achilles heel found in society, laziness, and mix it in with doses of nostalgia and basically unrestricted storytelling, inserting replacements for obvious alcohol and drug references, baking it into one gigantic cake. Regular show definitely got a bit too real with the adult life with a drawn-out romance subplot, but honestly, I rewatched the show this year, and it wasn't that bad in hindsight. I think the weekly airing schedule just made it feel a bit more dragged out than it really was. The final season goes for a bit more story-driven narrative, changing the status quo and sticking the characters in space. And while I love how they were still able to maintain the goofy tone, the series finale is by far one of the most insane and heartbreaking conclusions I've ever seen on television beyond the medium of animation. The spirit of regular show is sure to live on in the next line of its evolution, Close Enough, which, after countless delays, will finally be one of the faces of the new decade through HBO Max. Unless the service as a whole gets delayed, or Close Enough isn't a launch title. In that case, just rewatch regular show until it's out. Listen, all of these shows are unique, but the story of Infinity Train is something I hold close to my heart. Fall 2016, the pilot goes up on Cartoon Network's YouTube channel and blows up. Everyone is in love with this pilot, with the characters, with the mysterious train and number on Tulip's hand, and all we wanted were answers. Nearly 3 years later, we finally got a few of them with Infinity Train Book 1, The Perennial Child. That is the full name for the first 10 episodes that give us a complete journey of Tulip Olsen, a child of divorce who, overwhelmed with grief and change, runs away from home and gets snatched up by the Infinity Train. I'm not gonna act like what the numbers mean were some grand revelation that no one could have seen coming, or that Tulip's resolve wasn't obvious from the beginning, but those elements all feed into the emotional core of the show, and that's what pulls at the heartstrings. Every other episode of Book 1 had me choke up or hold back tears, because as a child of divorce, I resonated with Tulip's struggles. Yet, all of this is only elevated by the overarching story that will bridge future installments. The excellent humor that constantly jumps between wacky visual gags, and tongue-in-cheek exchanges that feel like you're in the room with real people, and the backgrounds. Man, oh man, the backgrounds are beautiful. Many people are under the impression that these hard-hitting 10 episodes would be all we got, but I always had a hunch there was more, as backed by our archive of conspiracy videos. Surprise, surprise, Infinity Train was far from a miniseries, but rather an anthology series, and this is what cements it as one of the greatest of the 2010s. Book 1 managed to gut punch the audience and get up with kids, teens, and even adults who went through similar experiences Tulip endured, but I'm excited to see what comes next, what other tough topics that future main characters will face for other viewers to connect with. Please support Infinity Train, rewatch Book 1, or if you haven't already, check it out for the first time. And certainly watch Book 2, Cracked Reflection, premiering January 6th through the 10th on Cartoon Network. That wasn't sponsored, I just want this show to succeed.
Where do I start with Rick and Morty? This is going to be a hard one. Rick and Morty is the most unique cartoon that has come out in the last decade. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it's the best. I'm not gonna say it's anything other than the fact that it is entirely Rick and Morty, and it's made itself very clear about that since day one. For a show that started out as an over-the-top parody, resulting from a cease and desist letter that Justin Roiland got from Bill Cosby's lawyers, turned into the biggest animated phenomenon in recent years in the craziest way. Sure, Rick and Morty is this huge thing now, but when it first started, it was just this weird show on Adult Swim that was honestly a little gem. When it first came out, it was consistently fresh and funny, and ultimately just incredibly unique. I had never seen a show like this, and a lot of people hadn't either. From the weird voices to how the pupils were drawn, to the incredibly complicated but also entirely entertaining and thought-provoking sci-fi concepts. It's one of the most genuinely funny and original shows in such a long time. It's just crazy to think about. Rick and Morty continued on this upward spiral all the way through the end of season 2, where it hit its genuine peak. The season 2 finale of Rick and Morty was unmatched and just left everyone on the edge of their seats. At this point, Rick and Morty was the best show on TV. You could not convince me otherwise, and it could do no wrong in my eyes. And then we went through season 3. I understand why people's view on Rick and Morty was shifted and changed during this time. Not only was it coming into the limelight as a huge, massive show, it went from being this underground Adult Swim thing that people would talk about online to something that like your mom potentially knew about, and it was the weirdest thing ever. Add on top of that all of the scandals with McDonald's Szechuan sauce, and one copy pasta that went way too far. The internet seemed to turn on Rick and Morty, and the show was not doing itself any favors. Neither were the fans of the show. I'm not even gonna mention Pickle Rick. You just you know how that went. It was hard to see, especially with the fact that season 3 was turning out to be the weakest season of Rick and Morty. Up until that point, it almost seemed like the show was about to fall off. But it didn't. Rick and Morty pushed on and got over the stigmas, it just kept going on, and after a very long hiatus, we've been greeted with 5 of the best episodes we've seen of the show in such a long time. I don't think Rick and Morty could handle how big it got. It was never meant to be this giant phenomenon that it turned out to be, but it seems like they finally have a grasp of what they want it to be, and honestly, it's just gonna keep being Rick and Morty. It's very clear with these 5 episodes, they're just doing things their own way and they don't care anymore. And more power to them. In my opinion, the story about a genius scientist and his grandson going on misadventures, paired with Justin Roiland's weird energy and Dan Harmon's incredible storytelling, is too good to fail. Rick and Morty will continue on as long as it does, and I'm sure it will be consistently great because it has been for such a long time. And love or hate Rick and Morty, you cannot deny the impact that it's had, especially on pop culture, and Rick and Morty is still to this day one of the most incredibly unique TV shows to come out, and Rick and Morty's ability to be so entirely Rick and Morty is something that I really respect. I mean, the show built a lore off of 2 characters. It's insane. That's why it deserves a spot on this list. Love it or hate it, you cannot deny that Rick and Morty is something truly special.
It's certainly no surprise that we think Steven Universe is one of the best animated series of the past decade. It's beyond Hall of Fame status at this point, and truly became a cultural phenomenon all on its own. When the series premiered in 2013, I don't believe anyone could have predicted what was to come. The chronicles of a young half-human, half-alien boy living with 3 sentient rots of humanoid forms really could have gone either of 2 ways. One route being wacky episodic stories that make us laugh and teach us a moral at the end of every 11 minutes, and the other route could take this show in a much more serious direction, telling a compelling story that makes us confront what it means to be human. Surprise! The show manages to do both. And in both aspects, it mostly stuck the landing, with a few misses here and there. Despite the high and mighty off-model critiques, which I would really chalk up to Rough Draft Korea, the show that animates about half episodes every season, the storyboards often knock it out of the park, and the raw boards tend to floor me. The backgrounds are beautiful while slightly coloring outside the lines, which I always looked at as a sprinkle of childlike wonder. The music's in a league of its own, there is no other cartoon soundtrack that sounds like it, and the voice acting has always been incredible, but it just gets better and better each season. Steven Universe is a television series that constantly has had the odds stacked against it and its crew. Serialization not exactly being a meal ticket, a large sum of cooks in the kitchen, fans and online critics who don't know how a cartoon is made, and above all else, censorship. Or more so, the fight to evade censors. What stands out the most about Steven Universe is its representation, and I mean beyond sexuality. Mental health, trauma, estranged families, and of course the gender binary. The storytelling is so versatile at exploring the human condition. The achievements of the series cannot be undermined. Ultimately, when it came between the show going on for a longer period of time, or showcasing a wedding between 2 characters, Ruby and Sapphire, losing funding from conservative countries, Rebecca Sugar ultimately chose the wedding, even if it meant losing everything else. To say the show goes for easy brownie points is borderline delusional. Its run is about to come to a finite conclusion with the limited epilogue series Steven Universe Future, but between all 5 seasons of the original series, the movie, and Future, Steven will be remembered as a titan of animation for years to come.
Okay, there's no way that we can talk about the best cartoons of the decade without mentioning Adventure Time. This show was what paved the way for the 2010 renaissance in Western animation, and really changed the direction of the medium as a whole. It dared to challenge kids by integrating continuity and more serious themes into a cartoon where that wasn't expected. It dared to expand on the world of a silly cartoon and have lore and world building, but it managed to integrate these things while maintaining the traits of a mostly lighthearted cartoon, which was done with massive success. Adventure Time walked so every other show on this list could run, and in its prime, Adventure Time did some running too. Of course, we all know as the show went on, a lot of us lost interest, but there were plenty of highlights throughout its lifetime. If I can be subjective for a moment and give my favorite parts, I personally really love everything they did with Marceline. Everything between her and Simon that acted as a parallel to a loved one developing Alzheimer's, the Stakes miniseries, numerous bops, and in the end, she stole Finn's girl. Well, one of them anyways. Finn was kind of a hook. Maybe Adventure Time would be eclipsed by better shows, but the fact that Adventure Time inspired most of those shows says a lot about what it meant to this past decade of animation. I don't think there's another cartoon that made such a strong cultural impact in the last 10 years, and if there is, it's probably thanks to the platform that Adventure Time built for it, creating a better environment for these stories to be told in a way that explores their full potential. You can say a lot about Adventure Time, its story, its writing, but what you can't deny is how much it accomplished in the bigger picture.
BoJack Horseman is one of the most monumental cartoons of the decade, and it's also historic for a lot of reasons. It was Netflix's first toe dip into the world of animation, and one of its first originals overall. And I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw the posters for this on like Netflix circa 2013, I'm like, that looks stupid. And on paper, BoJack Horseman is nothing like it actually is. The show about a washed up 90s sitcom actor who also happens to be a humanoid horse, dealing with substance abuse and depression in modern day Hollywood, is one of the strangest concepts for anything I have ever heard, period. But it was perfect for Netflix, and it was perfect for the time it came out, whose whole MO was being experimental and weird. They took a chance on the show, and it paid off. Since it's come out, BoJack Horseman has received critical acclaim and a mass following. It is a huge hit, and one of the reasons why I love this past decade of animation, where a show about a humanoid horse sitcom actor could become as big as it did. But BoJack Horseman is way more than just a concept on paper. What it's turned into is incredible. This show has managed to tell incredibly true and powerful stories about life and human relationships and living with yourself and loving yourself and hating yourself and dealing with your inner demons, becoming better as a person, while also touching on the trappings of fame, while providing a brilliant critique on modern Hollywood and what it means to be a celebrity in our modern time. The show is all at once touching and beautiful, but also incredibly hilarious and sharp. Seriously, BoJack Horseman is one of the best, if not the best, written cartoon currently on television, and I will die for that opinion. I dare anybody to challenge me on that. Seriously, because the show's ability to balance serious moments with funny moments while telling a story that's all at once truthful and powerful but also incredibly entertaining, I could go on forever. All of the characters, Todd, Diane, Princess Carolyn, Mr. Peanut Butter, they all come into their own. The show may be called BoJack Horseman, but it's not solely about him, and I pride the show on dealing with all of the characters on an almost equal playing field as we get to watch them all change over the course of the series in different ways, for better and for worse. BoJack Horseman is not afraid to get incredibly dark, and in fact has many times, but it always brings it back around and keeps the audience wanting more. That's why I'm so sad it was cancelled and that this season's its last, but in the very least, that solidifies BoJack Horseman as a legendary show. Luckily, we're seeing it end before it has the chance to get bad. But no, season 6 is one of the greatest seasons the show has ever had. It knows its characters more than ever. It knows exactly what it's trying to be, what it wants to be, and I'm just excited to see how they finish it with the second half of season 6. And when it finally does wrap up, BoJack Horseman will be remembered as one of the greatest cartoons not only of the decade, but of all time. I'm just gonna say it. Gravity Falls was the greatest cartoon of the last decade, hands down. And if you don't agree, let me try to persuade you. For being a show that's only had 2 seasons and less than 50 episodes, Gravity Falls was a phenomenon. It was more than just a show you watched, it was a show you participated in. It was an adventure we were all on together. The simple story of Dipper and Mabel spending the summer in Gravity Falls, Oregon with their crazy grunkle turned into an incredible mystery adventure that I, along with many others, will never forget. At its core, Gravity Falls is just a perfect TV show. Everything from the incredibly sharp writing, to the beautiful backgrounds of Gravity Falls, to the incredible world building, and incredibly thought-provoking high-concept supernatural adventures. But Gravity Falls was doing more than just entertaining. This wasn't going to be some one-off show. Instead, they opted to tell an incredibly complicated and weaving narrative throughout the entire series, an incredible mystery that keeps you on the edge of your seat the entire time. From the jump, from the very first episode when Dipper finds that journal, you are hooked. And the show does a great job of keeping you hooked all the way through the end of the series. But it's not just the fact that they included a mystery in this show, it's the fact that there's so much detail put into every single frame. From Bill Cipher being seen casually throughout the show, before his reveal, to the picture that flashes at the end of the theme song. And watching this show live as it aired was a journey. Every episode was a huge event. And the show was blessed with an incredible community of people all dedicated to discovering the mysteries and the secrets of the show. Gravity Falls brought people together, it created a community. Meanwhile, the show kept consistently delivering, showcasing some of the greatest storytelling I've seen in any show, period. Gravity Falls had its lighthearted moments, but it also had its dark moments. It was never afraid to get serious when it had to. There was layers to the show. And not to say that other shows didn't do that, I understand that, but what makes Gravity Falls so special is how they did it. I mean, look, Alex Hirsch literally photoshopped a fake image of the author just to throw fans off the track. If that doesn't just perfectly depict how crazy Gravity Falls was, I don't know what will. Gravity Falls was more than just a flawless TV show. It was an experience that continued on after the episode ended, and continues to this day. And that's why I think it's the greatest cartoon of the past decade.
Alright, now for some quick honorable mentions. This may include some movies, some cartoons you may feel were overlooked that we really enjoyed this decade. Maybe we didn't have time to check all of it out, so we couldn't dedicate it to a full slot. Whatever the case, let's do this. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, Harvey Beak, Samurai Jack Season 5, Disenchantment, Clarence, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the How to Train Your Dragon trilogy, the Hotel Transylvania movies are pretty neat, Wander Over Yonder, Hilda, Voltron before it got really bad, Generator Rex, Ben 10 Omniverse, Kick Buttowski, Kubo and the Two Strings, I really enjoyed Mad, Ugly Americans, and shout out to all the wonderful anime that came out this decade. You guys qualify too. The cartoon versus anime distinction is an invisible barrier. I know you're wondering, who made this tasty ass thumbnail? And well, the credit belongs to MyCatIssue, which you can find him on Tumblr, Instagram, and Twitter at MyCatIssue. Pretty straightforward. Go give him a follow and some support. Maybe even throw some commissions his way.
Well guys, there you have it. As we close on one decade of animation and enter another, it's sad to say goodbye to a whole decade of animation, but it's just as exciting to welcome in a whole new era. Some of these shows on this list will continue to go on into 2020 and beyond, and with plenty of incredible new shows on the horizon, it looks like animation is only going to continue to improve and get even better as this decade goes on, and honestly, I couldn't be more excited for it. But that being said, I want to know what you guys think about all of this. Do you agree with our picks? Do you think there's one we left off, or one that you don't agree with? Let us know in those comments down below, or tweet to us at Roundtable Vids, or me at @RetroNemo. As always, if you want to consider helping out the Roundtable, you could become a member of the channel or support us on Patreon to get exclusive access to scripts and avatars. As always, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the Roundtable for more incredible cartoon content. I'm Nemo, and this is the Top 25, and I will see you next time. Peace, Happy New Year's.